Hattiesburg Police Department, from what I can tell, being close enough to it, it fared well. I don't see any significant structure damage to it. But all along Arledge, continuing down towards Milton Barnes, Cherry, Cypress, all through there, there is significant damage. I've seen portions of homes laid over in the road, a couple of portions of homes missing, and again, no power down in this area. And I spoke to one emergency crew with firefighters, and again, you know, it will be getting daylight soon, and they are encouraging everyone to please stay away. The lines may be high, you can't see things coming down here, and they are encouraging everyone to stay away and let them assess the damage and see what they have and see what they're dealing with.
All righty. Thank you so much, Ryan Moore. He's down there in Midtown Hattiesburg where he's describing pretty significant damage. Ryan, thank you so much. We'll stay in contact with you. I know you're getting out there.
He said we got a new picture of William Carey.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, Will's going to get us a new picture out there from William Carey University this morning where we got hit by a tornado in Hattiesburg. That is a dormitory. It looks like a hallway in William Carey University. You can see ceiling tiles dangling there. And that's kind of the interior rooms. That's, you know, in a dormitory hallway, you see the halls, the rooms that walk off from left and right, and those are ceiling tiles and what appear to be pieces of paper and shards of fiberglass in the ceiling. Actually, one of those drop-in ceilings you see dangling there, live electrical lines as well. So William Carey University has taken a big hit this morning, and as you heard there, Ryan Moore is talking about pretty sounding significant damage out there in portions of South and Midtown Hattiesburg this morning. Here's one of the storm reports coming in from the Weather Service. We're getting a ton of storm reports this morning.
Tons.
Rex, definitely. You can see heavy damage to structures at along Carter and Tatum. That's actually where Ryan is this morning. Canham Camp roads, numerous trees down. We've also got reports of damage into the city of Hattiesburg, I think near Bird Boulevard and Boxwood, damage there. Also around also getting information from viewers there who have had problems getting into Petal 911. Petal 911, the fire, emergency and fire are responding. They're having problems this morning. They had communications problems just like we've had this morning, trying to stay on the air, but they are getting out there. So folks, keep trying if you can. If you can't, let us know. We've successfully passed along several reports to the EMA this morning. Now, over towards Runnelstown this morning, we have damage reports coming out of there. Trees and power lines down at Pumping Station Road, just north of Conway Road. Possible tornado, most likely. That was where that was. Over here, just near the station, numerous trees down on Interstate 59 near right there at the exit of Monroe Road. That's the exit you take to come up here to the station. Also getting numerous hail reports out here this morning across the area. But let's head on back over to the folks over in Wayne County this morning. They're still under a tornado warning out there. The good news, the storm that produced all of this stuff is now in Alabama. It's directly over the city of Isney, and it's moving out of our viewing area. So with that, we'll be relaxing coverage from that momentarily. Tornado warning is coming to an end. It's still in effect for Waynesboro, but you're in Waynesboro, you're in the safe.
They should be out soon because the warning only goes to 5:15.
Yeah, so I think that's what they're going to do. The Weather Service most likely going to continue that off towards the north and east. So right now, both tornadic cells that we've watched have now moved into Alabama, and therefore are no longer in our viewing area. So we'll go ahead and reset, take a look at what's going on around the rest of the Pine Belt this morning. Today is January 21st, 2007. It's currently 5:06 here. You're watching WDAM-TV, Laurel, Hattiesburg, NBC, ABC, and Bounce. And the news this morning is weather. And like I said, you won't forget this day. Hattiesburg has taken a pretty big hit from a tornado.
Clark County, tornado warning canceled.
Okay, that's good news there. Wow, that's pretty significant injuries here. We're seeing William Carey University seeing minor injuries.
Would be in Alabama.
Yeah, that's in Alabama. That's
so that does not concern our viewing area.
No, that is northeast of.
But if you have friends in that area, you might want to check them.
Yeah, if you got friends over there, give them a call. But that's about maybe about 20 miles northeast of Waynesboro in Choctaw County, Alabama, on the western edge of Mississippi, tornado warning there. So with that, we have no tornado warnings here in the Pine Belt for the first time in about 3 hours, but we're now turning into a new situation.
Yeah, I think we can safely pretty much say we're done with the severe weather threat.
For now, for the actual city of Hattiesburg, we are. We still may see a possibility of some severe thunderstorms along and south of Hattiesburg. We're still waiting that squall line to pass. Still a lot of lightning out there. You can see all the lightning still on the radar this morning. Look at all the strikes. Let's put a strike cast on this just to see how many strikes are showing up. Over 1,000 strikes in the past 15 minutes. That 1,342 to be exact out there across the Pine Belt from west to east with this line across as it crosses the Pine Belt. We have new information coming in from Aaron. Aaron, what do you have?
Carterville Road is completely blocked. There is a building in the middle of Main Street in Petal, right near the Chevron. It is impassable.
Okay, so there's getting reports now. Carterville Road, a building has been blown into the middle of the street there in the city of Petal. The road's impassable. So folks, the city of Petal has taken a pretty big hit as well. I know we keep talking about Hattiesburg, the damage there on I-59 and damage over towards the Oak Grove area, but folks, Petal took a pretty hard hit
It was the same, had to be the same cell.
It was the same cell. Tornado was most likely on the ground continuously across the area this morning. So folks, along and west of this line, you're done. But folks, south and east are still under the severe threat this morning. But the good news is no tornado warnings in the Pine Belt this morning. And as we look on velocity, we're not seeing any areas of rotation with any of these cells this morning as well. We're still seeing, you can still see some gusty winds, but right now there are no severe thunderstorm warnings out with these with the line of storms this morning. But the Pine Belt has been hit pretty hard. So if you could, say a prayer for the Pine Belt, because we're going to need it this morning. Say a prayer for Hattiesburg, Oak Grove, over towards Petal and Runnelstown as well. We've had a pretty continuous tornado out there. Thank you so much, JT. JT, give me another glass of water out there. My voice is
JT's the man.
He is. He's been directing this out here this morning, and he's been no, we're good. We're good. Thanks, Doug. He's been out here making sure we stayed on the air and make sure our audio, he tried his best and got us back up this morning when we had the audio issues this morning. But unfortunately, it's been a moment to, you'll never forget out here this morning. We said it was going to be bad. We hoped we'd be wrong, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like that happened. Hattiesburg has been hit by a large tornado this morning. There's significant damage caused out here. And areas off towards the south and east, towards Brooklyn, towards Wiggins, New Augusta, Beaumont, you're getting that line of storm. So probably a ton of lightning out there this morning, but you can see all that sweeping off towards the east. No warnings out there this morning. I'm actually going to, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go over to the Skycam at Forest General Hospital to see what we see out there going on this morning. We're looking off towards the south and west. Get the radar reset over here on Max 3 as well. We'll zoom out. We'll turn off the lightning this morning, but you can see everything that's going on out there. Still watching that line of storms as it moves off towards the south and east, but we'll flip this over. I'll go ahead and grab control of the camera. It's still dark out there. We're still seeing cars out there, folks. So please don't be traveling. Brett Barfield, Mississippi Highway Patrol, has even said it himself. You just heard it here about 5 minutes ago.
They need to leave room open for the emergency vehicles to get there.
You are in the way. If you are out there driving this morning, joyriding, you are in the way. You are just, I am blatantly say it, you are in the way, and you're in the way of them helping people. There are people who are crying for help out of their houses in Hattiesburg. They need help, and the fire department is trying their best to get more help out there. Aaron has new information. Aaron, what you got?
I-59 southbound is blocked by trees near the Monroe exit. That's just at the Jones County line. 2 large trees are blocking. Traffic is stopped completely. Okay,
so I-59 southbound at Monroe Road. That's going to be at exit 73. So that's at exit 73, Monroe Road, I-59 southbound.
That's where we come to the station.
That's right down the street from the station. That's our exit to come here every day to work, and so that's what's going on this morning. And you can see now this dark off towards the south end of Hattiesburg. You got new, I'm pretty sure that's a flash flood warning.
This is some,
Actually, that might be the cancellation.
This is actually coming out of Slidell. They're continuing the tornado watch for the coastal areas, Pearl River County. Canceling it. Although you're now not under a tornado watch, as we figured would eventually happen.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is just playing it safe. They're just letting this line get through, apparently.
Yeah, they're letting this line get through, apparently. They've been busy out there this morning themselves, because if you look off towards the south and west, most of their counties in Louisiana are still under the gun, so they've been kind of busy out there this morning. They've also had some damage out there and a lot of hail in Louisiana this morning. But looking out there, you can see some of the lightning flashes. And one thing I would like to point out is, you notice if we see any more lightning flashes, you'll see just how low the clouds are this morning. So a lot of low clouds out there this morning, a lot of heavy rain falling, and that is definitely impacting what's going on. Will has walked in. He's got new information.
A viewer just called in and says that at 743 South Main Street in Petal, their power was just restored, and right after it happened, a power pole began arcing and sparking. She says the power line's threatening to sag and hit the ground and catch on fire. Okay,
so that sounds, so City of Petal, presuming that's Mississippi Power over there.
743 South Main.
South Main Power, 743 South Main. The power was just restored to their house, but the power line has caught on fire. It's arcing and it's starting to sag, and it's most likely going. And she's worried that it's going to fall and hit the ground and catch the ground on fire. So, folks, another reason why you shouldn't be traveling this morning. There are a ton of live power lines on the ground that you will not be able to see until you either drive over them and get tangled up in them, or you walk on them and stumble. And you don't need to be going out there to grab damage out there. Let the rescue workers do that this morning. They're trained. Mississippi Power is out there helping them as well. They're trying to turn off everything and be safe as they do this morning. So folks, just stay off the road. I see a lot of cars traveling on 49 towards that area. I don't see any flashing lights on these cars, so I'm assuming they're not emergency workers.
Assuming they're not emergency workers. Now, a lot of folks, granted, may be trying to get to work.
Yeah, it is Saturday morning.
It's Saturday morning, but it bothers me, and I think it should bother everybody. We know we have multiple injuries in the area, and don't get on the road unless you have to, unless you are an emergency responder. We've got to get to these people, and if you don't be a sciencers always block things and mess things up for people who need help.
Yeah, definitely, and so we're getting more information apparently coming in. Rex says the hotline is going. The hotline is going off this morning over at Rex, so Rex will get that and see if any new information is coming in. Yeah, mute your mic this morning though, Rex.
I'm gonna have to mute the phone.
Okay. So right now, live look out there at Southern Pine Electric Radar on the right from Max 3. On the left, we got the Alpha Insurance Camera Network, and it's currently 61 degrees there in Hattiesburg right now. We got new information coming out. We got a new warning coming out. It's scrolling on top of your screen right now. This is coming in from the Weather Service and Slidell. New severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock and Pearl River counties until 6 a.m. Central Time this morning. So new severe thunderstorm warning coming out there. Still see a lot of lightning flashing out into the Hattiesburg area. We're looking off south from Forest General Hospital towards the south along along US 49 as we look up towards the south this morning, where apparently a pretty large tornado has caused some significant damage on the south side in Midtown Hattiesburg. We're getting reports of a lot of damage at William Carey University. We're also getting reports of a lot of damage in the south side of Hattiesburg around Tatum Camp Road. You see emergency vehicles are running down the street right now. That's Hattiesburg Police or Forest County Sheriff or MHP, one or the others. Screeching down south towards, just passing off towards the water tower, heading down there towards the Cloverleaf area this morning, and that's where a lot of the damage is being reported this morning. And folks, please stay off the roads. Brett Barfield from the Mississippi Highway Patrol is begging you, please stay off the roads. You're in the way. You're just in the way of them this morning. So just stay at home. Stay at home. I know you have loved ones and you want to check out and see if they're okay. Stay at home. There's a lot of damage out there and a lot of people are in need of help this morning, and rescue workers are doing their best to help them this morning. But we got a lot of reports of injuries coming in from William Carey University. Apparently they took a direct hit. A lot of their dormitories have been damaged. We also got a lot of injuries coming in from William Carey University this morning as well. Also some damage coming in around the Purvis area just south of Oak Grove, and also into Petal. We're getting a lot of reports of damage in Petal. We've had several gas leaks reported in Petal, and roofs blown off of homes. We got a home that's apparently in the middle of the street, I believe. I can't remember the road, but it's somewhere in the city of Petal. Also some damage very close to the Walmart in Petal from earlier reports. And then also we got reports that the same storm produced a tornado, most likely the same tornado over towards Ronaldstown this morning. And so you can see another Hattiesburg fire right there running off towards the south. Desperately, they're trying to help those people out there this morning. So a big rescue effort now ongoing in the city of Hattiesburg, where we have took a big hit from a tornado this morning just before 4 o'clock. Tornado touched down around Oak Grove and Purvis and moved off towards the north and east. Pretty large debris signature as it passed through the city of as well. Did a lot of damage around W.S. Tatum. And around William Carey University, getting a lot of reports of damage. So if you have parents, if you have students who go there, you may want to give them a call to make sure they're okay, and hopefully that they're okay. Thoughts and prayers are definitely with everybody this morning, and we're praying that everybody is okay out there this morning. But we have got reports of a decent amount of injuries coming out. Some of these minor, some of these are pretty moderate, some of them are possibly major injuries coming in, unfortunately. So a lot of people are hurt, they're in need. So please stay off the road and let the rescue workers do their job this morning. We got new severe weather coming in, so we're going to go ahead and go back over. I'm going to flip this back over to Max 1. We'll go ahead and zoom in on that severe thunderstorm warning down in Pearl River County. We still have folks down there who watch us, and they want to know what's going on. So this right here is down towards Picayune and Poplarville, actually just to the south of Poplarville, area of gusty winds with these storms right now. And these storms are moving off towards the kind of the east or southeast at around 35 to 45 miles an hour this morning. So St. Tammany Parish, Washington Parish, Hancock, and Pearl River counties, and that goes until 6 a.m. this morning. Severe thunderstorm warning, Pearl River and Hancock counties. At 5:22, severe thunderstorm was located along a line from Crossroads to Abita Springs, moving southeast at 55. Main threat is going to be damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour, and expect considerable tree damage, and damage is possible to any homes out there and roofs and outbuildings. So areas in the path include Picayune, the Stennis Space Center, Pearl River, the town of Pearl River, and over towards Kill, Mississippi, and off towards the south and east down 11 and 59. So we're seeing more lines of storms there. Poplarville seeing a lot of heavy rain out there this morning. You're not under any severe weather right now. I know it probably sounds like the world's coming to an end there. A lot of thunder and lightning, some gusty winds, but you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning this morning. Still a lot of heavy rain in Lumberton, extending off through the Camp Shelby area over around. It's right over Paul B. Johnson State Park, just to the north of Brooklyn, and then off towards the northwest of New Augusta, off towards the north of Beaumont and McLean. You're about to see a lot of heavy rain and gusty winds and a lot of lightning here in a few minutes. Richton, the threat is coming. You're starting to kind of wane on some of your heavier rain. Sand Hill seeing a lot of rain in Buckatana and State Line as well. Will, you have any new information?
We've got a photograph that we can show. It's a church in Hattiesburg on what we believe to be Arledge. We don't know if that's drive or street.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Arledge is a street, I believe.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that then. Okay, so that's some pretty extensive damage. I think that's Arledge Street, a church somewhere on Arledge Street.
Arledge is a street, definitely. That's very bad damage.
That's some pretty extensive damage out there this morning, and that's coming from we don't have to say an apparent, we don't have to say possible. We know it was a tornado that hit.
We know it was a tornado.
Morning.
That's not straight line damage.
There is a very telltale signs on the radar. We had a ton of rotation out there this morning, and we had debris signatures as well on the radar. But you can see definitely a lot of damage out here this morning from what apparently was a big tornado that went through the city of Hattiesburg. We're getting multiple reports of injuries coming in this morning. And look at that. That's a lot out there. And we're now actually getting, we got a flood report, it looks like, coming in into the city of Hattiesburg. So let me click on that icon.
Multiple portions of southern Mississippi campus experiencing flash flooding.
Okay, so
that's not really surprising, though.
Yeah, they have a lot of, sometimes they have issues with a lot of heavy rain, but we've seen anywhere between about maybe 2 to 4 to 5 inches of rain in the city of Hattiesburg, and that's just exacerbating what we saw out there this morning. But,
well, another reason, Patrick, people should stay off the road, we got this out of emergency management. Pruitt Road off Burnt Bridge just outside of Ellisville is underwater, and we know anybody can drown in that kind of situation. Don't be driving. What the Weather Service says? Turn around, don't drown.
Yeah, that's
There's
right.
no reason to be out anyway unless you are an emergency personnel or unless you got to go to work this morning.
That's right. And then really, if you got to go to work this morning, I would call ahead because
yeah, really.
Maybe I would think your boss would maybe let you to maybe delay coming in this morning. It's just not worth it, especially in the city of Hattiesburg. There's so much damage out there, and the State Highway Patrol, Hattiesburg Police, and I'm sure every other law enforcement agency around Hattiesburg, Lamar County, and over towards Perry County is begging, please stay off the road. You're just getting in the way out there this morning. They are desperately trying to help a lot of people, but Hattiesburg did take a hit this morning just before 4 o'clock at around 3:50 this morning. So we'll go ahead and take a look at some of these reports coming in from earlier. Around 3:38, we had a report of a tornado, trees down along the old Highway 11. Some damage was also reported just near just west near Purvis and Olo Max Road. Purvis, yeah. Let's try this again. It's a long morning out there. Damage reported just west near Purvis, and also some damage around Olo and on Max White Road. Then we have right here, Storm Spotter reported a tornado crossing over the interstate. Heavy damage to structures along Carter and Tatum Camps Road. Numerous trees down. And then the big report comes in, unfortunately, this morning, extensive damage across South Hattiesburg from I-59 across Highway 49 and into Petal. Structures heavily damaged. Fire department, fire station number 2 in Hattiesburg took a direct hit. Ryan Moore was just on the phone about 25 minutes ago talking to us about that. He's also saying there's also people still trapped in their homes yelling for help. So firefighters are desperately trying to get out there to help them this morning, help to free them. But we've also got reports of students injured at William Carey University. They took a direct hit. The boys and the girls' dormitories have taken a direct hit. There's extensive damage there. And we've gotten, unfortunately, some injuries to students who were living there this morning as this tornado crossed over from just around Purvis over the interstate, over 49. And then also, you don't see there's not an actual flag there, but it's kind of included with the one over Central Hattiesburg. But Petal has taken a lot of damage out there as well this morning. They've seen, we've heard reports of trees down and houses without roofs around Bird Avenue and Boxwood, also around Cartersville Road and Petal. I believe that's what it was. There was a house in the middle of the street got blown off its foundation, it sounds like. Also, a bunch of houses without roofs. We've got reports of gas leaks throughout the city of Petal.
Lots of trees down.
We've got trees down. We got power lines arcing, so a lot of damage in Petal. Then we go over to Reynoldstown where we got more damage out there this morning. And trees and power lines down at Pumping Station Road just north of Conway, most likely with the same tornado. And then that tornadic storm moved up towards the Waynesboro area. Fortunately, we haven't heard any reports out of them yet so far, but that may change. But this has been a very active morning. We've also seen a lot of hail out there across the Pine Belt this morning. But this morning, the news is weather, and unfortunately, we had a tornado take a direct hit on southern and central Hattiesburg this morning, also including the city of Petal. Rex, do you have any new information?
Patrick, everything's kind of this, I guess it's kind of a wait and see situation now. I guess they're out trying to help folks. We're not getting any more reports of any severe weather. The only severe weather warning we have going on that would be in our, just the part we cover, the northern part will be severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Pearl River County right now.
Yeah, that's right. There is that severe thunderstorm warning over into Pearl River County.
That's just that line of showers and thunderstorms moving.
Yeah,
through
that's
there.
what that line, that's what the squall line of severe thunderstorms. Tornado warning off towards the east over and towards Marengo and eastern parts of Choctaw County and northern Clark, Alabama. But that's what a lot of our viewing area, that's getting close to the Meridian and over towards Demopolis. It's in the Meridian and Mobile TV markets, getting close to the city of Demopolis there. But you can see severe thunderstorm warning continuing now for portions of Pearl River County and Hancock County, and I think that goes until 6 a.m. Yep, 6 a.m. for Hancock and Pearl River County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. The main threat is going to be damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour. Also, we got a flash flood warning out for Marion, Lamar, Forest, and Covington counties. That goes until 8:30 this morning, so flash flood warning. That includes the city of Hattiesburg, Oak Grove, and we've seen a lot of rain falling over the last 3 to 5 hours. Here's actually a look at the rainfall amounts in the past 6 hours on the radar this morning, and as you can see, just a ton of rain has fallen across that area. Anywhere, well, actually, let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit tighter on the city of Hattiesburg this morning. You can see all the way from about Laurel to Hattiesburg, Petal, over towards Oak Grove, West Hattiesburg, Olo, extending off towards the south and west of Baxterville. You can actually kind of see where where the track of that supercell was, because you can see we had two supercells that really trained right behind each other and almost produced a tornado nearly in the same path, maybe about a mile or two north possible. We don't have any reports from that second tornado, so that's good news, but it did apparently cause some damage just down the street from the station. We had to take cover inside our safe rooms earlier this morning because of that while we were live on air, and we had a bunch of technical issues this morning due to the amount of lightning in the area as well. Unfortunately, right when the tornadoes was going throughout the city of Hattiesburg, but you can see areas around Raw Springs. You can see anywhere between 2, 3, 4 inches of rain, and 4 inches of rain in those red areas, 3 inches of rain in the orange areas, and in those yellow areas, that's 2+ inches of rain. So that's why the flash flood warning is in effect for the city of Hattiesburg out there this morning. But you can see a lot of heavy rain falling across the area. We'll still take a live look at Southern Biologist radar. Still see a lot of lightning, but the storms are now moving off towards the south and east. And Will has coming in with new information. What do you have for me?
Okay, we just got a call from a viewer in Petal. He says that the shopping center next to Walmart, in front of Walmart, Fox's Pizza, Subway, all that is gone. It took a direct hit by a tornado. Walmart is without power. There's an 18-wheeler overturned in the Walmart parking lot. And the viewer believes that the tornado may have gone up Corinth Road.
Okay, so that's a pretty populated road there in Petal. So the shopping center in front of Walmart that houses Subway and Little Caesars Pizza, it's right there in front of the Walmart. Their viewer has called us and said that it is gone, that it has been blown away and it is no longer standing there. Walmart has also no power. 18-wheeler. Also, our 18-wheeler has been turned
What's
over.
been blown away?
The Little Caesars and Subway in front of Walmart is they're saying is no longer standing.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully, I can only hope that that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I really believe it.
I think as the sun comes up, we're going to see a lot more surprising things.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more surprising things out there this morning. But the shopping center next to Walmart and directly in front of Walmart that houses the pizza, it's been hit. It's been hit, and there's extensive damage, and it's pretty much just been flattened. Walmart's without power. There's an 18-wheelers overturned in the Walmart parking lot, and the viewer believes that the tornado went directly up Corinth Road in Petal. So more damage coming out of Petal.
I believe this had to be a wide tornado.
Yeah, this sounds like it was a pretty wide tornado. If you actually go back, we saw how extensive the damage was this morning. You saw just how big and that debris ball was. Normally, when you have a tornado, it's kind of small, but you saw how big it blossomed up once it went over the city of Hattiesburg. I know there's a lot of buildings and a lot of population in Hattiesburg, and that's why we saw so much. But this sounds like it was a pretty tight tornado, and as we go back in history, or go back in the radar history, I'm sure if our system still has it, you would see a lot of damage out there this morning. But this morning we've had a lot of damage in the city of Hattiesburg, Petal, Oak Grove and Purvis and over towards Runneltown. Sounds like a pretty large tornado. So like I said, once again, the latest report now coming in, the shopping center and next to, and the pizza and the pizza, Little Caesars and the Subway in front of the Walmart are damaged, and the Little Caesars and the Subway are destroyed in front of Walmart. Overturned 18-wheeler in the parking lot of Walmart in Petal, and the tornado, the viewer believes the tornado went directly up Corneth Road in Petal. Getting new information in from a large oak tree down on Highway 513 in Enterprise. That's up in Clark County, so a lot of damage up there as well. Tree down I-59 at mile marker 34 on Meehan Savory Road, just past Highway 11 in Lauderdale. That's new information there. Getting some flooding reports around USM. Still getting some reports. This right here is coming out of Runnelstown right now. Trailer off Cole Drive off of Highway 29, blown off its foundation, was found upside down in the woods nearby. Resident got out before damage occurred. Possible tornado. That sounds like a tornado to me, and that's right where the cell came in. Will is walking in.
Some pictures of the Walmart in Petal.
Okay, let's go to this. We got some. Okay, that's fine. We got some pictures in the Walmart of Petal. You'll have to turn your head. I'm trying.
My gosh.
Wow. Good God. That is the AT&T store. I can see just a little bit of a sign there in Petal. You'll have to turn your head.
I can't even make out what that is. What?
That's extensive damage.
Oh my gosh.
That's over. There's a food. There's like
is
a
that
bar.
that little strip mall?
Yeah, that's the strip mall next to Petal. There's a bar and grill there.
That is tornado damage.
And Fox's Pizza. That is extensive damage. That is from the Walmart in Petal. And that right there is the AT&T store in that shopping center. You can see a little bit of the logo there at the bottom. All of these pictures are sideways, so you have to turn your head to the left to kind of get the better view of it. But this is fresh coming in. This is breaking news out of the city of Petal. Tornado damage, pretty extensive damage to the bar and grill, the AT&T store, and that strip mall next to the Walmart in Petal. And we've also got reports that the Little Caesars and Subway directly in front of the Walmart in Petal was destroyed, but that is most likely tornado damage there as we cycle through right now. Do you have anything?
Interstate 59 South, near exit 60. It's totally blocked. Traffic is backed all the way up to 98.
Okay.
If you must travel, do not take the interstate.
So that's
totally blocked.
Okay, so that's I-59 north and southbound, or
Southbound,
just
near exit 60.
I-59 at exit 60. I think that's the exit that's the fifth.
That's where it crossed over.
That's the yeah. That's where the tornado crossed over. I think that is the US 11. It's either the US 11 intersection or it's the 98 eastbound exit. I can't remember. It's right there. They're both right there next to each other. But I-59 southbound at exit 60 completely blocked. Southbound traffic's backed up. We got a lot of tree damage. Will, do you have
a picture of the overturned truck in front of
Okay, we got more pictures coming out of Petal from the Walmart there. Let's go ahead and take a look at this right now. We'll go ahead and flip this over as soon as the production room gets it loaded up. But live look, Southern Pine Electric Radar, you can still see those storms now moving off towards the south and east. The good news is severe weather threat is over for Hattiesburg proper and for Petal. But boy, yep, there's an 18-wheeler that's been overturned. This is the Walmart parking lot in Petal. You can kind of see the shopping buggy. All these pictures are vertical, so you got to kind of turn your head to the left. Unfortunately, we're getting these in. We haven't had time to flip them over yet. But this right here is in for an 18-wheeler that's been flipped over onto its side at the Walmart parking lot in Petal, right there on Evelyn Gandy Parkway. And we actually just showed you pictures just a minute ago of damage to the strip mall next to the Walmart there on Evelyn Gandy Parkway in Petal. The strip mall with the, there it is right there, the AT&T store, that's pretty much destroyed there. Also, you have the Fox, I think it's Fox's Pizza, and there's some sort of bar and grill right there next door to it as well. We saw that in the next picture. There it is right there. That's totally destroyed, and that's pretty extensive damage. That's the shopping center off the little service road that comes off of Bird Boulevard, I believe, but it's right next door to the Walmart in Petal. And you can see the overturned 18-wheeler this morning into the Walmart of Petal this morning. So we've seen a pretty hard hit here in the city of Hattiesburg this morning, and unfortunately the news just gets worse and worse and worse. We've also heard reports of damage and injuries at William Carey University this morning, and so the news just kind of keeps getting worse. We've gotten a lot of reports of damage throughout the viewing area as well. And looking over into Weather Service chat to see anything new that's going on. I'm not seeing anything.
We'll see a big mess when the sun comes up.
Yeah, there's going to be a big mess when the sun comes up right now, but you can see areas off towards the south and east of Hattiesburg are still dealing with that squall line. It's kind of slowed down a little bit, so that's going to be more of a concern for some flooding as well. We'll go ahead and put this into motion. This right here, actually I'll slow this down as well, so let's see, here we go. This right here is the last 3 hours over the Pine Belt. You can see how this line, it was a broken line of supercells. You had your 2 supercells that one went through Hattiesburg, caused the damage right there, caused extensive damage. Then you had a second supercell right behind it, went very close to the station. We actually had to take cover here this morning just because of how close it went. There's also, we're getting now reports of damage at Monroe Road, exit 73 and the interstate at I-59. So that's about a mile or two from the station here in East Abuchi, but a lot of damage out there across the Pine Belt this morning. Now the tornado threat, most of those tornado supercells have moved into Alabama. Now tornado warning out for Marengo County. They're actually kind of updating. You can see it flashing there on the screen, but that's way out of our viewing area. That's getting close to the Montgomery market there in our sister station, and we'll be covering that as well off towards the east in Montgomery. But here in the Pine Belt, you can see the supercells now kind of congealing into a squall line. So we're now transitioning away from a tornado threat to a flooding and a straight line wind threat this morning. So the tornado threat is a lot lower than it was this morning, about 2, 3, 4 o'clock, but we still can't rule out maybe an embedded kink, but the way the line is kind of forming now, it's pretty solid. Not seeing a lot of kinking with it this morning, not seeing any kind of little notches forming, so it looks more like it's turning into a straight line wind event and a heavy rain threat this morning. But that's a live look out there, Southern Problem Electric Radar. We'll take a look at the warnings and that's going on across the Pine Belt this morning. Right now, flash flood warning continues in effect until 7 o'clock, I do believe. Let's go ahead and click on it and see what time it says. 8:30. So excuse me, flash flood warning until 8:30 this morning for Covington, Jeff Davis, Lamar, Marion, and Jones County as well. We've gotten a lot of heavy rainfall out there this morning. And at 4:29, Weather Service Doppler radar indicated a heavy rain falling in the morning area. Up to 3 inches have already fallen, and flash flood is expected shortly. And that flash flood warning goes until 8:30. They also said additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible still on top of what we've already seen in the warning area this morning. And we've picked up a ton of rain out there as well. Besides the tornado damage that we've seen a lot of rain. And you can see, here's the look at the estimated rainfall. This is Doppler estimated rainfall areas into the Hattiesburg area. We'll zoom in on it. You can see right over Hattiesburg, those areas where you see the red, that's 4 inches plus of rain. In areas in orange, that's 3 inches of rain. In areas in yellow, that's 2 inches of rain. You can kind of see where those two supercells really trained on each other, really dumping a lot of heavy rain from about Amite, Louisiana, all the way through southeastern Walthall County, around Spring, it's either Silver Creek or Spring Creek. It's been a long day out there, folks. I've been up here. I've been up since 10 a.m. I've been up almost 20 hours now. But the severe weather threat's not over. We're still dealing with it in the Pine Belt, and we still may have to deal with round 2 later on this afternoon. We're going to be looking over new data shortly here once everything kind of calms down and we get a chance to kind of take a breather here, but we still got a long way to go. It's right now 5:46. You're watching WDAM live severe weather coverage and tornado damage here into the city of Hattiesburg. Unfortunately, this morning we did have a tornado hit the city, and we're being told now extensive damage out there across the Pine Belt. We'll take you back in time when everything started going down here. That was around 2:40 this morning, and you can see we had that supercell. It came into Lamar County. It moved right over the city of Hattiesburg, and in fact, I think we still can archive some of that. Yes, we can. We can archive some of that old data that came in, and that's live data, unfortunately.
Our marketing director just sent an email. Eric Snell.
Yeah.
His house was apparently hit. Fortunately, his family's okay. Said lots of trees down around their house, no power, house damage, some windows broken, roof leaking, one outside wall askew. But fortunately, he and his family are okay. He's part of our WDM family.
So
Dawson Cutoff Road by Carterville Road.
Okay, so that's by Carterville Road where we got a report of there was actually a house in the middle of the road. Will, what you got?
We just got a call from the general manager of the subway in Petal. She says the subway has not been flattened. It has sustained some damage, but it is still there, and Little Caesars is also still there as well.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit of conflicting reports, but the general manager of the subway says the building is still standing. It hasn't been flattened, but they have taken some damage there this morning. But also a lot of damage next door to the AT&T and the strip mall next door to.
You can see a lot of damage in certain areas, though.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of damage out there. We actually got an overturned semi in the overturned 18-wheeler.
That takes some wind to do that.
Yeah, overturned 18-wheeler in the Petal Walmart parking lot this morning. But we still got some folks out here who are under the threat of severe weather. No warnings out there right now other than Pearl River County in our viewing area. That's south of Poplarville, mainly into the Picayune area. Gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible around Picayune, and that warning goes until about 6:30 this morning. Right now, live look at Southern Plain Electric radar. You can see the heaviest rain now going through New Augusta, Beaumont, Janus, Maxey, Brooklyn, Dixie Community, and Southern Forest County. Off towards the north and west of Wiggins, you're seeing a lot of heavy rain out there as well. Moving off towards the north and east, Beaumont, Sand Hill, Richton, all the way up to State Line. That's where that squall line still is now. Areas around Leakesville, McCain, Leaf, Browntown, Loosedale, Bendale, Agricola, and down towards way down in Latimer and Van Cleve and Saucier down in or Saucier. Everybody tells me I pronounce it wrong. I think it's Saucier. Didn't even get it right any of
The
that.
Alabama boy is a Alabama boy.
Yeah,
You're not
right.
from here.
I was in Mobile, but I learned about Gaucher. But
We
yeah.
got in Mississippi. It's like you're telling me in Alabama too. There's some
Yeah, we got a lot
difficult
of
names to pronounce.
A lot of names all over the place that are unique to those areas, but
Oh, yeah.
we're still seeing a lot of heavy rain now off towards the northwest of Perkins, over towards Wiggins, and extending off towards the south and east of Poplarville, down I-59, Mississippi State Road 53, and down towards the Picayune area as well. So we're still seeing a lot of heavy rain out there this morning. Let's go ahead and take a look. It's getting close to 6 a.m. The sun has not rose yet over Hattiesburg, but it will be coming up soon. We'll go and take a live look out there from the Off Insurance Camera Network at Forest General Hospital, get a live look, see what's going on, see if we see anything going on into the city of Hattiesburg this morning, where we had apparently a large tornado hit from areas around Purvis up towards yeah, let's go ahead and take a shot at the M.dot camera right now.
That was an impressive shot earlier.
JT, let's see, JT, I don't know where he's taking us right now, but we got an M.dot camera lined up, ready to go. And so we'll see that right now. This right here is 98 East at Coca-Cola Street. You can see traffic there moving okay on Hardy Street. This right here is getting close right over towards around the Best Buy area. This is where the Coca-Cola manufacturing is. This right here is US 98 East at Coca-Cola Street. Traffic is moving a-okay there. Still seeing some lightning there off into the distance.
That's
now,
that line to the southeast.
yeah, we're looking off towards the southeast there as well. So Hardy Street at Coca-Cola Boulevard, at Coca-Cola Street this morning. In Hattiesburg, traffic moving a-okay there. Let's go ahead and take a live back over and look at Max 1 this morning, JT. And you can see a live look at Max 3 on the right, the radar, the Southern Power Electric radar, a live look at the Off Insurance Skycam Network at Forest General on the left-hand side looking south towards the Cloverleaf.
We got a live, we have from Ryan Moore.
Okay. We got some more information coming in from Ryan Moore. A lot of lightning still flashing from those storms off towards the south. Just let us know, newsroom or production room, when you're ready to take that.
I got some good news.
Okay.
They finally canceled the tornado watch for Clark, Forest, Jones, and Lamar.
Okay, that's good news there.
But
So,
we expected that.
yeah, we expected that. The line is
We've only got a couple of counties left under a watch.
All right, go ahead and play that. That's latest information coming in from Ryan Moore.
Guys, we're out here off Arledge Street in downtown Hattiesburg. We're in a apparent tornado has swept through the area. Now there is a lot of damage in this area, and emergency crews are encouraging people to stay out of the area. Now I know it's dark and you can't see much behind me, but there are power lines blocking multiple roads in downtown Hattiesburg. Firefighters are actually working at this time, going through, working to cut folks out. There are people that you can hear in the distance that are yelling for help. Now, no major injuries have been reported at this time from downtown Hattiesburg, but crews are still assessing that, and that's what we know at this time. Now I've heard from Mayor Johnny Dupree, and he is encouraging people also stay away from the area and let emergency officials do their job. In Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
Alrighty, that's Ryan Moore down in Hattiesburg this morning, and you can see a lot of damage out there this morning. You can also hear what's going on in the production room right now. So a lot going on here at WDAM-TV here in Hattiesburg. Whitney has come in now, and okay. So right now we got more information coming in, so we'll be getting that in here shortly. Right now, Rex's microphone is still live right now, and so he's coming in. Rex, do you have any new information?
I think that the mayor may be coming on. Somebody's about to come on.
Okay, so production room, whatever you have ready, let us know. We'll go ahead and hand it over to you.
Can you go find out? I think they said the mayor may be going to make it, or they said someone is.
Let's see, we had Ryan Moore there a few minutes ago. He was pleading, the Hattiesburg mayor is saying, please stay off the roads, you're just in the way. There's a lot of damage in Hattiesburg and Petal this morning off towards Reynoldstown and parts of Purvis as well. But you can see live look out there from Forest General Hospital. We're looking off towards the south and east, down towards the water tower from Forest General Hospital from the Off Insurance Camera Network, and Weatherbug there currently is 61 at that location, looking off at some of those distant thunderstorms off towards the south and east. Still some lightning flashing off into the distance, but a lot of rain still falling, and that's not really helping the rescue effort this morning to help out all those people into the Hattiesburg area this morning across the area. So we're still dealing with a lot of damage out there. Currently 5:54 right now, and still watching some of those line of storms off towards the south and east now in southern Forest County, into portions of Perry County, and into portions of Greene County as well. Let's see if we can get information. All right, we're being told that Mayor Dupree will have information from him coming up soon. We're trying to get that racked and loaded, so whenever that is ready to go, we'll have either I think it's either a live interview with him, or we'll have a taped interview from Ryan Moore with the mayor coming up. But whenever that's ready, just let us know, and we'll air that live right here on WDAM here in the Hattiesburg. Right now, not a lot going on. We're kind of calming down. We
need a break.
We definitely need a break out there this morning.
See, when did the tornado hit? It was February of what, 2014?
2013.
13. So that's not that long ago.
Yeah, definitely not that long ago.
So we've been hit twice in 4 years.
Will has poked his head in. No information. Okay, he's just poking his head in. So live right now, you're watching the radar on the right, Southern Paleolithic radar, still showing a lot of storms out there across the area. The storm's now moving in towards the Wiggins area and closing in right now on top of, extending from about Picayune to Wiggins into McGee, and not McGee, over towards McLean and It's a long morning, folks. I've been up for almost 6 hours.
We've all had a long day.
Beaumont. I don't know why I couldn't think of that this morning. And extending off towards the state line area this morning, a lot of heavy rain out there and falling. We're actually going and scan around on the Forest General Skycam this morning. Rex, do you have any new information?
All I got, just to add, I guess, insult to injury, dense fog is now being reported out in portions of Lamar County.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I mean, fortunately, they're not in the major tornado damaged areas. So.
Yeah.
If you again, we can't emphasize enough. If you don't have to be on the roads this morning, don't.
Yeah, don't.
Especially in the tornado damaged areas.
Yeah, definitely. We're going.
Sightseers, stay home.
Well, we're going to zoom in live. This right here is over towards. We're looking from Forest General Hospital. This right here is near the Cloverleaf Mall area this morning. You can see the lights are still shining there, so they're okay, but we had some pretty significant damage just off towards the south and east of there this morning. We've also seen Hattiesburg Fire, Hattiesburg PD, and racing off towards the south with lights flashing, code 2, code 3, responding to those emergencies this morning out there across the area. But we're looking off towards the north. This right here is the intersection we always look at every night, is Hardy Street and 49. You can see the lights are still shining here, so they still have power. Planet Fitness is still lit up, Shoney's is still lit up, and then you have the shrimp basket right across the street there, and then looking off towards the west, you can see USM And actually, you can see emergency responders right there with the red lights flashing, heading off towards the south.
I believe a lot of South Hattiesburg and likely Petal is without power right now, though.
Yeah.
I would think.
I would think so too, but good news here, USM was spared this morning, but unfortunately your neighbor campus, William Carey, took the direct hit this time, and we're also unfortunately getting reports of some minor to moderate injuries and lacerations this morning, unfortunately, so not good news there this morning. What's going on around the Pine Belt, that's a lot of heavy rain still falling, and as we look around the rest of the area, it's going to be a long morning out there. It's going to be a long Saturday morning out there. And unfortunately, we possibly still have another round of severe weather possible as we go later on this afternoon into this evening. I'm going to flip this back over to Max 3 right now, and we can see what's going on as we go throughout the day today. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Look at this. We're still under that enhanced risk of severe weather. Areas off towards the east are under that, or I should say the areas off towards the east are the enhanced risk of severe weather this morning for what's going through right now as that moves off towards the east. Then off towards our north, over towards eastern Arkansas and northern Mississippi, around Jackson, around Greenwood and all that, you see another enhanced risk. So we could see more storms firing up in that neck of the woods, and that could be a hail threat. But we're still under a slight risk here this afternoon and this evening here. Once again, here in the Pine Belt, we could see a few more storms firing up later on this afternoon.
They were saying basically
evening.
starting later on this evening in the southwest and then moving east.
Yeah, so
That's one I was reading the discussion from the Weather Service.
So the REC says had a little bit of time to read the discussions this morning from the Weather Service. They're saying that we could see storms firing up this evening, so a little bit bigger breath of fresh air. We get a little more time.
Maybe we can get a little rest before
we can get a little rest and kind of recover from everything that we've seen.
Hopefully this round won't be as bad as the first round.
Yeah, that's what we've looked at this morning. Hopefully the tornado risk will be lower with this round as well. But as we talked about last night at 10 o'clock, we could see the tornado threat coming to a lull out there this morning, but it's been an active morning out there. We're going to zoom back in onto the home view right now. Current time is 6 a.m. straight up and down. You're watching live severe weather coverage on WDAM-TV in Hattiesburg, Laurel and Hattiesburg. Watching around the world on WDAM.com through our live stream. You can also watch us on our Facebook app, on our WDAM weather app, and the WDAM news app as well. And you can watch us live on News On Roku as well. So the current news is weather out there this morning, and it's been a long day. The tornado has hit Hattiesburg, and there are injuries. Rex, you have new information?
Yeah, we have another employee reporting Petal at the Adams Nursery. Debris is all over the ground, trees down. Looks like many of the greenhouses are gone. Some pieces are in this person's yard. Obviously, we're going to see a lot of damage when the sun comes up.
Yeah, we're going to obviously hear a lot of damage. So Adams Nursery now being reported in Petal had some damage out there as well. So that's unfortunate news there. We've also got reports now from some of our employees, some of our WDAM family members whose homes have been damaged from the tornado in Petal this morning. So they are now, it's kind of a family issue now. Family always sticks together. So our family members have been hurt from this as well. They are okay. They escaped uninjured, but their house has been pretty damaged in Petal as well this morning. They've had pretty significant roof damage and tree damage to their house as well. So kind of a personal hit. We also had to take cover here at the station right around 4:30 this morning as a tornado at a big area of rotation passed directly over the station. We got some tree damage reported on I-59.
We guessed almost 40 miles per hour.
And we had a 40-mile-an-hour gust here in Hattiesburg, here at the station this morning on the anemometer on our roof. And we're getting reports now of trees down blocking I-59 at exit 73 southbound. That's Monroe Road. We've also got reports of trees down blocking north and southbound portions of the interstate in Hattiesburg at different spots. We've also got reports of traffic backed up to a standstill and trees down blocking I-59 southbound at exit 60 south of Hattiesburg this morning. So a lot of tree damage out there this morning. And we've gotten also a lot of extensive tree damage out reports in Petal and over towards over towards Petal and south and central Hattiesburg this morning into the Midtown area. We got a report of Hattiesburg Fire Station number 2 took a direct hit. Their apparatuses and firefighters were okay. They were able to leave the station and go help other civilians around the city this morning. I've also got reports that that William Carey University this morning has taken a direct hit from the tornado. Injuries are reported to some students there. The tornado hit the girls and the boys' dorms. Several of the halls there have been have damage.
We saw pictures.
We have pictures of that as well. We've also got pictures of Petal coming out. We've had several gas leaks reported around Petal as well. Folks, this is just not the morning to go outside to go do anything out there this morning. It's truly not. Just wait. Just let the rescue workers deal with that as well. And here's some of the pictures. This is the shopping center next door to the Walmart on the Evelyn Gandy Parkway in Petal. You can see that's an AT&T store. And that's on the ground. Unfortunately, this picture is leaning. You have to look at it with your head tilted towards the left. That's how it was sent in. But you can see there's damage there. That's a bar and grill, I do believe, that's next door. That's, I think, Fox's Pizza as well in that shopping center. And you can see there's a lot of heavy damages there. There's also damage. We've been told there's pretty good damage at the Subway and the Little Caesars, but they are still standing, but they do have damage there to their buildings as well. We were told that from a viewer and from the general manager of the Subway there in front of the Walmart in Petal. We've also got reports of trees down in Petal this morning. A lot of trees down. This right here is a church in Hattiesburg. I forgot what road this was on, but this right here is a church that has a lot of damage out in front of it this morning as well. In the city of Hattiesburg, we have other pictures coming in on a slideshow right now. Do we have any more pictures in control room? No? Okay. So that's what's going on around the Pine Belt right now. You can see behind me we got the Forest General Sky Cam showing off towards the south from the Alpha Insurance Camera Network, and it's currently 59 degrees there. The atmosphere is starting to stabilize, so that's good news. Hattiesburg, you're out of the severe weather threat. You're actually out of the tornado watch as well. We'll go ahead and flip this over to Holy just on Max 1 now and take a live look what's going on across the Pine Belt right now. You can see the line of severe storms now from about State Line extending off towards the south and east towards the McLean area, over towards Beaumont just south of New Augusta, and to portions of southern Perry County now coming in into the Wiggins area and down off towards the south and east towards Poplarville and Picayune, and now moving into northern Hancock County as well this morning. No severe thunderstorm warnings out there, no tornado warnings out there as well. We'll take a live look at what warnings we do have. We have a flash flood warning for Marion, Lamar, Forest, Jones, Jeff Davis, and Covington counties. That goes until 8:30 this morning. And I'll go ahead and click on that. 8:30 this morning. We've had a lot of heavy rain falling. 2 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen. We can expect another inch or two possible additional on top of that as well. But that is good news here, is that there's no flash flood warnings and no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect across the Pine Belt this morning. As for the tornado watch, which has about 1 hour left on it, I see that's been extended now towards the east over into Alabama.
I think they'll soon be dropping it for our area.
Yeah, Walthall County, you've been dropped out of it. So the counties that are still remaining are Wayne County, although the threat's coming to an end, pretty much over for you now. Wayne County, Perry County, George, Greene, Jackson, Stone, Pearl River, Hancock, Harrison, and Jackson County.
I think they'll be dropped pretty soon.
Still under that tornado watch as well until 7 o'clock. The line of severe weather is still not passed off towards your east. And as we'll zoom out around the rest of the area this morning, tornado watch extending now into much of central Alabama, even back into my neck of the woods this morning. And that goes until 11 a.m. Central Time for them. So over towards East Alabama, tornado watch extending out for them as the storms move off towards the east this morning at about 45 to 55 miles an hour. And really, the threat of severe weather is not over. You can still see the threat of tornado warnings over in Marengo County, Alabama. Also, severe thunderstorm warning over in Wilcox County, Alabama, well off towards the east between Meridian and Montgomery this morning. That's approaching the Selma area this morning, but we're still seeing a lot of heavy rain out there this morning here in the Pine Belt. Kind of seeing a little lull where that flash flood warning is, so that's good news there, but we still got some more moderate rain off towards the west of that before the rain really starts to cut off now along to the west of I-55. I-55 pretty much the cutoff line there this morning. We'll go ahead and take a look around the rest of the southeast this morning. and see what's going on. The reason why we saw all this severe weather this morning is this upper level low, which will zoom out around the rest of the nation. You can see spinning up here into portions of, let's see, I'm not sure what just happened. Okay, so there's the look at the radar right now. Let's try that one more time. All right. We'll zoom back out, put it back on the water vapor satellite. You can see that area, a big spin. This right here is what caused round 1 of severe weather. Round 2 is getting it set together right in here. This is the upper level low that'll cause that later tonight, and it'll pass through the Pine Belt tomorrow morning, and we can still see some more possible severe weather as we go through early Sunday morning as well. So round 1 is slowly coming to an end. It's over for Hattiesburg, but for our southeastern viewing area, you're still under the threat until 7 o'clock. Tornado watch extending for you. But that's round 1. Round 1 coming to an end for us. We still could see round 2 later on this afternoon, and this, mainly towards this evening. Much of it will be kind of concentrated in northern Mississippi, but we still could see a few cells down here. We'll be watching all that very carefully, and then off towards the and to the morning hours, we can see more storms coming in here as well. But it has been a pretty active morning out there, and you can see a lot going on, severe weather here into southern Mississippi. So we'll flip it back over to the Southern Photoelectric radar right now. Live look out there, live sweeps out there. Still seeing a lot of lightning with these storms as these storms move off towards the southeast at about 45 to 55 miles an hour. But the good news is that we don't have any new information. We don't have any warnings out there other than the flash flood warning for Hattiesburg and Jones County and off towards Marion County and Lamar County, Jeff Davis and Covington County as well. And that runs until 8:30 out there this morning. But a lot of heavy rain still falling out towards the south and east into the viewing area. Rex, do you have any new information?
Well, I was just reading just going over the zone forecast package coming out. And what they're pretty much indicating today is we're actually just going to end up partly cloudy with a slight chance for showers and thunderstorms this morning, maybe not so much this afternoon. Then showers and thunderstorms in the evening, then showers and thunderstorms likely after midnight, and some of those may be severe. So then it all gets out here quickly early Sunday morning.
Yeah, so by early Sunday morning, I would say about 9 o'clock, by the time we're getting ready to head off to church, we'll be coming to an end with that.
Hopefully this round won't be as bad as this round.
Yeah, that I would think so. We'll take a look at the RPM model. We'll advance this through the next several hours. The RPM model gets us out of here, and you can see it actually clears us out later on this morning. So we'll have to see. We could see a few peaks of sunshine as we go through the day. But this afternoon, be sure to remember, we're going to be pretty juiced anyway because the warm front's what's causing this right now. So we got more unstable air coming in behind it. And then you can see some cells firing up later on this evening, mainly from about 6 to 8 o'clock. The main risk is going to be with these is going to be damaging winds, maybe some hail, and still can't roll out. Tornado risk is not 0 with these, but a little bit lower than it was this morning as it comes through.
Well, I will like to add that if you're tired of all this spring light weather, it looks like by Thursday night and Friday we're going to get a good cold front in here. We'll be back into the 30s for lows and highs in the 50s.
Yeah, so that'll be good news there.
Well, that'll cut down on any severe weather right there.
Yeah, that'll kill our threat for severe weather.
Yeah.
Then as we go through
we've had enough.
Then as we go through Sunday morning, we can see another round of storms. We'll have to keep an eye on these. Some of these model runs have been coming back a little bit weaker with this. So I think the main risk, if we see anything Sunday morning, would be with round 3, would be mainly some gusty winds and maybe some small hail. But the tornado risk is going to be the lowest out of any of these rounds with round 3 Sunday morning. Most likely just seeing some showers, some thunderstorms, maybe some small hail and some gusty winds with these as finally the cold front comes through. Not really giving us any relief though in the terms of cooler temperatures, but at least it gets all the storms out of here by Sunday evening. But definitely we need that break in the rain. Then as we get through Wednesday, we'll see more showers coming in across the Pine Belt as another system comes in, and that'll finally cool us down considerably. What you're looking at, here's the 7-day forecast. You'll just have to knock the numbers back one day because this was made for last night. But you can see by the time we get into Thursday and Friday, getting down into the 50s. So definitely a lot nicer later on next week. But we still got a lot to go through over the next couple of days. Also, I haven't heard any new information, but I'm still presuming that the Hattiesburg weather radio is still down. So folks in Lamar, Forest, Jones, Jeff Davis, Covington, Marion, Lamar, parts of Walthall, and parts of Lawrence, you can't pick up the weather radio. The Weather Service knows it's off the air. They tried to fix it yesterday and the day before, but they could not get it working in time. There's a part that apparently failed that they couldn't get ordered in time, and unfortunately it coincided with a big tornado that came through Hattiesburg this morning. So that's channel 4, 162.475 megahertz on the NOAA Weather Radio. Weather Radio channel 4 is off the air. You can try to do a substitute by either using our WDAM weather app, which will let you know if anything is coming through the area, or you could use your weather radio. In some areas, you can maybe try to pick up neighboring weather radios. So you can see parts of areas in the yellow. You can try to flip it to weather radio channel 7. That would be 162.550 megahertz. Areas in eastern Forest County, you can try to flip it over to the Lucedale transmitter. The Leakesville transmitter. That'll be channel 2. And then portions of Covington, Jeff Davis, Marion, and southwestern Lamar and Walthall counties, you could flip it over to channel 6 that comes out of up around McGee, and then again down towards the Bogalusa area. That's channel 6, 162.525 megahertz, weather radio channel 6. You can try to pick it up there, but unfortunately in the actual Hattiesburg area, Oak Grove, Petal, and here in southwestern Jones County, none of those transmitters can reach far enough, so we just don't have a weather radio, unfortunately. It's kind of the dead zone until they can get it fixed, but the weather radio is still out. But the good news is we're trimming away on that tornado watch right now. You can see Wayne, Perry, Greene, George, Jackson, Harrison, Hancock, Pearl River, and Stone counties still under that watch until 7 o'clock, but they are trimming it away. Also, Forest, Lamar, Marion, Walthall, Lawrence, Jeff Davis, Covington, Jones, Clark, Jasper, Smith, and Simpson, you're in the clear right now. And really Wayne County is too. It's just the Weather Service in Mobile has not really trimmed it off just yet out there across the Pine Belt, but it has been a long morning out there. We're waiting the sun to rise this morning, and it's going to rise on a pretty damaged city of Hattiesburg and Petal this morning, unfortunately, as a pretty large tornado moved through the area. And
I think it had to be a pretty wide one too.
Yeah. So that's what's happened this morning. No information coming in from you. Production booth, I'm going to ask, do you have any new pictures or information coming in? Notice that we haven't had anybody come in this morning to talk to us really in the last about 25 to 30 minutes.
We'll probably start getting flooded with pictures here as daylight comes in.
Yeah, as daylight comes in, we'll definitely start getting...
Plus, we'll have our own camera crews out,
yeah,
too.
We'll have live shots out there. We got Ryan Moore already out there. He's been up with us all night as well, tracking these severe thunderstorms as well. We're going to take a look at the current temperatures out there across the Pine Belt this morning. Currently, it's 61 in Hattiesburg. You can see a little bit cooler off towards the west, 59 in Collins, 61 in Columbia, 60 in Laurel, 59 in Moselle, 61 in Quitman, 61 in McGee, and 60 right now in Prentice, while New Augusta says it's 64, 70 in Leakesville, and 72 over towards the Lucedale area this morning. But the good news is the tornado threat really now starting to kind of come down this morning, but we have had a lot of damage out there, unfortunately, this morning. Let's see, I'm looking in what's going on this morning, seeing if we have any additional stuff coming in. Nick Ortego is reporting here just a few minutes ago. Large tree down 59 southbound. All traffic stopped at exit 73. Still out there this morning. Traffic still on a standstill. Getting reports of we got some new pictures coming in. Let's see this morning. I'm gonna see if I can kind of get these uploaded this morning. Information coming in. Charles Harrison says security at PRCC Forest County campus saying they are okay, and that is good news there. I'm looking over our Slack channel this morning. Looking over some information right now. Official from William Carey saying that they've had a lot of damage out there this morning. They've unfortunately had some damage this morning as well. And looking over anything else that's going on right now. Lots of damage are being reported near the Petal in Walmart this morning, and so we're seeing a lot of damage coming in this morning, unfortunately, across the Pine Belt. So let's see. We're going to try to see if we can get some of these pictures to load up correctly here.
I'm looking at this right now. Charleston in. I'm trying to figure out exactly where it is.
but we're seeing a lot of damage, and actually we got a picture of that house. It's actually the whole roof of the house is sitting in the it's sitting in the road in the middle of Petal right now. But definitely, we're working right now to get some of those images into you right now. We'll take a live look out there from Forest General Hospital right now. It's 61 degrees. Winds are out of the northwest at 12. Kind of breezy right now. Winds are gusting to 21 miles an hour right now.
There's that drier air moving in behind that line of thunderstorms.
Yeah, a little bit of drier air moving in this morning, but we're still kind of moistening up. The atmosphere is still going to be recharging as we go throughout the afternoon, so we still can't rule out a few severe thunderstorms later on this evening. But we do get kind of a breather. We're panning off towards the south this morning. There's the big light. Aircraft warning line on top of Forest General Hospital. There's the water tower right there. You pass it every day when you head off to work, heading down to Midtown, Hattiesburg right there. And you can see traffic moving A-OK, but Hattiesburg Police Department and the Mississippi Highway Patrol is pleading with you to stay off the roads. You're in the way for them this morning, and just please stay out of the area and let them do their job. There's a lot of injuries out there this morning and a lot of damage out there, unfortunately, and just a lot going on this morning as rescue crews try their best to help out. Now, we'll go ahead and go back live. Well, actually, let's go ahead and take this look. Right now, that's another look. This right here is, despite the banner, this right here is a look in Columbia right now from Matt Grubbs Ford. You can see everything A-OK there. And then this right here is a look.
It's breezy, though.
Yeah, it's breezy. And then this right here is a live look out towards, this right here is at Petro Nissan in West Hattiesburg. You can see a lot of rain on the lens, and it's pointed off towards the west, so it's still dark out there this morning. But we'll head on back to Forest General Hospital right now, panning on back to the north. You can see it's kind of dark out there this morning. Usually if we scanned it around this time, we'd see a lot of lights out there, but the power is out in a lot of these areas this morning. And a lot of damage from the apparent tornado that came through the city of Hattiesburg this morning, and has caused a lot of damage not only in the city of Hattiesburg, but as well in Petal and over towards Runnelstown. And William Carey University took a direct hit this morning. So thoughts and prayers go out to everybody. And we have unfortunately gotten reports of injuries at William Carey University this morning there into the Pine Belt. So looking around the area, we got a lot of damage. It's going to be a long day out there across the area. I see Will coming in here right now.
We got a minute of video from Charles. It's from somewhere around William Carey University.
Okay, let's let's roll
It's
it.
kind of dark, but yeah, we can play it.
Play it. All right, so we're going to get, this is from Charles Harrington right there, live. Go ahead for it.
That's the sky cam.
All right, there's the video.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Just in this kind of darkness, if you can see that kind of damage, you can imagine what it's going to be like in the light.
I think that's a truck on top of like a tree, but there's a lot of damage there. There's a lot of power lines down on the ground.
So difficult to see without daylight.
It's going to be a big mess at daylight, I guarantee you.
And this you said was around William Carey University? Yeah. That's a lot of damage right there, and you can see just the amount of damage. That truck looks like it sustained some damage possibly from the tornado this morning.
Somewhere near Highway 49, the intersection of another street, the name I cannot remember. I just got this.
Okay, so that right there's a, looks like that's a Nissan Titan V8 truck there. It's sitting in the ditch. Looks like it's been tossed. A lot of debris and trees down around it. You can see looks like Hattiesburg Fire and an ambulance sitting there off into the distance. They're looking at everything that's going on, trying to clear it off, and that right there is someone's hand that was hand modeling our WDAM.
You're hand modeling, yeah.
That's a hand model right there, but that's the end of the video right there, and as you can see out there across the Pine Belt, it's going to be a long morning out there, unfortunately, here, and as we go throughout the afternoon. We got some additional pictures coming in. Will, I don't know if you can have access to this, but there's some pictures coming in Slack. I don't know if you can import those in. Okay. They're coming in from one of our morning show producer, Todd Mullins, of a lot of damage. So whenever you get that ready, just let me know. Also, Nick Ortego, our news director, has posted some pictures of the interstate here just south of the station. and what's going on. Aaron, our web director, is coming in.
This is a copy of the web story. It has the most updated damage as well as road closures.
Okay, so we got a big list of information to go over, so I'm going to kind of look over this right now. We'll go ahead and put the radar up right now behind me. That way you can see for all those viewers in the southeastern part of the viewing area what's going on this morning. We still got some severe thunderstorm. None of these are severe right now, I should say, but they are strong thunderstorms.
There are currently no severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings out, but there are some strong thunderstorms out there still this morning, and getting latest information in. Okay, that's just new trees from earlier. Damage report still coming in. Okay.
They're beginning to come in.
Okay, this right here is a new damage report coming in from the Glades community. It's from a lot earlier. I don't know if it's still down. That was around 4 o'clock. Trees down along Glades Demi Line Road, and apparently the Glades area of Jones County. But here's the latest that we got so far. Brand new information, hot off the presses. From Hattiesburg, large tornado ravaged part of the city this morning and also damaged the parts of Petal. Damage also was sustained at William Carey University. There are some minor injuries. Right now, workers are trying to make sure students are safe. They had there is damage to most buildings on the campus, including cars, and a home across the street are damaged. Mia Overton, the William Carey Public Relations Coordinator, says officers are working to ensure safety of students and that everyone is accounted for, and they have sustained a lot of damage at William Carey University. She also said that emergency officials are on campus now assessing the damage. Mayor Johnny Dupree has boarded a flight and is on his way back from Washington, D.C. He was up there this morning, or the other day. Hattiesburg Fire Station number 2 in Hattiesburg has suffered a direct hit. The good news is firefighters and their apparatuses apparently were okay. We heard from Ryan Moore. He said that they left the station and went out to help and cut paths to access people who were injured this morning into the tornado. The firefighters left the station on foot to assist those in need. Multiple gas lines have been ruptured and are broken in downtown Hattiesburg and Petal. Lines are actively leaking, so there's a lot of leaking gas lines this morning. So don't go out there and find any. Don't go investigating a gas leak with a match.
Let the professionals do it.
That's the old saying. I think that goes without saying. But yeah, let the professionals do it. Be sure to stay safe out there this morning. Also, extensive damage in the city of Petal. The strip mall near Fox's Pizza was suffered pretty extensive damage, nearly flattened as well. Walmart suffered some significant damage in Petal on the Evelyn Gandy Parkway. Most roads are impassable. Also got reports of damage to the Subway and the Little Caesars Pizza, and directly in front of Walmart there. I also got reports of an overturned semi in the Walmart parking lot there on the Evelyn Gandy Parkway. Perry County Sheriff Mitch Nobles is also reporting damage in Runnelstown, though nothing specific at this time, but we did get reports of some trees down just north of the town. Yes, right.
So we've got the pictures from Slide. They're from the intersection of Main and Carterville.
Okay. Okay, so we got pictures now coming in from Petal. This is from the intersection of Main and Cartersville in Petal. So we're going to go ahead and flip over to that. This right here is damage coming out from Petal this morning from the tornado. And you can see that is the roof of a house.
Man, look at that.
In the middle of the road right there at the intersection of Main and Cartersville in Petal. And you can see right there, that's somebody's roof sitting in the middle of the street. So that's just a testament of how strong this tornado was. This is also the AT&T store, that strip mall next door to the Walmart. You can see it's pretty much extensive damage.
That's tornadic damage.
That's pretty extensive damage.
Don't you think so?
I would say so. That's pretty extensive damage. There's a lot of twisted metal there. And you can see, once again, there's that house at the intersection of Main and Cartersville in Petal.
Thanks, Will.
All right, so that's what's going on right there. And those came in from, one of those came in from Mon Musiette, and the other one I think came in from our morning show director, Todd Mullins. So those are coming in from our WDAM newsroom. That's exclusive to WDAM. But the latest, we still got search and rescue crews are being deployed to Forest County to assist Forest County EMA in the Hattiesburg area. MHP reporting Interstate 59 is closed due to debris. Trees and power lines and large debris are over a large area, so the public's asked to avoid traveling. Severe weather still moving through the southeastern part of the state. The Mississippi State EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, has been activated and is now providing resources to the counties in need. And the Mississippi EMA will provide updates on information as it becomes available. Some road closures that we have right now is State Highway 15 near Ovette, completely shut down, trees on the road. One lane is open on I-59 southbound near mile marker 62. We're also being told don't try and even go to the area of East Hardy Street bridge into Petal, the bridge that goes over from Hattiesburg into Petal. Apparently there's a lot of damage there. South Main Street in Petal completely impassable. The road under the Hardy Street Bridge near Highway 49 and 7th Street is flooded. So Highway 49 and 7th Street and the Hardy Street Bridge there as well. A lot of standing water there as well. We also got reports earlier this morning of Leontine Price Boulevard in Petal. They saw a lot of flooding as well. We got that report from the Jones County Emergency Management. That was in Laurel. Laurel. Evelyn. That was the Leontine Price Boulevard in Laurel. I don't know why I keep saying Petal. It's been a long day. I've been up for almost 21 hours straight.
I think everybody in the Pine Belt's been up because everybody's been so concerned.
Yeah, everybody's been really concerned out there this morning, so a lot still going on. We'll go ahead and take a live look now that we finally got through that long list of information. Live look, Southern Pine Electric Radar. You can still see storms off towards the west, over towards Leaksdale, Loosedale, and extending off towards the south and west towards Agricola. That's into George and Greene County. We're also seeing over towards Wiggins and Saucier, over into Harrison County. They're seeing the line of storms as well, and then extending off towards the south and east over into Hancock County around the Stennis Space Center and approaching Bay St. Louis, Gulfport, and Biloxi and Wade. But
I think we're definitely just about done with this severe weather.
Yeah, we're definitely just about done with this round of severe weather. Rain's kind of coming to a little lull right now in Hattiesburg and Oak Grove, but we're still dealing with it, and our neighbors off towards the east are still dealing with it as well over into Alabama. As well. We'll go ahead and zoom out and take a look around the southeast to see what's going on right now. Take a look at the tri-state. You see storms lined up all the way from Columbus, Georgia, up around Auburn, just to the north of Montgomery, and then over around the Birmingham area as well. All of this is moving off towards the north and east. This, like I said, is round one as it moves off towards the east, but you can see kind of a little bit of spin now in the atmosphere. Big area low pressure really starting to develop pretty big around the Birmingham area, and that's one of the reasons why we saw the tornadoes this morning. It was started off as individual supercells, and then they've morphed into a big squall line this morning, kind of like what we expected to happen here into the Pine Belt as we went throughout the afternoon, and that'll be the case as we go throughout the rest of the late morning. Tornado watch extending into Alabama all the way over towards the Chattahoochee River, the border with Alabama and Georgia. So Lee, Russell counties over there, Chambers, Macon, and Bullitt counties way over there in East Alabama, all the way Montgomery, all that under a tornado watch until 11 a.m. this morning. That includes Destin and Dothan and Mobile as well. So if you're heading off towards the southeast of Mobile, you're still driving into those storms. But the good news is, look off towards the west. Look at that. We see a big sharp cutoff too, a big sharp cutoff of the precipitation, and now up to I-55. So we'll get kind of a breather this morning once these storms finally move off towards the east. They're moving in towards the Mobile area now, and then we're still dealing with light to moderate rain across much of the Pine Belt, but it is coming to an end fast.
I think they'll probably end that watch at 7, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that what they're going to do, they're probably going to end that watch at 7 a.m. I think by then the storms will be into Mobile, and
it's just level the base of Mobile now.
They'll be out of our hair here in Mississippi, no doubt. But definitely a lot still coming in as well. So you can see the sharp cutoff of that, and also back behind it, we'll actually flip on the infrared satellite over towards Alexandria, and just west of the Mississippi River, we got some clearing going on. So a little bit of dry air coming in, so a little bit of clearing. We may see some sunshine later on this morning, and that'll help with some
I think it's going to turn out to be a pretty day.
Yeah, it'll turn out to be a pretty morning and early afternoon out there across the area, but unfortunately, we could see round 2 come in this afternoon. Like I said, it's going to be a 3-round event, so we still could see some cells coming in later on this evening and then maybe some more gusty winds when you go off to
But
church.
hopefully
Sunday
not
morning.
like what we saw.
But definitely, hopefully not like what we saw. We're not expecting it.
I'm expecting any time now for the Weather Service to say they'll be sending a survey team down today.
Yeah, Will, do you have any new?
We've got a tape report from Ryan Moore from Hattiesburg.
Okay, we got some
Okay,
information from Ryan Moore, so let's go ahead and head over and roll that tape.
Guys, we're still out here in Arledge area where this appears to be one of the hardest hit areas in downtown Hattiesburg. Now I'm going to pan over here and you can see right here behind me there are emergency crews lined up. This is folks in ambulances and Hattiesburg police cars. Now they are currently working to assess this area and they are coming through. Right now they're actually, the crews are bringing in a stretcher right now to actually take care of a person that is inside. They're coming through to help render aid and assist. They're going home by home and checking to see the extent of the damage and to see if anybody needs assistance. In Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
So definitely, that's a lot of information coming in from Ryan Moore this morning. Definitely a lot going on out there, and thoughts and prayers continue with everybody in Hattiesburg this morning. And we've been the hardest hit, unfortunately. We talked about this last night right before the 10 o'clock news. The Weather Service was saying hype the area along and south of 98. We're really concerned that could see a lot of tornado, a strong tornado, and here enough, it happened right here in the city of Hattiesburg this morning. Started around between Purvis and Oak Grove, around 589, continued straight into southern and central and midtown Hattiesburg, and then crossed the river as it crossed into Petal.
I'm not sure if it ever even lifted.
I don't think it ever did lift it. It went straight over across the river into Petal and caused an extensive.
It's a pretty long track.
It's a pretty long track. Well, we had that 19-mile tornado up in Simpson and Smith counties yesterday on Thursday.
Yeah.
And that was a little surprising because the atmosphere was barely supportive for it.
Right. And this was verified quite frankly well.
And this was primed as well. This is more what the atmosphere, what we saw coming into this event was more like what we see in March or April, kind of that late spring severe weather situations. And to see this so early in the year, that was kind of concerning out there as well. The good news is the severe threat is really coming down really fast right now across the Pine Belt. The threat is really wrapping up pretty fast. Really, the only county still under the risk of severe weather would be down towards around the eastern counties, the southeastern county, George, Greene, Jackson, and over in that area. But as it moves into the Mobile area here, probably by the top of the hour, but we've seen an extensive amount of damage.
Expire. I expect to see it expire.
Yeah, they're probably just going to let it roll out because those storms are still in that area. But I don't see them. They will not expire it. They will expire it. They won't reissue it at 7 o'clock because you already see they have that new tornado watch into portions of Alabama. And that goes until 11 a.m. Central Time, noon Eastern Time there. So a lot of stuff still going on off towards the west, but you can see those warnings, the watches are starting to come down pretty fast. And as we zoom back here into the Pine Belt, we only have one warning, and that is the flash flood warning, and that runs until 8:30 this morning across Marion, Lamar, Forest, Jones, Jeff Davis, and Covington counties this morning. Areas have seen about 4 to 6 inches of rain. And they're still seeing some rain falling out there.
But it's kind of lined up a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of lined up a lot. But you can see, we'll flip this over to the 6-hour rainfall totals, and you can see just the areas that you see in the reds. That's your rainfall totals anywhere from about 4 to 5 inches of rain. Areas into the orange, that's where you're seeing rainfall amounts around 3 inches, 3 to 4 inches, and areas in the yellow 2 inches. And that's really showing up well where those tracks of the supercells were. We had about 2 or 3 supercells this morning, and then it merged into two, and then it became just 2 big supercells. We had the one supercell that came into Lamar County. It ramped up right as it went over Hattiesburg, Petal, and Runnelstown. It moved into southern Jones County and then into Wayne County, passed right over Waynesboro this morning. No damage reports out of there, so that's good news. But then we had that second hook echo that went right behind it. I mean, about a mile or 2 north of it was where the couplet was with this. And it was very close. But we have Will coming in. I think he has a new phone interview coming up here in just a second. So once we get that information in, are you ready? Okay, we're ready. We got a new.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're ready. Go ahead. You're hot.
Hello, hey, Patrick.
Yes.
Yeah.
A little update from downtown Hattiesburg. I'm down here, and I just got in touch with a medic crew from AAA ambulance that was going to render aid. There was a woman in the 100 block of Edward Street that was pulled from a home. They said that she had a head and back injury. She said that when she was inside, all she heard was something come through, and next thing you knew, something fell on top of her head. So they have got her out of the house. They have had to carry her because they cannot get ambulances or vehicles down here in the hardest hit area, and they have carried her through the street. There are folks all out in the roadways looking at damage, and emergency crews are still asking them to stay inside if they're able, but right now just a lot of structures down here, dozens that are not even safe. Some are barely standing and some are not standing at all.
Ryan, you've seen a lot of tornado damage in your career reporting. What would you say this kind of looks like right now? What kind of rating?
You know, it would be extremely early to tell, but as far as from some of the brick and as far as from some of the structures, just the extent and the width of it, you know, I'd probably want to guesstimate somewhere around a 3. I mean, I'm seeing complete brick structures that are completely gone. They're completely obliterated on the slab, and there are trees that are completely snapped at the base. You can see them that they are completely twisted and broke the other way. There's probably 2 or 3 power poles down in this area that are still standing, and they have crews out now with chainsaws just working to get in here. Prior to the paramedics that I got with, I was with a group of Hattiesburg police officers that were making their way through. All they have is flashlights, and they are going door to door and searching homes to be sure there's no one injured inside. And while they were inside one, they did find a dog. They were able to bring that dog out, and he's hanging out on the front porch at that home right now. But some residents nearby had taken the elderly lady out of that home.
Ryan, this is Rex, if you can hear me. Compared to the February 14 tornado, does it look similar from what you can see?
To be honest with you, from the area that I've gauged so far, I would say this is a little bit wider.
That's kind of what I was figuring too.
Into, I would say, is by PCS. There's a big area of trees across, and there is just a massive thing of that is just everything's been cut. It looks like they basically took a saw and cut everything to the ground.
Wow.
And the few trees that are remaining, you can see that they are completely bent or completely twisted and tipped over.
Do we have any idea how many people may have been taken to local emergency rooms for treatment?
Say that one more time, Rex.
Do we have any idea how many people may have been taken to the hospital for treatment?
No, they actually do. I just spoke with Paul Presley, the Hattiesburg fire chief, just a little bit ago. They actually do not even have a close number yet. They haven't even been able to get to all the streets that are affected yet. There are multiple ambulances that are on side streets down here that are just standing by, and the medics on board are actually taking the journey, and they're actually having to walk in areas just to get to people.
My gosh. Well, our hearts certainly go out to those folks.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild ride this morning. Ryan, thank you so much. Do you have anything else you would like to say?
That's all right now. And just one more reminder. Again, I spoke with Mayor Johnny Dupree, and he tells everybody, please stay away from the affected area. Let emergency crews search the area and do their jobs.
All righty. Thank you so much, Ryan Moore. That's a live phone report from Midtown Hattiesburg this morning, where there's a lot of extensive damage out there across the Pine Belt from a tornado that hit Hattiesburg at around 3:45, 3:50 this morning, and it's caused extensive damage in portions of southern, central, Midtown Hattiesburg. Took Williams Carey University. We got a report them from their officials saying that nearly every building on campus has been touched in some way. They have a lot of damage out there, a lot of damage to the dormitories. We've often been told of moderate injuries to some students out there who were at that dormitory. And then the tornado continued on into Petal. Most likely it stayed on the ground the entire time from about between Purvis and Oak Grove through Hattiesburg into Petal, where it caused a lot of damage there. We've gotten reports of a roof of a house.
Well, we actually saw that.
We actually saw that a few minutes earlier. We got a
picture
picture of that somewhere. A roof of a house sitting in the middle of Cartersville Road at Main Street in Petal, and extensive damage to the strip mall next to, and there's that house, the roof of that house sitting there, and that's in
I've
Petal.
never actually seen anything like that.
You know, this is something like you would see on The Wizard of Oz.
Right. It's like,
not really in Petal, Mississippi, you know.
You can imagine the actual home is destroyed, or
yeah. I mean that's right there close. That right there is the strip mall. The next building, the next picture that we saw, that was the strip mall next door to the Walmart. It has an AT&T store there. Extensive damage, so you can see the sign and hanging down. Pretty much the whole front end of the building was caved in. Extensive damage there, and then also there's a Fox's Pizza and a bar and grill, I do believe. There it is, right next door to that, and you can see it's almost like parts of that building has collapsed, and so there's a lot of extensive damage. We're hearing there's damage at the Walmart in Petal. There's an 18-wheeler flipped over in their parking lot. The Subway and the Little Caesars has taken some damage as well. They're still standing, but they have damage there. We got that report from a viewer and the general manager and the manager there at the Subway right there in front of the Walmart in Petal. We also had a viewer say that they believe the tornado went straight down Corneth Road in Petal. So that's a pretty populated area there. And so a lot of damage still coming in across the area. We've got numerous reports of gas leaks into Petal as well, arcing power lines, also just a lot of damage going on there. And another thing that's going on is just the amount of everything. Remember, all this happened between about 3:40 and about 4:15 this morning. And also the weather radio transmitter in Hattiesburg is off the air. So
of all
times, the Weather Service worked for 2 days to get this thing back working, and they could not get it on in time. And so they've been stressing, please hype everything, make sure everybody knows what's going on when we issue a warning, because we're pretty concerned for everything right now. If you have any pictures or video as the sun starts to come up, if you can, take them safely. Don't venture into an area that's not safe, you're not supposed to be in. Remember, there's still live power lines down, there's trees down, there's nails in the streets, there's nails everywhere around these areas. But if you can safely take a picture, please send it in. You can send it in to pics@WDAM.com. You can also submit it to our Facebook page, facebook.com/WDAM-TV. Also on Twitter at WDAM. You can also send it in to me on my social media, Rex's social media. Nate Lilia, he's giving a weather presentation in Seattle this morning, but you can send it in to him as well. He's been helping us out tremendously all the way from the left coast, helping out with giving the information from us that we've been reporting to you, making sure the Weather Service knows what's going on as well, so they have an accurate account when they come in. There's still no word when the Weather Service will send in a damage crew, but we do know they will be doing that at some point today. They're just still dealing with the severe weather threat. So once this really starts to wind down, they'll most likely start to send in reports. They'll send in a survey team later on this morning into this afternoon. And new report here, the beeper going off in the back office. Rex, do you have anything new?
Yeah, we're in luck. I think we can wrap it up. Green, George, Perry, Stone, and Wayne have been expired from the tornado watch.
Okay, that's good news there, that they have been dropped from the tornado watch there. So that is Green, George, Perry.
That's going to pretty much take care of our counties.
That's pretty much going to take care of our counties. I think Pearl River County.
And Wayne, I'm sorry, too.
And Wayne, too. Okay, that's good news. So those will be dropping off the map here momentarily once our computer gets that data ingested. So those counties along the eastern part that are controlled by Mobile, they've been dropped out of the warning. So now the only counties that remain under the tornado watch until 7 a.m. Okay, yeah, we're not going to go off the air. We're going to stay with you throughout the morning. This is a breaking news situation. We have our teams out there across the area, and we're going to stay with you. We're going to stay with you. We're not going away at all. We're going to make sure you know what's going on and how to stay safe and what's going on across Hattiesburg, Petal, and the rest of the Pine Belt this morning from this morning's severe weather and apparently a large tornado that went through the city of Hattiesburg this morning. Taking a look right now, live with the tornado watch. The only counties that remain under it are Pearl River, Harrison, Hancock, and Jackson County. The counties off towards the east, Wayne, Perry, over towards George and Greene and Stone County. Those have been trimmed away. Our system hasn't ingested the data yet. It'll be dropping here momentarily. But the tornado watch expires anyway at 7 o'clock. So by that time, we're 15 minutes away from that. So
and Pearl River will be dropped too.
And Pearl River will be dropped too. So at 7 o'clock, all these tornado watches will be dropped, and we'll get to kind of sigh a big breath of relief. We've kind of dodged the severe weather. We took a pretty hard hit here in Hattiesburg, but we are going to be here throughout the rest of the mornings to continue to keep you updated. We got our news crews out there. They're gathering information. We have anchors coming into the station right now. They'll be getting ready to set up and do continuous coverage as we step away eventually from the weather side. Once everything kind of calms down, we'll hand it on over to the news side, and they'll continue to give you the latest information, what's going on across the Pine Belt. Rex has new information.
Yeah, well, actually, this is a statement. What was a little discouraging to hear from Ryan, I know he covered the February 14 tornado.
Yeah.
And he's just describing brick structures destroyed and so much damage they can't even get it to see. I'm afraid it's going to be at least an EF-3.
Yeah, that's kind of...
And he's also describing possibly a wider path.
Yeah, a wide path. I would also say, we saw that big blossom of debris on correlation coefficient this morning.
We could clearly see it.
When it got down to those really deep blues, and that's something I kind of thought about when he said that, was with some of these research now, at a certain point, we didn't look at it. I didn't look at how high that debris was lofted, but you can tell how high that debris signature goes in the atmosphere and get a kind of a gauge of it. And usually when you see those kind of deep blues, it's getting up there EF2, EF3.
Oh, you definitely get into a strong tornado.
This right here would have been that strong tornado that we were worried about last night. It unfortunately...
it may rank up there with the...
yeah. And
February 14th.
This right here kind of was our worst fear of something hitting Hattiesburg this morning. Right. And we lost power several times this morning. We had
and there were
we had brownouts. We took power hits. We took a lightning hit. We lost our audio at one point. I even had to use paper signs to convey our message this morning. When the warning was in Lamar County and when it was going through Petal, this was all I could get out because we didn't have audio at some point. So we've operated from the biggest and best technology to bring you severe weather to the absolute most basic, which is a Sharpie.
But at least we're trying to get information out.
Yeah, so. Which is a Sharpie and a piece of paper. And so hopefully we've done our job, and hopefully we have protected you and kept you informed all throughout the
Actually, I would like to say I've had a couple of comments on coming into my email, thanking the station for what we did and helping protect people.
Well, that's great news there, and
we certainly,
it's definitely been an honor.
We appreciate that. It's an honor to do that.
It is, and we thank you so much for trusting us because you have an option, but you trusted us, and we thank you so much with everything that you've done out there. But let's see, Will's coming in.
We got a tape report from Ryan Moore.
Okay, Ryan Moore. We got some new tapes.
Ryan's staying on the ball.
He is. All right, let's go ahead and roll that.
Guys, we're down here on Edward Street in downtown Hattiesburg. Now, as you can see behind me, just over my shoulder, this is one brick home that is destroyed. Now, there are a few walls left standing. Now, about 2 houses down, emergency crews just rescued a woman from inside the house. She was complaining of a head and back injury, and they did take her from the scene. They had to actually carry her out of here. She was injured, and she will be transported from the scene by paramedics. Now, emergency crews are still working the area. They haven't even been able to come through and check all of the streets or damaged homes yet, but that's what they're working to right now. Live in Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
All right, and that's a live look that was from Ryan Moore just a few minutes ago. Tape report, live look out there at Forest General Hospital at 49 and Hardy Street. Hattiesburg police still responding with lights flashing. There's still emergencies going on. There's still people in the city that need their help this morning, and so there's still a lot going on out there this morning across the area. As you can see, the sun's coming up over a bruised and battered Hattiesburg, but we will be strong. We've dealt with this before, and we've dealt with this before back in 2013. We can do it one more time. Unfortunately,
we don't want to do it again.
We're going to do it again, but that's a live look off towards the south and west over towards the water tower at Forest General Hospital. This is a look at towards where the tornado path was. Obviously, we're just a little bit too far away to see anything that's going on. Still not really bright enough yet, But this right here was very close. So you see that right there is an ambulance coming out of that area, lights flashing, and that's possibly some people that's been rescued down there this morning, and they're rushing them to the hospital this morning. So a lot of emergency vehicles out and around Hattiesburg. Please, please, please stay off the road. They are begging you to stay off the road. You are in their way if you're out on the road this morning. If you got to go to work this morning, please call ahead. Make sure your employer wants you to come to work. There's a lot of damage, a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down across the roads out there, and just make sure. And if maybe they will let you stay home for maybe an hour or two. That way things can kind of get cleared up, and we can kind of get on our feet and see what's going on out there now that the sun is starting to come up. You can see another ambulance rushing back south. Well, they had their lights on this, and they're off now. But you can see another ambulance heading down south, down towards the tornado path this morning. And so we're going to see emergency vehicles continuously running with their lights flashing towards and away as they go down there to help everybody this morning. So definitely out there. We got Ryan Moore, not Ryan, but we got Will coming in. Is it Ryan? All right, yeah, this is Ryan Moore. We got another phone interview with Ryan Moore. So, all right, go ahead, Ryan.
Guys, I got some sad news. I spoke with Forest County coroner officials. Right now, the death toll is at 4.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
That's not what we wanted to hear.
They do expect that number to rise. Some of these are coming from mobile homes, group close together. They are still continuing to go house by house and place by place in searching. But right now, they do have 4 confirmed dead.
That is just unfortunate, not what we wanted to hear this morning. It's, you know, it seemed like we were doing so well this morning because, you know, we kept hearing of people being pulled out, and now we're hearing unfortunately, that from Ryan Moore, 4 people have died. That's coming in from the Forest County coroner there. Anything else, Ryan? Do you have anything else?
No, that's it right now.
Okay, so that's Ryan Moore live in Midtown Hattiesburg this morning, and so unfortunately, we are pretty bruised this morning. Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody and everybody around the rest of the Pine Belt. Hattiesburg needs your prayers this morning. Unfortunately, now the death toll stands at 4 in Hattiesburg from a tornado that came through around 3:45 this morning and has done extensive damage into the city of not only Hattiesburg, but between Purvis and Oak Grove, and it went on through Midtown Hattiesburg. It hit William Carey College, William Carey University. There's extensive, as we've been told, there's nearly every building on campus has been damaged in some way. There were students that were injured at William Carey University. We also got reports of damage and injuries reported in Petal this morning. A lot of weird kind of scenes coming out of Petal, because you see houses like this sitting in the middle of the road, something you would see more in Kansas or in The Wizard of Oz or a movie, but not in Petal, Mississippi. And there it is, sitting at the intersection of Carter Hill and Main, a complete roof in the middle of the road there. And so definitely, and then there's what's going on there in front of AT&T this morning that's in front of the Walmart. So that strip mall was pretty heavily damaged as well. Also, we got damage to the Subway and Little Caesars in front of the Walmart in Petal. Also, we've heard the Walmart in Petal has sustained damage. So the Walmart on the Evelyn Gandy Parkway has received damage out there this morning, and a lot of damage in Petal as well. Some of our employees have their houses damaged in Petal.
Yeah.
They're okay. We've so far, everyone that I know that has been hit by the tornado, they're okay. So that's good news there. But unfortunately, some people in the Pine Belt are waking up and they're not getting that good news. Unfortunately, we've now been told that from the Forest County coroner that 4 people are dead in Hattiesburg.
I'm just worried that I don't want to alarm anybody, but when he's describing these brick structures completely destroyed, I'm worried about a lot of folks. Yeah,
that's pretty significant damage there, and I mean, you know, my heart only goes out to them. I mean, this was kind of the perfect storm. The weather radio is out in Hattiesburg. You know, there's people who rely on that. It happened in the middle of the night. It was apparently a large tornado.
We were doing the best we could, but we were getting knocked off there too.
Yeah, we had a lot of lightning
But
hits this morning, and
you can't fight Mother Nature. I mean,
you really can't. I mean, this morning we have went from the latest and greatest technology, what you see behind us, what we use every day,
to writing on the paper.
to we have been humbled to writing on paper this morning to get the word out, because we had no audio. We had picture, but we had no audio, so we had to write it on paper and just hold it up to the camera until we got our audio back up and working. So
Well,
we have.
I'll speak for all of us. It's a very sad morning.
It's a very sad morning indeed for the Pine Belt. So we're now being told 4 people are dead from the Forest County coroner. That is confirmed. And I mean, you can only hope from here that we don't have that death toll rise, but unfortunately it looks like it will. And as this tornado came through around 3:45, 4 o'clock here into the Pine Belt, and we have taken a pretty big punch, a pretty big sucker punch this morning, and the damage is pretty extensive across Hattiesburg, and all of our crews. We have all of our crews stationed out there this morning to show you what's going on. We've been getting continuous reports from Ryan Moore. We got reports in from our morning show producer Todd Mullen. We have Jack Benedrosi out there. Our web producer Aaron Lowry's been here. Nick Ortego's been out in the field. We have been getting reports from, like I said, Ryan Moore and everybody who's out there, as well as Charles Harrington and the entire WDAM staff who's out there this morning covering the damage. And you can see some of that damage there. That was in Midtown Hattiesburg this morning. If you look off towards the right, there's a Nissan Titan. That's a big V8 truck sitting right there. It looks like it's just sitting on top of a tree that's been blown down. So that kind of, I can't hardly tell from that, but it kind of looks like it may have been picked up and tossed there. So a lot of damage out there this morning, and Brett Barfield from the Mississippi Highway Patrol called in. He said, please stay off the roads if you can. You're in the way. They need you to stay off the roads this morning. Please don't go out and look out there this morning. Don't go look around. Let them do their job first. Please let them do their job. There are people trapped in houses this morning and they need help. Please let that help get to them and don't hold them up and don't be in the way. But we've also been told of a lot of injuries out there this morning, not only in Hattiesburg and Petal, but at William Carey University. We got reports some students were injured. But unfortunately, we've had the death reports somewhere in Hattiesburg. 4 people unfortunately have died from this tornado right now. Live look out there from Forest General Hospital on the Alpha Insurance Camera Network and the weather bug. You can see right now 61 degrees. Winds are out of the northwest at 12, gusting to 21 at times. So a little bit breezy out there this morning, a little cool out there as well. And we kind of get a little bit of a break this morning as well. So round 1 is over. We could still see round 2 fire up later on this evening, although we're not expecting anything like we saw this morning here in the Pine Belt. The main risk is going to be maybe some hail and some gusty winds. Tornado risk is not 0, but it is not anything like we just saw 3 hours ago here in the Pine Belt. So we'll continue to watch that later on this evening. That risk will come in later on this evening. New data has come in, but me and Rex have not had time to look at it, so I don't really know if anything has really changed other than what I saw last night at about midnight when everything kind of came out. And then after that, we've been kind of watching everything as well. So
all the tornado watches are gone now.
So that's all right. So that's good news there. The tornado watch has been allowed to expire for the entire viewing area. It's currently 7 o'clock right now. About to flip over. 7 o'clock right now. You're watching WDAM-TV, WDAM News 7, Laurel, Hattiesburg, and the current situation out there. The current news is weather, and a large tornado hit Hattiesburg overnight. It touched down between Purvis and Oak Grove, continued to cross over. It crossed over Interstate 59. It took a direct path near the Cloverleaf at 49 and 11. It took a direct hit on William Carey University. Nearly every building on campus, we've been told, is damaged. There were students injured. We've had a lot of injuries in Hattiesburg this morning around Edward Street, very close to the Forest General Hospital, and then down into Petal. It continued on, most likely on the ground. We got damage at the Walmart there. The shopping center next to the Walmart is pretty heavily damaged. There's damage to the Little Caesars and Subway there in front of the Walmart. And then we also had a viewer say that he thought the tornado went down Corner Street in Hattiesburg. And then we got reports out of Rundlestown from the same storm as it continued on towards the north and east, and there's most likely some damage from that tornado in the Runnelstown area. We're still waiting to get information from them, but we've had a lot of damage out here in Hattiesburg, and we've had a lot of damage in Petal as well. And a lot of damage out there around a lot of the Pine Belt. You can see right now emergency vehicles running back to the hospital coming out from the south, transporting patients. Just saw an ambulance there running off towards the north on 49, and we've seen emergency vehicles running to and from northbound and southbound, going towards the damage and coming back from the damage. And so there are a lot of people who are injured, and they need our prayers this morning. But like I said, we unfortunately now have 4 dead being told to us from the Forest County corner this morning, and from a tornado that was apparently pretty large. We've even been told that there was Mason buildings that were damaged into the Hatties over towards in Midtown Hattiesburg. Brick Mason buildings damaged, so that's a lot going on there this morning, and so our thoughts and prayers continue with them as well as we see some traffic continue to come now towards northbound, down from about 80th Street there at the Cloverleaf Shopping Center this morning. So a lot going on this morning across the Pine Belt, and it's been a long day for a lot of us here at the station. I've been up since about 10 o'clock this morning. Been here at the station since 1 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock this morning. So you know, it's been a long night for most of us in the Pine Belt this morning, and so we're going to continue on as we go throughout the morning. We got Blair Leday. She's here. She's getting mic'd up right now. She'll have the latest coming in from all of our reporters who are out in the field this morning. We've got Nick Ortego's out there. We've had our morning show producers sending in footage as well, and we've also seen reports from Jack Pedrosian, Charles Harrington, Quintus Jones is heading in this morning, and Ryan Moore has been definitely sending in a lot of stuff this morning. So a lot going on across the Pine Belt, and it's been a long morning out there, and we're really just getting started with our coverage here. We're not going away at all. We're going to stay with you throughout the rest of the morning to continue to keep you updated on what you need to know and what has happened. And unfortunately, we've had 4 fatalities now from a tornado that hit Hattiesburg out there this morning here into the Pine Belt. One look right now, we're going to break away from that sky cam. Temperatures are cooling down. We're into the low 60s to upper to mid 50s behind this. So we're seeing a little bit of cooler air coming in behind this, so kind of a little bit of a break. But then as we look off towards the south and east, live look at the Alpha Insurance, the Southern Pine Electric radar this morning, you can see actually they do have a tornado warning now down towards the Mobile area. No tornado watches or warnings here in the Pine Belt. That's good news there. So you can see we'll actually flip over to this right here. The watches have been allowed to expire, so none of our counties are under a tornado watch anymore. Unfortunately, we still do have tornado warnings going on out there over around, we have the flash flood warning in portions of Jones, Covington, Jeff Davis, Marion, Lamar, and Forest County. That goes until 8:30. We also have a tornado warning in portions of Mobile County. That's out of our area, but some of you have family members that live around Mobile. Maybe you want to give them a call. That's coming towards Midtown Mobile, around the University of Mobile and the University of South Alabama. That's near my alma mater there. And then over around the Prattville area and around just to the north and west of Montgomery, over in Lowndes and Autauga County, they get a tornado warning there. Our neighbors now in Alabama now have to deal with the severe weather from this round. We'll zoom out and show you what's going on over there this morning, but they're now having to deal with everything that's going on. Look at all the lightning associated with this morning. So you can see now the big risk over around the Montgomery area along the I-65 corridor, as this continues now to move off towards the east right now. So the threat for severe weather kind of coming to an end. It's actually really come to an end here in the Pine Belt, but you can see the rain still off towards our west. The rain is still off towards our west. It's coming to an end now. So we're starting to see some of the rain coming to an end over around over towards Simpson County, over around Smith County, and over towards now starting to come into Jeff Davis and Covington County this morning. But unfortunately, like we said, tornado hit this morning at around 3:40, about 3:30, 3:40 this morning, over in touchdown around Oak Grove and Purvis, moved into Hattiesburg, moved into Petal, moved into Runnelstown. And unfortunately, we've had a lot of injuries, an extensive amount of damage here, and we've had, unfortunately, 4 fatalities, and that's coming from the Forest County Coroner's Office. No exact number on the injuries right now, but we are, unfortunately may see that death toll rise this morning. So we're looking to see. Blair, are you ready to go? Or is production ready to go?
I'm gonna hang with Blair.
Okay, I'm just.
So we can get everything adjusted. If you want to go talk.
I'm ready to go whenever you are, Whitney. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and send it on over to Blair. Blair.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just now joining. Thank you, Patrick and Rex. They've been here all night following this. As Patrick was just saying, we have reports of 4 confirmed deaths according to the Forest County Coroner's Office. Now, we're not sure exactly where those deaths happened, but is Patrick up? Patrick, what do people need to do going forward to avoid any more accidents like this from happening? I know you said that there were still some watches going on later today. As of now, they're over with, but
yeah, for the right now, the severe weather threat is over, but we still may see another round of severe weather. Good news is, from what I've seen so far, it's going to be a much lower end threat than what we've seen this morning. We're not expecting much of a tornado risk. It's not zero, but it's definitely a lot lower than what it is right now. And definitely the main risk of this is going to be damaging winds and maybe some small hail as this comes into later on this evening. We'll continue to look at it, but I haven't had a really good chance to look at any new data since 11 o'clock. And then we could still see maybe some showers and thunderstorms come in early Sunday morning for round number 3 between about maybe 5, 6, and 9 o'clock. So as you're getting ready to church, you could see some stronger thunderstorms. That'll be the lowest end of severe weather risk for any of these, because I think the main risk with this is going to be maybe small hail and some gusty winds. But we went through round 1. We've got a pretty big black eye from this, but unfortunately, like Blair said, we've had 4 dead out there and extensive damage across much of Hattiesburg and Petal and William Carey University.
so as far as some of those warnings that you all were giving out as far as keeping safe, if anyone didn't heed the warnings, what are the things that they need to do to be safe?
What you should do to keep safe, then next time we have a warning, a tornado warning, get to that interior room. If you don't have an interior room, you need to get to an interior closet. And what you should do is, maybe if you don't have that interior room, get into an interior hallway and close all the doors to that. And that'll be your best bet if you can't have that, and if your house just doesn't have it. If you live in a mobile home on nights like this, go to the shelter. Go to a neighbor's house. Go to a family member's house who lives in a actual, sturdy brick and mortar built with wood house with a concrete foundation or anything like that, and stay there. And that'll definitely keep you safe in a mobile home. We've unfortunately heard of people who were damaged, who were in a mobile home this morning. They survived, but their house was rolled over several times from a tornado up and around Runnelstown this morning. So, and also just
didn't he say that the corners of the fatalities possibly were in mobile homes?
Yeah, we got reports. Ryan said possibly the fatalities that we've heard were in mobile homes. So, I mean, the Forest County shelter was open. It was open all night last night, so maybe if you do live in a mobile home and if we have more severe weather, go there if it's open, but if not, stay with a family or friend member.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
No problem.
And we also want to let you all know that we have reports of a 21-year-old handicapped person. Are they missing, Whitney? Is that is missing? Forest County is with the family right now looking for that person. It's a 21-year-old handicapped woman. It was near Luther Carter Road. That was last seen on Luther Carter Road around 3 a.m. They live on Buford Devens Road. That's in Petal. Her name is Amanda McSwain. She's a 21-year-old handicapped woman. And so if you have any information on that, or you've seen someone roaming around, or you think you might know what's going on, you can contact Deborah Arrington. That's her mother, and her name is Deborah Arrington, and the phone number is 601-606-5154. That's 601-606-5154. And also on the 100 block of Edward Street, someone was rescued. They're complaining of head and back pain. They were taken from the scene with those injuries. So again, like Patrick said, if you don't need to get out on the road, you need to stay in, because there are still people being rescued. We have Ryan out there, and Whitney, is 59 still closed off? As I was coming into the road, okay, sections of 59 are shut down, so if you if you need to go out, which we advise that you don't, but they are closed off. If you need information on exactly where they are, you can go to our website to see where those parts of the highway are closed down. The fire station says the fire station is damaged and possibly the police station is damaged as well. According to William Carey officials, there are some minor injuries there. Officials are working to ensure that the students there are safe and all of them are accounted for. There's damage to most buildings on campus as well as to the cars there. Houses across from the campus are demolished. Complete loss. What was that, Rex? Flash flood warning?
That's just a flash flood warning. That's just with the remaining rain. Whitney, if you can hear me, I'm joining Blair on the news desk here. If you want to get a camera up here to maybe put us on a 2-shot, if that's possible. And we can go over some of the stuff that we know from, appreciate that time.
Right, yeah.
I'll help you out here a little bit because Patrick and I obviously have been covering this all night. And
Rex, can we get a quick update on the weather right now?
Sure, we're fine. All the tornado watches and warnings have been lifted. There's nothing like that going on. What you heard in my pocket was just my phone going off, which I should have had done on silent. I'm sorry, but they're just still keeping up a flash flood watch. You can see the radar there full screen, but because it's still raining in areas where it rained quite a bit, and that's a precautionary measure because the rain's going to take a little while. But I would suspect, and Patrick, I think you'd agree, in the next several hours that rain will taper on out, and we'll just actually end up with a pretty day out there, probably partly clouded skies and temperatures in the 70s. But unfortunately, we do have to report there have been some fatalities with this particular tornado. Patrick and I were tracking this thing, what time, about 3:30 this morning?
It was it was about 3:30, almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it looks possibly like it was you guys can bring us back on there if you want to. I'm thinking possibly a long track tornado, and what the destruction that Ryan has described to us, Ryan Moore, out in the field, and some of the pictures we've seen, I would not be surprised if that was an EF-4 tornado.
Right. Whitney has some pictures that we'll show you all in just a minute to show you all some of the damage. Another look at some of the damage.
We're going to get more and more as the sun comes up, and we're going to get a much clearer picture of this.
Yeah.
Right, unfortunately, I'm sorry, Pat.
They have those picture readies.
They have the pictures ready? Yeah, okay.
It's going out right now, but we do have the pictures. They're working on getting some pictures up there for you all. If you do want to see it, you can also always go on the website and see a list of all the damages and all the pictures that we have, people have sent in, and some stuff that our reporters have gotten out there and sent in to us.
See, that tornado was on the ground. Well, Patrick, I believe, was on the ground for a while.
Yeah, definitely.
So, guys, for people who are just now tuning in, have they confirmed the level of the tornadoes yet?
No.
Or okay.
That'll be, the Weather Service will come down and do a survey probably this morning. Wouldn't you
Sometime
imagine?
late this morning into this afternoon.
Right. We won't know until the strength of it until they get here.
Okay.
But Patrick and I, obviously being what we do for a living and what we've seen picture-wise and what Ryan Moore has done such a good job reporting and I think Charles Harrington, I would say the damage obviously is very extensive.
Okay, we're going to toss it on over to Ryan for another look from Hattiesburg.
Guys, we're still out here in Arledge area where this appears to be one of the hardest hit areas in downtown Hattiesburg. Now I'm going to pan over here and you can see right here behind me there are emergency crews lined up. This is folks in ambulances and Hattiesburg police cars. Now they are currently working to assess this area and they are coming through. Right now they're actually, the crews are bringing in a stretcher right now to actually take care of a person that is inside. They're coming through to help render aid and assist. They're going home by home and checking to see the extent of the damage and to see if anybody needs assistance. In Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
So apparently he's reporting from Hattiesburg at that, but obviously the damage stretches from what would you say, pretty much north of Purvis.
Yeah, kind of along that 589 corridor.
Right, into Hattiesburg, into Petal, and then on up to about
Runnelstown.
Runnelstown, yeah. So
I mean, that would be about a 25-mile path if it was on the ground continuously.
Yeah, I would think probably it reached its maximum strength somewhere between Hattiesburg and Petal.
Yeah.
When we were looking at it.
Yeah, when we were looking at it this morning on correlation coefficient, there was a ginormous debris blossom of on the radar, so tornado debris signature with it. So definitely, right when it hit Hattiesburg, I think it was getting as big as it was.
It was getting its act together for sure.
But,
and unfortunately, the weather radio is down.
Yeah, the NOAA weather radio is still down out there this morning. The Weather Service has tried for the last 2 days to try to get it online. They tried all they could yesterday, but the part that was broken couldn't come in time, and therefore it stayed off overnight. We tried to offer the WDAM weather app. It'll do basically the same thing. It'll alert you. It'll wake you up. And also there are several third-party apps, and also the FCC sends out their text messages for tornado warnings. But this was kind of a hard situation. It's going to be a kind of a hard pill to swallow, knowing that we had a large tornado on the ground and the weather radio transmitter they could not get it fixed in time.
Some of the buildings that were damaged in Petal were, like you said earlier, Patrick, were the Walmart, the Little Caesar, Subway, AT&T, and the shopping center near the Walmart off Evelyn Gandy Parkway, Main Street, Central Avenue, W.L. Smith Elementary School, also known as Petal Upper Elementary School, Carterville Road, and possible phone tower down, power outages all over the place. Even when I was at home, electricity was just going in and out.
We were having such a tremendous electrical storm, if you want to call it. Wouldn't you say, Patrick?
Yeah, we had a lot of lightning.
There were brownouts going out everywhere across the area. We went off there how many times? Numerous times.
And thousands of people are being affected by the power outages. So
yeah, we have no idea from the power companies how many people are without power at this point. I'm sure there are plenty of people without power at this point. But that's speculative. But with as much damage as we have and as many reports we've had of power lines down and live power lines, I'm sure there's a lot of folks without power right now.
Well, the latest information on the power outages from Petal, 2 major outages as of 4:30 near East 5th Avenue. That affects about 130 customers. Mississippi Power workers are on that scene working to reevaluate that situation, but have not said when it'll be repaired. Probably as the sun comes up, they can get out there and really see where the problems are.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of debris to clear.
Right.
We're understanding that they're having to clear a lot of debris just to try to get to folks and check on them, see if they're okay in their homes and stuff.
Right.
So we got a lot of trees down. Obviously, there were a lot of power lines down, and it's kind of like a chaotic situation at this point because we just don't really know yet.
The second outage was near Carterville Road. That affects about 623 customers. They're also out there working on that.
Sure. I'm not surprised. And when Patrick and I tracked the tornado through, I mean, it was clearly a strong tornado.
It was definitely a strong tornado out there this morning.
Now we're getting reports, obviously, that unfortunately there have been some fatalities with that.
Yeah, that's going to be the worst to swallow out there this morning. I think that's right. Here's a live look out there from the outage map at Mississippi Power. You can see a lot of power outages still out there across the area. And that's for the Hattiesburg area right now, and you can see thousands of people are still without power this morning.
Lamar County. And,
I'm working on generating a graphic on Weather 1.
East 5th Avenue now has power back in Petal, so they are out there working quickly to get people their power back, and that way they can tune in and see what's going on to come.
But I'm sure there's still a lot of people without power in probably the rural areas.
Right.
Yeah, I would say probably several thousands of people in Forest County are still without power.
I'd definitely say that.
I'm looking at Pearl River Valleys. I'm generating a graphic right now to kind of look at what's going on around the year with those outages. And right now they're sitting at over 4,000 people. And they're actually, this is over 4,000 power boxes. So that's a meter because they don't measure it by customers. They measure it by individual meters because one meter could do 2 or 3 households if it's like an apartment or something like that. But
I'm sure it's a mess. Maybe we'll repeat what we did in February of 14, maybe when the helicopter down from our sister station, and maybe get some aerial views of the area by maybe later today. Hopefully.
Yeah. Also,
That one's not my call, obviously, but I hope that happens. Because you guys weren't here back then, but it was the February of 14 tornado. And we did a lot of aerial views.
Right.
And it was amazing to see just how bad the storm was. And from what I'm hearing and what I think Patrick believes, I think it's going to be pretty similar.
Right.
Got reports of several houses flooding now in Raw Springs area this morning, so it just kind of keeps getting worse and worse. Whitney, she told me something in my ear. Okay, we got a live interview with Mayor Johnny Dupree on the phone. We're going to go ahead and give Blair. Go ahead.
Okay, here comes Will.
Oh, hey, wait, we got Will coming in. So stand by, we're getting that working right now, but we got a lot of power outages out there this morning. Also, houses flooding now in the Raw Springs area.
Okay, this is Johnny.
Good morning.
Dupree.
Thank you for joining us, Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning. Who am I speaking with?
This is Blair.
Hey, Blair.
Okay, Mayor Dupree, do you know of the processes that you all are going through to go ahead and try to rectify the situation right now, as far as what we do know so far?
Well, I don't know what you know and what you don't know. But what we're actually doing now is meeting, getting all our services coordinated, all our emergency departments are getting together, trying to make sure that, first of all, people are safe. We're doing a search and rescue to make sure that we rescue everybody that we can, making sure that our search and rescue are safe as well, because there's still power lines down. We've got calls from USM and Camp Shelby, Forest County, and others who are coming in to help us if we need to have that additional help. But we're really surveying, trying to search and rescue, trying to make sure that we save everybody. My word, my caution to everybody is to stay off the streets. There's nothing to look at right now. You need to be safe by not going into the area that's been affected, and let us do our job.
Mayor, this is Rex. How you doing, sir?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm glad you're back safe from your trip. Are you in town? I'm assuming you're in town?
No, I'm on my way back now.
Okay, so you have not actually seen the actual damage yourself yet?
I have just pictures.
Just pictures, okay. All right. What are you getting back from your folks? Is it pretty bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. What I've received is, of course, the number of fatalities that they can certify that we have right now.
Right.
And we have 2 and possibly 1 more, which would bring that number up to 3.
When do you expect to get back into town?
We'll be back late this afternoon.
Okay. Well, I know you have some capable people taking care of everything here for you. And
oh yeah, look, let me tell you what. There's one thing that we do well, and that is we respond to these kinds of catastrophes. You know, we've had our share of them with hurricanes and tornadoes and floods and all those other things. But you know, we're coordinating, getting all of our emergency personnel together, making sure that we have we do all the documentation that we need to have declared a state of emergency, so that we can make sure that we do what we need to do without being hindered by purchasing laws and those kinds of things. You know, our water plant was down; it's backed up. We have several city buildings that are damaged. Our mass transit building is probably destroyed. Our construction department has taken a real toll. But we're rallying back, and I want to make sure everybody understands that we've had a lot of experience in doing this, and the people that emergency management, all those people doing what they know to do.
Well, I know you have a very good staff that's taking care of things till you get back, and have a safe trip.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
We'll check in with you later on for more information. For people who are maybe have lost their homes, is there any place for them to go right now for shelter?
Yeah, we have the emergency shelter that's open out on the multipurpose center. That's open right now. I think we have maybe 100 or so people in there right now. That facility can take many more citizens than that. And we need additional shelter that we can take care of that as well.
So people who need help, if they have access to a phone, who do they need to call to maybe help them? I know that we've had some rescues already so far. So
I'm sorry, you broke up. I couldn't understand you.
People who need to.
Somebody's trying to call in, so I can't understand you. What did you say?
who do people need to call if they need help, if they need to be rescued? What city officials can they look for? Or
well, right now, you know, we have you can call the EOC. We'll be texting a number to you to make sure you have a number for everybody to call. But you know, this is Saturday, so and it happened early morning, and so our action line is not open now. We try to get in touch with everybody to get them in, so we can make those numbers available for you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay.
We'll be checking back in with you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Unfortunately, for those people coming in and from out of town, maybe didn't know what was going on, they were stuck when I came in. Just they couldn't.
What was your trip like coming in? Did you get stuck in traffic or anything?
Well, I stopped by the fire station first to see, you know, if the route was safe for me to get in here, and then when I got to about Evelyn Gandy Parkway or the Monroe exit to get to the station, that there were a lot of 18-wheelers, a lot of cars just stopped, and that's where I believe Ryan was joining us at some point, and they were clearing the debris, clearing the trees out from the streets.
So the
traffic was just completely stopped on that other side of 59. So I'm sure a lot of people were maybe coming in, they didn't know what was going on. So unfortunate for them as well that they just kind of drove into this.
But you were able to get on in.
Right,
okay.
right.
All right. Yeah, did you by chance see in the part of town you live in any damage? Was there any damage around your apartment or any place like that?
I didn't see any damage, but I did see the creeks were full, and
I'm sure it was full.
Like Whitney just told us, there was a lot of flooding
still
going
raining
on
outside right now.
Right.
Did you ever lose power at your place?
I did lose power. It was kind of going in and out the whole night.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
there were
a lot of brownouts. We're just waiting on more information to come in.
Here are some pictures of the damage.
That's AT&T and Petal. That's next door to the Walmart.
Oh my gosh.
I heard you all mentioning some brick structures damaged as well, and
Ryan
that's when it gets
there
scary.
Was some brick, yeah, that's bad. Well, look at that image right there.
That's Whitney's saying that's downtown Hattiesburg right now, so that's I
really can't tell what that is.
I gotta get closer to that. That's right there's a brick structure, and you can see the roof has been just ripped off of that building. That's in Hattiesburg, I think, this morning. Arlen Street this morning.
It looks like it was South Hattiesburg and it's moved northeast into Petal is what it looks like to me.
This right here is Whitney saying Arlen Street, and then this right here is Duke and Aldridge Street. Multiple structures damaged there. You can see a tree on a car, and that's most likely totaled there. And anytime you get a big tree like that, it's going to damage the frame and the suspension. And then there's that trailer that Ryan Moore was talking about. That's a lawn equipment trailer, just picked up like it was like a Hot Wheel right there.
Well, definitely, if the brick structures are able to be damaged.
Well, you know the mobile modular homes is certainly in bad shape. This is a picture that Patrick and I are just amazed with. You get the top of a house sitting out in the middle of the road. I believe this is in Petal, correct?
Yeah, this is in Petal. This right here was at Cartersville and Maine, I believe.
As you said, it kind of reminds you of the Wizard of Oz.
It looks like something you would see in Kansas, not in Petal, Mississippi.
In a movie, you don't normally see that in real life. And
this right here is coming from Purvis, being told there. That's looks like a house that's been hit by a tree fell on a house this morning.
We're going to be getting this probably. That's from what? William Carey?
William Carey, I think.
That's one of the dorm rooms from William Carey?
Oh, this is Purvis, too. This isn't William Carey. This is Purvis. That's a house.
Oh, that's a house? Okay. Unfortunately, I believe we'll be seeing more and more pictures like this coming in as we get daylight really going here. And we can get teams in there to just how bad the damage is.
That's the William Carey dorms this morning. That's the girls' dorm. That's near the Baptist Student Union there at William Carey. And then we had some pretty unfortunate reports there. Some pretty moderate to major injuries there at William Carey for one student this morning.
And probably in more places than just William Carey. From
several. Whitney, if you head over to, and what is this? This right here is the Johnson apartment, the girls' dorm at William Carey campus, and you can see just how damaged that is right there.
We can get you about 10 seconds
as well. If you head over to Weather One real fast, we got a list of all the power outages around the Pine Belt this morning. You can see Mississippi Power is reporting 96,000 people without power. That's right, here's individual meters this morning. Pearl River Valley, almost 5,000 people without power. Dixie EPA, 5,600 people without power. Southern Pine Electric reporting over about 1,500 without power. And Singing River EPA, about 120 people without power. I think we got Brett Barfield on the phone with the Mississippi Highway Patrol.
We did.
Good morning, Brett.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Doing the best we can. How you doing?
We making it. Look, I just want to give you guys an update. For right now, I-59 southbound around the 62-63 mile marker is still closed.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to clear up an accident there. Hopefully, within the next few minutes, we'll have that cleared up, and what traffic that is on I-59 can continue south. Got some traffic conditions to talk about. Petal, the city of Petal, Highway 42 that runs the entire length of the city limits of Petal.
Yeah.
All the traffic lights there are out. They are power lines down everywhere. If you got to be out and about, travel the area with extreme caution. The city of Petal has a triage center set up at Petal Harvey Baptist Church for anyone that might be injured or any type of illness. And as well, the Civic Center in Petal is open for shelter. They are gas leaks everywhere throughout the city of Petal in the affected areas. There is extensive damage in the city of Petal. The Petal Police Department, as well as Highway Patrol unit that's going to be over there assisting that jurisdiction, is asking that if you don't have to be out, please don't be out. Make room for these first responders and EMS workers. We're working as fast as we can, and we're trying to help as many people as we can. Just give us a little room and be patient with us.
Have you been on the scene yourself, sir? Have you seen the damage yourself, or just getting reports back from your officers?
Yes, sir. I was assisting Petal Police Department earlier, and I actually was out clearing houses in the neighborhood behind W.L. Smith.
Would you compare this to the February 14th tornado?
It's going to be equivalent, if not worse.
That's kind of what we were afraid of when we were tracking it on radar.
That's correct. It's going to be the equivalent, if not worse. I know. I did not have a chance to make it to the city of Hattiesburg. I started helping in the first affected areas I got to, which was Petal.
Sure.
And I can tell that there's a extensive amount of damage to homes, to businesses. It's a serious incident.
Well, can you tell me not to put you on the spot, do you know, we understand there's a possibility of at least 4 fatalities. Do you have any report of how many injuries or possible fatalities we're dealing with?
I've tried to do some research because I saw the initial reports as well, but I can't confirm anything on injuries or fatalities at this point. The only thing I can say is if I get to the point where I can't confirm anything, I'll be more than happy to, let you guys know as quickly as possible. But I can't confirm that right now.
So we certainly understand that. We know you guys are very busy, and we certainly appreciate all what you're doing.
Well, I was clearing houses earlier this morning, and I had residents in the city limits of Petal that were affected. Said if it hadn't have been for you weather guys at WDAM, that it could have been worse. That you guys were up and gave them ample amount of warning to get to safe areas. So you guys were getting some praises this morning as well. Good job by all.
Well, you guys are doing a good job too. We certainly appreciate that. And be safe out there.
Yes, sir. I'll give you an update as quick as I can. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. We have a video update from Ryan now, so we're going to go to that.
We're down here near William Carey University's campus now, just a few streets over. As you can see behind me, there are homes that are completely destroyed. Now, the death toll in Forest County by the Forest County Coroner's Office has been standing at 4 for just a little while. Now, they do expect that number to possibly rise. Now, firefighters are still making their way through this area here near William Carey, searching structures to be sure that no one is left inside or someone is still injured. Now, they do have emergency crews on scene and ambulances standing by in the event that they do come across someone. Live in Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
Okay, we're going to do another weather update. What's going on right now?
We're going to pull up Patrick over there. I think he's still over there. There you go.
Can we have Patrick up for another weather update?
And thanks, guys. Right now, we just got word from the National Weather Service that they are sending a crew. The damage survey crew will be leaving momentarily the office up in Jackson, so they should be down here within the next 2 to 3 hours, and they will be surveying the damage here in Hattiesburg. But that's the latest information. The Weather Service is saying their survey team is about to leave the office in Jackson and will be heading down to Hattiesburg and should be here within the next 2 to 3 hours, and they'll start beginning surveying the damage here in Lamar, Forest, and parts of Perry County. So it looks like we had a tornado on the ground from at least 589 between Oak Grove and Purvis. It crossed I-59, it crossed over 49 at the 11 Cloverleaf, and then it went through Petal, and then also continued on into Runnelstown. They'll see if it was a continuous track and if it went on further, possibly in towards Jones or Wayne County as well.
Well, I think unfortunately, and I hate to report this, but according to Brent, with the Highway Patrol, we're obviously waking up to a very bad thing here this morning in South Mississippi.
So he said it was worse. It was equivalent or worse to 2014's tornado.
And that was very bad.
Okay.
So we're not looking for some good news.
Do you remember how many injuries or how many deaths were in 2014?
Actually, and we were very lucky in the February of 14 tornado. There were no fatalities.
Okay.
Well, there was a tremendous amount of damage, and for him to say it's at least equivalent, if not worse.
Kind of puts it into perspective.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we have some more video to show you all. It's a video from Charles Harrington. This is the Whitney Salvation Army in Hattiesburg.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Some roof damage, as you can see. Looking at it.
Yeah, it looks like it's lost a lot of its roof.
Right.
That's where they house a lot of the shelter people, right?
Yeah. Right. So
a lot of the sheltering down there.
Have people.
And I mean, it's right down the street. I mean, what's so funny is I was right, over there just a couple of days ago, and now it's hard to believe that it looks like that now.
Well, that's very, very near William Carey.
Yeah, that's right next door to William Carey.
Yeah,
you just go down that street a little further, and there's William Carey. But you can see where the tornado started and continued off towards the northeast, and we got some more damage here. I think that is that William Carey, Whitney?
Looks like William Carey.
Yes.
Yeah, that's William Carey University right there. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that is a lot of damage.
Oh,
that's got to be.
Imagine it's frightening for the students there, away from home, dealing with that.
Man, look at that. We're talking probably a multi-million-dollar tornado. Wouldn't you think, Patrick?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. But my goodness, I mean, I can't tell. I mean, it somewhat looks like the building was under construction,
like
but
bombs.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it.
A lot of folks are just now joining us if you have power. Unfortunately, the Hattiesburg Petal area has been struck by what we think could be a very powerful tornado early this morning. And we unfortunately do have some fatalities reported. We don't know how many injuries or that we have at this point. We're just waiting to get more information in. Daylight's coming up. We're just now beginning to get pictures in. We understand from law enforcement officials, if you do not need to be in an area, stay away. Sightseers are not needed. Rescue personnel need to get to folks. They have not gotten to a lot of folks yet because there's so much debris and trees down and power lines. So if you are a sightseer, please go back home and please let these people do their jobs and let these people try to help people maybe trapped or maybe injured in their homes. Okay, do we have someone joining us?
Yes, we have a representative from Dixie Electric joining us now. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see.
Who's joining us, dear?
She's from Dixie Electric. What's your name, ma'am?
Lydia Walters.
Good morning, Lydia. Can you tell us kind of the extent of the outages for your coverage area?
Yes, I can give preliminary numbers, and our linemen are doing assessment as we speak. Currently, we have 5,597 members out. That is across our full 7-county service area. Of those, 3,165, so just over 3,000 are in Forest County, and that which obviously would cover our Petal area.
Right.
Our linemen are out working. We have a lineman assigned throughout the system. In our Petal area, we have 2 of our crews working in that area, and we have 4 contract crews from a company called MDR that are going to be assisting us in that area as well.
Okay, you said you had a 7-county area. Could you tell me really quickly what all counties that you all do service?
Yes, absolutely. We serve Jones, Covington, Jasper counties, Forest and Perry counties, Wayne and Clark counties. The majority of our meters are in 4 of those, which would be Forest, Jones, Perry, and Wayne.
Right.
Okay, how long do you all expect those outages to be going on?
That is very difficult to answer at this point because our linemen are doing an assessment, and we already are having reports of broken poles, which does take time to change. So at this point, it would be very difficult to make an estimate.
What are you hearing from your crew? Is it really bad damage in those areas?
Well, as I said, the information's just coming in, but we are seeing broken power poles.
Broken power poles?
Yes. Oh. Yeah. So the damage is significant, yes.
Well, I know you guys are doing everything you can to restore power as soon as you can, but with that many folks without power, that's a lot of folks without power. That's probably going to take a while, so I'm sure you just want people to be patient, and I know you guys will do the best you can to get it restored as soon as possible.
Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate that, and as I have more information and can get more detailed information, I certainly will be in contact with you.
We certainly appreciate that.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's a lot of folks without power.
Right. You hear a lot about down power lines, but she said broken.
Yeah, well, that's just
poles.
that particular power company.
Right.
I wrote down 5,597 people, and that's a lot.
Definitely.
Over 3,000 alone just in Forest County, and I don't recall which power company was she with.
Dixie
Electric.
Okay.
And that's just one of the power companies that served the areas that were hit this morning, early this morning by the tornado. So there are obviously many more people without power at this point.
Well, if anyone did get their power restored and you're just joining us, we do have 4 confirmed fatalities or deaths due to this tornado, and that's confirmed by the coroner's office. So we still don't have any exact reports of where they happened, but we are waiting on those updates to let you all know and give you an idea of where they happened. Yeah,
everything is going to be a little chaos for a while. The emergency crews are on the scene. Again, I'm telling you, they don't need sightseers. Please go home. If you don't need to be in the area that's been damaged by this tornado, the rescue people needed to get in there because we understand there are still a lot of power lines down, a lot of homes and businesses very badly damaged. You have a lot of trees down, and even they're having difficulty getting to people's homes and trying to check on folks who may be injured. So the last thing they need in the area right now that's been affected by the tornado is a sightseer. So please do them a favor and do your fellow man a favor who may be injured, and just go back home and just watch it on TV and give those folks a break.
Right, and we do have another alert for you all. A 21-year-old handicapped person is missing. She was last seen on Luther Carter Road around 3 a.m. If you have any information on her, and that's in Petal, if you have any information on her, if you see her roaming around, her name is Amanda McSwain, and you can contact Deborah Arrington, that's her mother, and her phone number is 601-606-5154, 601-606-5154.
Well, hopefully she just found some
somewhere safe
to go, Just haven't had a chance to come out and tell her yet.
Right.
So hopefully she'll be okay. But it's been a very trying night, morning, to be honest with you. Patrick and I covered the tornado, and he did an amazing job. And,
Right, you all have been up all night covering this and making sure that people have the updates and the warnings that they need to have. So,
we did the best we could. I mean, unfortunately, of all times, the transmitter for the weather radios was down, and the parts that needed it most. When you say, Patrick?
Yeah, unfortunately, when you needed it most, and
just when you needed it most.
It was literally
the area that got
it was the one area of the entire Pine Belt that we could not pick up any other weather radio transmitters was Hattiesburg, and there was no way. If you listen to your weather radio, it's still out this morning. The weather service has been working 2 days to try to get this thing up and running. It went down, I think, Wednesday night or Thursday, and they've been working on it for 2 days to get it working, to try to get it working before this, and they tried and tried and tried and could not get it working in time. And
how often does that happen?
I mean, they go down occasionally. It's just like
they go down occasionally, but they service them a lot.
They're serviced a lot.
They're normally up running. This was just an unfortunate circumstance where they couldn't get it fixed in time. And we had this unfortunate situation happen, and we did the best we could, and I know everybody else did the best they could, and we were losing power like everybody else. We took, my gosh, how many power hits that
we took so many power hits this morning. I mean, we were reduced to having paper
write
notes.
on things to show the
camera. It was basically a Sharpie and a piece of paper to describe what was going on this morning because we couldn't get any audio out this morning. But we thank you so much for trusting us, and we hope we did you a good service because we did our very best out there this morning.
Well, thank you all so much. We do have another reporter of ours, Jack Bedrosian, and she's out there near William Carey with the latest from there.
We're here at what students call the COM, and as you can see, students are taking a little bit of safety. We have some snacks, some waters provided. No one is allowed back in the buildings yet, and we have some footage coming to you guys, and it's just a wreck out here. Most of the buildings, there's windows out, trees are down, everything's destroyed, but right now we've heard that there are minor injuries. And so far, those students have been taken to the hospital, but the rest of the students are out here just kind of relaxing, resting after this stressful morning.
Taylor Currit is also on the scene. Taylor, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, I'm on the campus of William Carey in the parking lot. As you can see, most of the cars here damaged, the windows blown out. You see a car right behind me flipped. A lot of cars even further behind me are piled on top of each other. Let me take you over to one of these. A car actually flipped over this fence here and is stuck in between, wedged in between one of the air conditioning units. Some of the guys a few minutes ago came out here trying to figure out a way to get this car out of here. Just a lot of damage in this area right now. Some of the buildings completely blown out, the windows, dorms, a science building over here. Just a lot of damage so far at William Carey. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
So can you see how bad this looks to you right now compared to the other tornado that you were saying? It put you in the mindset of...
It looks very bad to me. Patrick, I'm sure you want to join in on this too.
Yeah.
When you got a ton cars turned upside down, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, when you get cars turned over like that, that's a lot. But I think the biggest telltale sign of what we're seeing is these big brick mortar buildings with just damage.
Tons of damage.
And it's not like, a little strip mall that, it's kind of put together for big open spaces. These are big buildings that are a lot of money was spent to build these very strong and very ornate and beautiful buildings, and they look like a bomb has went off in front of them.
Can you recall if William Carey in particular had this type of damage at the last tornado?
I don't recall William Carey being damaged much during the 2014 tornado.
Yeah, I think
it was to the north of there.
I think it hit USM.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it hit USM, so that was a little bit
I think that area
north.
was basically spared.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm just getting a personal idea in my mind. This tornado was much wider than the February 14 tornado.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm thinking it might have been much wider. I mean,
I think it was much wider. I think it was obviously much stronger.
I mean, looking at this right now, I mean, that's William Carey right there. I mean, you can see the windows are blown out. It doesn't take a lot to blow out windows, but when you start seeing...
William Carey, or was
Salvation Army.
Salvation
Oh, wait,
Army?
that's Salvation Army. Excuse me out there.
Right.
Yeah, that's right down the street
Well,
from
it's all in the same area.
Yeah,
so.
it's the same road still. But, I mean, this morning, that was a pretty big debris blossom on the correlation coefficient this morning, and it kind of dawned on me after Ryan Moore was like, you know, saying that he thought it was maybe EF-3 damage. It takes a lot to get that kind of debris lifted that high in the atmosphere because the radar scans at 7,000 feet.
At least a 4.
It's 7,000 feet in Hattiesburg, and you see that much debris that high in the air, you know it was big.
And now Patrick and I were here together when all this happened, and we sat around for hours and nothing was going on.
Out here.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, boom, things just started popping off, and you had that one cell.
We sat here for about, I know you came in about 1 o'clock.
I came in a little after 12.
A little after 12, okay. And I mean, I've been sitting here since 10:30, and it was just that, all right, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen?
We kept waiting for it to happen.
And then it became a point of, well, is this going to happen? And
as soon as we said that,
it
did happen.
It just exploded.
There's a lot of flooding when I turned into the station as well.
No, I'm
sure.
I'm
getting some flash flood
We've
warnings.
had so much rain, you know, in the past couple of weeks, and at different times, the ground saturated, and the water has no place to run off. So.
Right.
But I think the flooding is the least of our concerns right now. We've had an unfortunate disaster in Hattiesburg and Petal this morning.
Yeah, I think this is, you know, it's hard to say this because, you know, we went through this in 2013. Hattiesburg became stronger, but boy, is this another tough pill to swallow. I don't want to come together stronger. I'd do it any other way, but not with another tornado like this. And unfortunately, we have 4 dead.
We do this for our living. We put out warnings, but it's tough to know that someone actually died.
It is tough, and it's also tough to know the second supercell passed directly over my house. So there's a point when I'm sitting there on air saying what's going on, and I'm like, am I going to be homeless here in about 5 minutes?
I'm kind of scared to go see if I got an apartment.
And then, you know, we have family, we have employees, they're family to us.
Sure, we've had employees that have been affected by the
We have had employees that have been hit, their homes have been damaged. I know one of our marketing directors, Eric Snell, he lives in Petal. He said his house had a roof damage. Part of the roof had been ripped off. He had a lot of trees down around his house as well. Said everyone was okay there, so that's good news. But
he did say a lot of other people's things were in his yard.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
goes to show
that. Yeah. Well, that just shows you just the power of the tornado itself.
So you figure that it's not confirmed yet, and the crews are on their way to confirm what the level of category.
Well, it's not confirmed yet, but just from what we could tell on radar and what we're seeing and the damage you're seeing, I would be shocked that it's not a tornado, wouldn't you?
There's no denying what we saw on radar.
There's no denying.
There's no other thing.
No, that was a tornado.
The tight rotation. I mean, you could literally see the winds coming in at an S angle from one way, and the winds coming in from the S angle at another way, right up to it.
And plus, the fact is, we've had eyewitness reports saying it was worse in 2014. So. Am I getting the date right? Is it 14 or 13?
Yeah, 2013.
2013, I'm sorry. Folks, I apologize. It was February of 2013. Time kind of flies in this for a living.
It's okay. It's a lot going on.
It's February 2013. Yeah. My bad there.
Okay, we do have a quick recap for anyone just joining in with us. Trees down all across the Pine Belt. Major damage is reported in Lamar and Forest counties. Petal has severe damage all across the area, and it seems as though that's the most affected area so far?
I think it's a little hard to tell yet, but I think it's going to be, what, South Hattiesburg?
South and Central Hattiesburg.
South and Central Hattiesburg, and Petal, I think, obviously, were the ones that took the brunt of the storm. Okay. Because we haven't gotten all the reports in yet, because the tornado formed southwest of Hattiesburg and was in Lamar County.
Yeah.
So we haven't had any reports out there yet, so.
Yeah.
There's a graphic apparently showing the meters without power. So.
Outages.
That's a lot of folks without power.
Yeah, definitely. That's a lot of folks without power. That's almost 10,000 people for 10,000 meters, because that's how they count it. They don't count it by people; it's by meters.
Right.
10,000 meters without power, and for Mississippi Power, Pearl River Valley is reporting almost 5,000. About 5,597 from Dixie, And being told we got some live footage. We got some live footage. This is live coming out of William Carey right now.
That is a lot of damage.
That is a tremendous amount of damage.
Man, there's not a window. There's not a window in it.
This is coming from Mon Musiette, one of our photojournalists there, and this is a live shot at William Carey University this morning. Unfortunately, they took a direct hit, and we've been told by their campus spokesperson that every building on campus has damage of
You
some
can
sort.
imagine what it looks like inside this building.
You know,
Because the windows are all blown out.
that building looks like someone rioted on it, or you know, a bomb went off, or it's still under construction.
See, portions of the roof is gone.
Yeah, or it still looks like it's under construction. I mean,
Yeah, it does. It's amazing.
And here's where you say the most injuries come from flying debris.
That's why we take, yes.
To wear the
Patrick and
helmet. I
were
know you
back
said
there.
it sounded silly for some people, but this is an example of.
This is a perfect example of why people get killed and injured in tornadoes and severe weather is flying debris. And you can imagine what was happening at the time that tornado was going through there to cause that kind of damage.
Yeah, there's
how much debris was in the air.
I mean, you got to think about it. There's even, you know, it's sucking even small pebbles out of the ground. So
Yeah.
even if there's like not a building, it's still sucking rocks and gravel and tree limbs out. So all of that is still flying in the air, you know, at least at 100 miles an hour, maybe even higher. And EF-3 damage, I think, is in like 130s or 140s. I can't remember on the top of my head, so don't quote me on that. But I mean, it's getting pretty up there.
That's significant damage right there. And I think that's a fairly new building on the campus.
I mean, it looks brand new almost.
I know they've been doing a lot of construction out there, but that thing has taken a beating. And that's a lot of damage right there.
I believe the mayor did say that he declared a state of emergency.
I'm sure I certainly think so.
And we looks like we lost our video feed from our live view camera.
I'm sure that Petal probably will be doing the same if they have not already. Folks, if you're just now joining us, things are just still coming into the station, and we're getting all the information we can. This is a lot of chaos this morning.
Yeah,
that unfortunately, if you are joining us and maybe just getting your power back, we've had unfortunately, what appears to be a very strong tornado has affected central and south Hattiesburg and the city of Petal and portions of Lamar County. And it's unfortunate we have some confirmed reports that we have at least 4 fatalities.
I believe we have an update.
We have an update.
We have an update.
We have an update, okay.
One death has been confirmed
Okay.
from the Forest County coroner, but several unconfirmed deaths have been reported.
Okay, all right.
So we kind of have to wait and get those confirmed
That's why
reports.
everything's just coming in, and we're just now getting everything because the sun's just now getting up, and so we can start seeing how much damage.
To see what's going on.
Right.
We are waiting for calls from the other counties as well, so we can keep you all updated on the effects. And they said the death toll is expected to rise. So
no, I'm not
just
surprised.
very
from what
unfortunate,
we saw.
but we will be getting you all the latest as it comes to us. Like you said,
And in our weather business, and Patrick will back me up on this, the worst time for a tornado to hit is at night. And unfortunately, this one hit right in the middle of the night time.
I mean, it was 3 a.m.
A lot of folks asleep.
When everybody is asleep,
Hey, but on top of that, the weather radio's out.
And the weather radio's out, definitely. But I mean, as we went back, going back to that footage that we saw from William Carey, that's, you know, going back to what you said. That's why we always say have the helmet.
Yeah.
I have mine here. I keep mine here because if something's going to happen, I got one. My wife has one too.
We actually
used them.
to the room.
We actually used them when we had to evacuate around 4 o'clock when that cell went over us this morning.
So we're very lucky here at the station. So.
Yes, we are lucky.
But not those folks not so lucky to the south of us. So.
We'll go ahead and take a live look at the radar. Southern Pine Electric radar right now showing a quick update. All the storms now are moving into Mobile. They're actually moved through Mobile, now moving into Mobile Bay. We still got some lingering rain across Hattiesburg, but it's now coming towards an end. So most areas now west of I-59, you're rain-free, but you're still cloudy out there across the area this morning. But as we look off towards the west, maybe around off towards the west of I-55, you notice that? There's actually some clearing going on as well. So you can see kind of the sun kind of breaking out over around Natchez. So as we go throughout the next couple of hours, we may see the sun come out this morning. And so we may get a little bit of a breather as we go through the recovery effort and the cleanup effort this morning. But we still could see maybe a couple of more severe thunderstorms coming later on this evening in round 2. Main threat is going to be damaging winds, some small hail, maybe tornado, but the tornado risk is a lot lower than it was this morning. A lot lower. Maybe it's small, but it's still not zero. So just
well, that's the
remember that.
last thing we need is another one. So
yeah, definitely not something else we need, but we'll be here watching it tonight.
That's enough.
Then we could see possibly maybe some gusty winds and some small hail with round 3 early Sunday morning between about 5 and 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, we do have some response from a student who was there at William Carey to see the damage go on, a witness. So we're going to go to that. Taylor Curtis is out there with the raw interview.
Well, Dean Turner, just coming out here for the first time, what is your reaction to seeing all this?
It's just devastating. There's not a building on this campus that wasn't touched. Luckily, we were able to get all the students out of the dorms and into our classroom area, which is at least dry right now. Our simulation lab behind us is pretty well damaged. Our anatomy lab, the walls are collapsing. Tried to go in the administration building and the police stopped me. They said that building was starting to collapse. It's upturned cars, but the best I can tell from now is that nobody was killed and we are truly blessed.
Seeing this building right here, explain to me what the name of this building is and what
this was our simulation lab and training center for students. It's where we do examinations and train students on techniques and stuff.
Yeah. And where were you during the storm? Were you here on campus?
I was about 5 miles away. I've been trying to get in here since about 4:30 this morning. Finally was able to get in here about an hour ago.
Yeah. And have you been able to talk to some of your students?
I have. Everybody's still pretty shook up and pretty emotional right this minute, but everybody appears to be fairly safe.
Wow. I know, I can imagine how scary it is for students coming from all over, and they're there in the dorms, but fortunately all the dorms were cleared and no one was lost there. So
just looking at that damage is incredible. It's like, and we're going to see more pictures like that coming in, I'm sure.
And if you all have pictures, you can send them in to us, because that's kind of how we've been, getting a grip on the damage as the sun comes up, and we can really get a look at it. You all can continue to send pictures in to us. So
it's been a tough night. It's tough to just have to sit here and report such bad news, but we live in Mississippi. We know we have tornadoes here, and unfortunately we have experienced obviously a potentially deadly tornado and a very damaging tornado here in our neck of the woods. So our hearts and prayers go to everybody who's been affected by this system.
All right, we have a weather update coming up. Patrick?
And let's see. Waiting on the queue, okay. All right.
Bear with me, he's tired.
Yeah, bear with us. This is live TV, folks. All right, we're going to go ahead and go. This right here, you're watching live continuous severe weather coverage. Now into breaking news coverage. You're watching live WDAM-TV, Laurel, Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, and the news is weather. You're watching us.
Can we
You're
take
watching
Patrick?
us live around the world right now on WDAM.com, and we've had a pretty big black eye this morning. Tornado hit city of Hattiesburg. Unfortunately, this morning started around between Purvis and Oak Grove, went through the south side and central Hattiesburg, went through Petal and off to Runnelstown, and eventually off towards the north and east. The Weather Service is on their way now to come towards damage and to see what's going on around the area. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the radar right now. Live look, Southern Pine Electric radar. We still have that flash flood warning out for Covington, not Covington, for Lamar, Marion, Forest, and Jones County until 8:30. The rain's now coming to an end west of I-59, so the rain's coming towards an end. We'll actually turn on the satellite and radar, and you can look at this. The clouds are coming to an end as well west of I-55. Macomb's seeing sunshine. Natchez is seeing sunshine too. And so we're going to kind of get a break from everything that's been going on around the area this morning, but we could still see maybe some more severe weather popping up later on this evening, but one risk at a time. But definitely, if we see any severe storms this evening, they'll not be anything like we saw this afternoon. That was the biggest tornado risk out of any of the risks we were going to see today. So round 2, sometime this evening, main risk going to be gusty winds, maybe some small hail, and then round 3, early Sunday morning between 5 and 9 a.m. Maybe gusty winds to small hail. That'll be the lowest tornado risk as well, and that's a low wind risk anyway. So we made it through round 1, but we're still watching a couple of rounds off towards our west.
Looks like our friends over in Alabama now I see some tornado warnings up there, over there.
Yeah, it looks like they got a tornado warning right now for Elmore County, Alabama, and over toward just north of Montgomery. So they're still dealing with it. We have a sister station over there as well. That's where our corporate headquarters is.
Yeah, exactly.
And so they are still dealing with it. Our neighbors towards the east, that's going to be approaching my neck of the woods where I'm from in East Alabama pretty soon. So we're going to be watching that carefully.
Now, I know a lot of times with the Weather Service, people come out and do the surveying. Sometimes we think it's a tornado, but it sometimes it's straight line winds.
Sure.
What did you all see that makes you really feel that?
Well, Patrick explained this better, but we were looking at the signature on the radar, what we call the couplet, and it was clearly, Patrick, Patrick's still up. Patrick, if you want to, can you roll it back and show it to him?
Yeah, let me see if we can roll back that
and we can
far.
show exactly what we're talking about here.
Okay.
This is how we know there was potentially a tornado.
So that's where it was at the time. We'll zoom in on it very tight. Let's see. We'll zoom in very tight on it, and you can see just how tight that rotation was.
That little yellow dot right there. See?
About right where it started, right where that yellow dot is. But you can see right here is where it crossed I-59. And here's something you normally don't see unless you see a very strong signature. You can see the winds actually wrapping around the storm like this. And then the other side, you can actually see how it just wraps into it. So it had very strong inflow, kind of that S-link signature. That S signature right there as the inflow came into the storm. It was as powerful as it could get right there.
I think the storm was really growing at that point too.
So at level 4, how fast would you say that the winds go in that type of category?
EF-4 I think goes to 180 miles an hour.
Wow.
I'm afraid this is going to be an EF-4.
Yeah, I think so
Either
too.
strong EF-3 or definitely an EF-4.
Let's see.
The one that hit Hattiesburg in 13 was an EF-4, and we're getting reports, we heard them, that what they see is worse than what they saw then. So I'm afraid, unfortunately, it's going to be an EF-4 with a much wider path, actually.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, thank you all so much for giving us that demonstration. We're going to have some storm graphics up, Whitney says.
Yeah, there's some more damage coming in.
Can y'all tell where that is?
Pictures.
Where's that at, Whitney?
Overturned cars. That's at William Carey as well.
Man, William Carey took a direct hit. Wow, look at that.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible.
Look at the trees.
Incredible.
Now, see, that's another thing, the trees. They're kind of stripped there.
Wow, there's a photo of a lady being rescued in Hattiesburg. So she reported back and head injuries. So again, with you all saying about the flying debris.
I'm telling you, it's the flying debris. People kind of laugh and say,
wow, it looks like an overturned 18-wheeler.
Put a helmet on, but that will save your life. Hopefully.
Yeah,
there's
definitely.
the AT&T and Petal.
But yeah, with all this damage we're seeing, I'm very curious when whether service gets here just to how wide this tornado was.
Yeah.
If you all have pictures, you can email them to pics@wdam.com. And like you said, Rex, the worst time for something like this to happen is in the night.
Was at night, and especially of all nights, our weather radio that served this area was down. The tower, the transmitter, that is. But I'm telling you what I'm seeing, I believe this is going to be a multi-million-dollar tornado.
Definitely.
Now, with this kind of damage?
Yeah,
and we're going to get damage reports from the rural areas, too, that we probably haven't even gotten yet. Where the tornado was forming before.
Yeah.
So, but unfortunately, this hit the two of the most populated areas we have.
Yeah.
Mid and South Hattiesburg up into Petal.
So
we got a populated area that got hit this time.
I think we got some breaking news, Blair.
We have some breaking news in. We reported to you all earlier about a missing girl, a 21-year-old missing handicapped girl. She has been found.
Good.
She went missing about 3 a.m. and we put that out there. As far as we know, she is safe at the time. So thank you all and the family says thank you. So thank you all for it.
We need some good news this morning. That's certainly some good news.
Right.
So she's safe.
Coming back.
Okay. Yeah. We have a threat tonight too. I remember you all were saying there were 3 parts to this. We saw one, and then yesterday was a great day. It was the beginning of the day was a nice day.
We predicted yesterday would be a beautiful day, and it was. And I think the models are pretty on it. We had given it a 12 to 1 o'clock a.m. to 7 o'clock timeline.
Yeah, I started a kind of a midnight to 1 o'clock and lasting through 7, 8 o'clock, and
so we were right. I think you did an excellent job.
Right on the money with that.
Right on the money for that part.
But looking throughout the rest of this evening, I think we clear out by maybe 10 to 11 o'clock, so it'll be sunny. But one thing to note is the atmosphere is still going to be primed for energy. Springtime primed, and you can see we could see some more storms coming in later on this evening. The greater risk, though, they have an enhanced risk over northwest Mississippi this evening, and I think that's where you're going to see the better risk of severe weather with round 2, but we're still under a slight risk, so still treat it credibly. We still could see some gusty winds, damaging hails. Tornado risk is not 0, but it is a lot lower than what
I don't think we'll see anything like we saw.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see anything like that. Then as we go throughout the overnight hours, you should be able to get some good night's sleep. Could see maybe a rumble of thunder, maybe a strong storm here and there, but this is going to be a low-end risk. The main threat is going to be maybe some gusty winds or some small hails as this rolls through, and then that'll be it. And so definitely the worst of all 3 rounds was this morning, and we've went through that, we've gotten through it, but now we get a kind of a breather, but we still could maybe see a couple of stronger severe thunderstorms later on this evening. And then once again, early tomorrow morning when you wake up and get off ready to head off to church. But before I do go, I did pull up that graphic for what Blair's question was.
Yeah, good.
For what your graphic was, you were saying what's an EF-4 rating? It starts at 166 and goes to 200 miles an hour. So we think it was somewhere between maybe a 2 and a 4. Probably will most likely between a 3 and a 4, but I don't like speculating before the Weather Service gets out here. But that's looking at
what we've seen.
Just from what we've seen, yeah. So EF-3 is 136 to 165, and then EF-4 is 166 to 200. So you can see what kind of damage that'll do out there. So we'll wait till the Weather Service gets out here. They'll make their full assessment and announce what they found later on this afternoon to this evening.
Thank you so much, Patrick. You've been here all night. Thank you so much for keeping us updated on what's going on.
And it's no problem, guys. And Rex, we're going to turn it over to you now. And
all right.
I think I'm being told to go home and get some sleep before I have to come back. Before I have to come back tonight. It's been a
sleep
long
would be
night
nice. I don't think there was one of us had much sleep lately. So
we'll go home and take a Benadryl and sleep for about 5 hours and come back.
There you go. Well, I guess we'll continue our coverage here. Again, just
so you all were using signs to overnight to communicate what was going on?
Well, Patrick actually, we were losing power and we couldn't get in. You couldn't hear us. He was writing stuff on paper and showing it to the camera, and it's the only choice we had. I mean, but we were going through so many power outages and stuff like that.
Unfortunately, Whitney tells us they are slowly getting power back up in Petal.
I'm sure they are, but I'm sure it's going to be a slow process as much damage as we have in there. If you can hear us, just be patient with the linemen and all, because they're doing everything they can, and plus they're out there in the middle of the rain trying to do all that too at the same time. And you got to remember, you got debris that's got to be cleared away first. But I think the main concern, first of all, right now is getting to folks and getting to areas that have not been checked out as where people were living and where there's a lot of damage. I think that's one thing Ryan had said, or one of them had said earlier.
Whitney tells us the Sunrise community is one of those that is getting power back.
Oh, good. Okay, well, that's good. But their main concern right now is finding potential victims or maybe injuries, and they're having to clear out a lot of debris just to get to a lot of the houses and buildings that have been damaged. But they will get to your power. We've all been through this before in South Mississippi. We've all lost power due to storms. I know it's very stressful not to have electricity, but hang in there. Those linemen are always good folks from all the power companies, and they work hard, and they'll do the best they can, and they'll get it back on as quickly as they can for you.
All righty. We have Jack Bedrosian out on the scene. She's interviewed 2 people in Forest County. Jack, what do you have for us?
Okay, tell me about this morning.
So this morning I was at the Sigma Nu house with my fraternity brothers, and we went to sleep and woke up to what we thought was our just regular alarm clock going off, and we found out a tornado warning was happening and that it was heading our way. So we got everybody into the bathrooms, and it got pretty bad out there, just wind, and then power went out, lightning striking all around us. and I had a call from a buddy over in Alabama that his sister was back behind USM. So we drove over there to check to make sure she was okay. And then some of my buddies from Cary started calling me, telling me about all the damage over here. So me and a few guys from the Sigma Nu fraternity decided that we would come help out the best way we can. We got here on scene and there was a lot of damage, a lot of people trying to get through that couldn't get through, so we just parked in a road that was badly damaged, and we've been directing people to just try and make sure that we can help clear the way for first responders out here.
What kind of damage have you seen so far?
So far, we've seen bad damage to the business building on campus that was just built a couple years ago. The gymnasium has some pretty bad damage. Bird and Braswell and Davis and Futrall have some roof damage to it. Johnson and Ross also have some pretty bad damage as well. A lot of trees down on fences. To my left over here, we actually have a truck that it appears he was driving. Tornado came, swerved out of the way, and bailed. A lot of flooding in the area as well. It's a lot of every kind of damage out here.
And have you heard from friends and your friend's cousin? Everyone's pretty much okay.
I've heard from a lot of the people at William Carey, and their minor injuries around here. I've heard back at a trailer park behind campus that there's been a lot more damages. No word on them so far.
Okay, is there anything else that you've seen on the scene that you think we should know about?
Just be careful out here with down power lines and flooding. We don't know if the power lines are live, so even though you may try to want to come out and check on anybody, you're not sure. Don't be walking through puddles or anything like that, because if you walk through the puddles and it's a live wire, we don't need you getting down as well. So just be careful. Let first responders do their job, and just be safe out here.
And you're the RA of which building?
This is Penton Apartments.
Penton Apartments. Okay, tell me your experience.
Okay, so I woke up this morning around 3:50, and I called an RA of mine from Braswell, and I was already looking at the Weather Channel. Weather was already kind of starting to flare up a little bit, and so I kind of went active then. Looking at the weather, I saw that we already had a tornado warning. As soon as I woke up around 4 o'clock, tornado warning is happening. I called my RA, another RA from Braswell, talked to him about the situation, and at that moment, there was about a tornado on the ground already at YMCA. And so this was about a 30 second to minute time span, and then it was already coming over Cary. And so
did you hear it?
Heard the tornado, heard the whirling. It actually, I want to say it probably went just about maybe 100 yards, and it probably cut across campus that way. So there's significant damage already, lot of damage on campus. And so.
And everyone here is safe, but I've heard
Yes.
there's been a couple injuries on campus.
A couple of injuries on campus. It's incredible because Penton Apartments actually was not even touched. Cars, the building's okay. If any damage, none to little. So.
You just must be thinking how lucky.
Yeah, it's because a lot of us actually were residents in Braswell. We actually lived on campus last year, and so coming from that to this year and not getting anything at all, really a blessing. So, but I definitely will be praying for them, definitely.
Anything else you would add?
Just prayers for our campus. A lot of rebuilding to come, but we know God is good, so a lot to come for the future.
Great.
Well, that was definitely hopeful of him after.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have hope in these situations. You can't give up. It's an unfortunate situation, but all we can do is hope.
We do have an update for you all. As of 7:30 a.m., Dixie Electric Power Association has over 5,500 members without electric service due to those storms that came through early Saturday morning. Here's a breakdown of the outages by county. Forest County has over 3,000 outages. Wayne County has about 800 outages. Jones County has 770. Perry County has 727, and Covington County has 39. Dixie Electric's line crews are assessing the damage in order to restore that electric service, and at this time, 8 line crews plus additional linemen, engineers, technicians, and warehouse personnel working to restore power back to those members.
Yeah, and let them do their job, please. I'm going to tell you again about sightseers. These linemen have to get in there. Sightseers, please just go on and stop the road. You can see it right here on Channel 7. We'll let you see the pictures as soon as we get them. That's one thing that is always a problem. Sightseers, but you have medical personnel and law enforcement personnel trying to get in there to see if anybody's still injured and needs assistance. And they're having to cut through a lot of debris, down trees, buildings destroyed. And from my understanding, they hadn't got everybody checked out yet. And the last thing they need is a bunch of cars, and that people were just sightseers who were not affected by this. I know it's human nature to want to go see something like this. Believe me, I do. But have mercy on these people who have been really affected by this. And if you were not affected, feel very blessed that you were not affected. But have some feelings for the people who were, and let those people, the linemen and the rescue folks, do their jobs first. And I ask you to please do that.
We have a phoner coming up with Jeff Shepard. We're going to have that later on. He's from Mississippi Power, and he's going to give us an update on what's going on with the Mississippi Power.
Sure.
We heard from Dixie Electric.
Right.
So we're just hearing about what's going on with where they are with the restoration and their crews out there.
Well, I'm sure it's going to, look, I hope folks can be patient with them, because you still got a lot of rain going on, and you still got a lot of emergency personnel trying. Sorry, that's my phone, Nick. I apologize.
Jeff Shepard.
Okay, we have Jeff Shepard joining us right now. He's from Mississippi Power. Good morning, Jeff. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Blair. Thanks for having me on. We were currently assessing damage from the storm. We've got approximately 9,000 customers out in the Hattiesburg area. You know, there are a lot of down trees and down power lines, and I really wanted to really emphasize the importance of staying away from down power lines. You know, you really can't tell if a line is when it's down, if it's live or not. So we encourage folks to stay away. Don't try to drive over a down power line. If you see a down line, you can call us to let us know. You can call emergency officials. Our number is 1-800-532-1502. That's our customer service line that you can let us know. You can also always monitor and report outages online or on your iPhone or your tablet. It's outagemap.mississippipower.com. We have crews from already on the scene restoring service where we can do it safely, and we also have additional personnel coming from the Meridian area and the Gulf Coast regions to assist our Pine Belt personnel in the restoration process.
Jeff, this is Rex Thompson. How you doing?
Hey, Rex.
Look, I'm sure it's a crazy morning for you. It's been crazy for us.
Yeah.
9,000. What part of the city's the most affected that you can tell us? Is it the central and south part of the city?
Yeah, and from what I can tell, and what I was watching with you guys doing online, and you guys are doing a fantastic job as well, is, it seems to be the southern part, that, and obviously with William Carey, that area over there. But again, right now, with the amount of trees that are down, and just kind of making some roads impassable, that's where we are in the storm assessment, the damage assessment area right now.
Well, see, that's what I was trying to tell folks. I hope you'll back me up on this. Sightseers are getting in the way of this. Don't you agree?
Well, and I would just say that, broadly, post-hurricane, post-storm, I know folks like to try to get out and go see what's going on.
It's human curiosity, right.
There's an inherent danger when you get out in a situation like this, just for anybody. And again, I mean, the main one, right now would be down power lines. And so,
have you been on the scene yourself already, or are you just getting reports back from your people?
I have not been up yet. But we've obviously, we're working with the local emergency officials, Forest County, Lamar County, everyone. We've taken the lessons that we learned from a couple of years ago with the Hattiesburg tornado, the Columbia tornado, 2 Christmases ago. So, we're sending crews, from across Mississippi Power to the Pine Belt. And our thoughts and prayers are with everybody, that has suffered some damage today.
Well, we've been trying to kind of compare the February 13 tornado to this. Do you recall how many people were without power then? Is this anywhere near that, or is it close to it?
Rex, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't. And that one was a little bit more kind of in the central part of the city. I mean,
Right.
Southern Michigan,
Exactly. Yeah.
Southern got hit with that one. And
now this is William Carey.
And I will say this. I mean, that the effort, the restoration efforts that were done by city and county leaders and the community for that storm were absolutely phenomenal. I can't imagine the same situation will not be,
Oh, I believe it's happening right
occurring.
now. I think there's a major turnout of folks helping and folks trying to rescue people. And I know you guys are trying to get the power back on as soon as you can. And we're telling everybody who's watching us, just be patient. We know you don't like being without power. It's frustrating, but I know it's raining out there, and it's tough on you guys and your crew. But I know you do the best you can, and I know you'll have that power back on as soon as possible.
Exactly, and again, we are, we're getting this. We're working where we can work. If you can't if folks can't drive on a road, it's a little bit more difficult. Obviously, we have to wait for trees to get moved or other debris that might be on the road, to get out. But we're going to get the lights on as quickly and safely as we possibly can.
Jeff, does it look like it's going to be an all-day type of project for you all?
Yeah, I haven't gotten a full estimate restoration time yet, but we will be working as long as it takes for us to get the power back on. We will be out there.
Is there a website that people can go to kind of see and keep updated with this, where you all are with the restoration?
Yes, Blair, there is. You can go to outagemap.mississippipower.com, and you can report an outage there. You can monitor the status of your outage, and you can get an estimated restoration time for how long we think it's going to be to get the power back on.
Well, Jeff, you guys keep doing what you're doing. We know you're doing the best you can, and we hope your crew stays safe out there, and I know you will have that power back on as soon as possible. You have a great day.
Thanks, Rex. I appreciate it, Rex. You guys stay safe up there.
You too.
Alrighty, Quintus is out in Petal with an update from that area. Quintus, what can you tell us?
We are on South Main Street in Petal, and boy, is the damage bad in this area. If you can take a look behind me, you can see just at this rolling alley, Southern Lanes right here, you can see the tin on that building just mangled. Follow me over this way, you can see heavy damage on the roof of this building. And then down this stretch of South Main Street, the damage is as far as the eye can see. Trees uprooted. As you can see, power lines are down right here. And then follow me over a little bit further. You can see this building, the roof of this building is in the road on South Main Street. So the damage is very heavy in this area. We are continuing to assess the damage, and we'll bring you the very latest. For now, in Petal, I'm Quintus Jones for WDAM-7 News.
Wow.
I just want to correct something here, and I've made a mistake all morning. I've been comparing this to the February 10th, year 2013 tornado, so my bad. I've covered so many tornadoes in my career. Right. Sometimes you just forget some of the dates, but I appreciate all you folks calling in and correcting me. That was actually, we're trying to compare this to the February 10th of the year 2013. This is the year the tornado hit Hattiesburg.
So we're close to around that same time of year.
Yeah, that's mighty close to that anniversary. Yes.
Wow.
It's crazy. That's less than 4 years.
So as you continue to see the damage and the videos and the pictures, is it looking worse to you here than it did then?
What I've seen so far, it looks easily comparable to what I saw on the February 10th, 2013 tornado.
And I can imagine it took a long time for you all to recover from that.
It took a while, but Hattiesburg and South Mississippi folks you're not from here, but we're very resilient people, and when something like this happens, people help each other. It's amazing to see. It's a wonderful place to live because people come together. It's like even if we're enemies, all of a sudden you become friends,
right? And
you start pitching in to help each other. And I know that's what's going on all across South Mississippi this morning. There's been struck by this particular system. I'm proud to be from Mississippi, and there are a lot of good folks here, and I know a lot of folks are well-intentioned, and I know they're out there doing everything they can to help.
And so looking forward, you and Patrick said that you don't think what's to come, it
No,
will not
be as, no. It'll be a late afternoon, late evening, another system moving through this evening, but it won't be anything like this, no. But I mean, obviously, just stay with us. It's going to be another system coming through, but this likely was the most powerful system that we're going to see for a while.
Okay, we have some breaking news, and we received extensive damage from the storms. 3 death reports are now confirmed by the Forest County coroner, Butch Benedict, and that number is expected to rise. So we came to you all, we had 1 confirmed, so now we have 3, and they're still making rescues and still out there trying to figure out.
From the damage we've seen, what we saw on the radar, the areas that it actually hit very populated areas. It was not mostly rural areas. It was more populated, being in South Hattiesburg, then going into Petal itself, and then on further northeast. So that's one of the problems, and hopefully there will be no more fatalities found, but we don't know yet.
Right. As far as we know right now, Jones County was not affected by this tornado. So
not directly, no, I don't believe.
A few trees down, but no.
I think there might have been a brief tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning there. But this basically was the only real game in town. We had a couple of other counties under tornado warnings, but this was the big boy that we tracked this morning. And obviously, as pictures come in and information comes in, we can see just how bad it really was.
And especially after they do survey the damage, we can get some official
we'll get a lot of
what
official,
exactly happened.
They'll come in and do a preliminary survey today and probably come back tomorrow and all. But just what we are showing folks on TV now and the pictures we're looking at, it's obviously a major disaster.
Right. And you say you feel like it might have been a 3 or a 4.
I'm just from what I'm seeing, I would not be surprised if it's not a strong EF-3 or possibly an EF-4. Just incredible damage. I've seen trees stripped, and that's generally indicative of an extremely strong tornado. Well, we're getting reports that there are brick buildings flattened.
Right.
And when you've seen all the enormous damage, that takes a lot of wind.
Right. I know you warn people in modular homes to be careful, but like you say, we have brick buildings.
Some of those fatalities may actually have occurred with folks being in modular housing. So, but we don't know that for sure. But it's always, we always say, and Patrick's still here, and Nick tells you, if you do live in a house that's not maybe so structurally sound, and we are expecting severe weather, we always tell folks to find a more substantial place to stay. You know, you got friends or family who have more substantial structures to live in, and they don't mind you coming.
Right.
You know.
And also you can go to the weather app.
We have shelters that open in the area, right.
You can stay updated with the alerts for weather watches and warnings on the WDAM First Alert weather app. Real-time radar and road condition updates are also available. You can use your current location or type in your zip code to see the real-time animated radar right where you are. It is free to download on Apple and Android devices. To find out how to download, head to WDAM.com. So I know you said the weather radio was down.
It was not the weather radio down, it was the weather radio transmitter that was down.
Okay.
Not all weather. They were working in many other of our counties we serve. It just happened to be, was it Melba? The one in Melba?
Yeah, that was Melba.
Which basically serves a lot of this area. So, and the National Service was working on it, trying to get it fixed. It's unfortunate they didn't get it fixed in time.
Right. So hopefully people have their phones charged somehow, and they can download that weather app. Or do something
we encourage people to download our WDAM weather app, and I think it's like a requirement on the iPhones that you get automatic tornado warnings anyway,
right,
from the government. So there's no reason people aren't being warned. I mean, there's some pictures we're looking at now. Look at those cars. Pat, have you seen that? Yeah, man, it takes some power to lift a car, flip a car like that.
Okay, we have an update for you all. The I-59 at mile marker 62 is open now. It was shut down before. Highway 42 throughout Petal has no working traffic lights. So MHP is working to put troopers at each light to direct the traffic there. South Main Street is closed completely via Brent Barfield.
I am sure probably a lot of trees still down too.
Right, and one of the warnings from the Mississippi Power representative was that you should stay away from those lines and don't try to drive over them because you don't know if they're alive or not. So,
right, I mean, you can get easily electrocuted. Even Jeff said, you know, they're having trouble, their own crews having trouble getting to some of these power lines because there's so many trees down and so much debris is in the way. So that's why I hope you folks will try to stay patient to get your power back, because they can't even get to the power lines that are down yet. So, and plus, unfortunately, it's raining outside on those poor folks, and they got people coming in from the coast. I think he said in
Meridian, right?
So they got a whole ton of people coming in to try to get your power restored as soon as possible, and they will. Just sometimes you just have to be a little patient with that, and they'll do the best they can. But there's a lot of debris out there. And we clearly see by these pictures we're looking at now, you can imagine why there are a lot of trees down. When you got that kind of damage on big, well-constructed buildings, you know there are a lot of trees down and power lines down for sure. That's some of the first things that goes during a tornadic event like this. That's a big mess, I'll be honest with you.
We spoke to Mayor Johnny Dupree this morning, and he did say that they have issued a state of emergency. The city action line is 501-545-4500. That's 501-545-4500. Emergency shelters are open. The 361 shelter in Forest County and the Triage Center is open at Petal Harvey Baptist Church, the Petal Civic Center. Do not drive on the roads. So, I mean, if you need to get there, get there how you can. If you need a shelter, but if you don't have to drive, don't drive. Let the first reporters clear the roadways first. First responders.
Sure. Yes, let the first responders clear those roads first.
And the action line, the number for the city action line again is 501-545-4500. So,
I'm sure it's probably being called quite a bit right now. We've had a rather tragic event happen here this morning. And, we're going to have to just see as the day unfolds. It's just now only 8:37, and sun's fortunately up now. At least they can see, but unfortunately, it's still raining in some of the area this morning. But the rain, fortunately, is that we take that. Thank you. I don't know who it's directed, but JT, if that's you, you're just wonderful. Rain, fortunately, is coming or has ended in Hattiesburg. It may be still raining in South Hattiesburg where the tornado went through, maybe not. But I guarantee you it's going to soon not be raining, and possibly has already stopped raining in Petal and in the parts of Hattiesburg that were hit by the tornado. You look back, see, we can tell you how you can see the range where the green is, or the yellows, oranges like that. All that's moving over into Alabama now. And when you see all that blank gray area back there, and you see the cities on there, that's our background map. And that means there's no rain on it. So we have dry air coming in now behind the system. So that's actually going to help the folks who are out there trying to rescue people, searching for folks who may be injured, help the linemen to try to get the power back on. And at least they want to be working in the rain.
Right, right.
So
another update for you all. I-59 at mile marker 62 is open. Highway 42 throughout Petal does not have any working traffic lights. They're trying to put troopers out at each lights to direct the traffic and help people get by. And South Main Street is closed completely. So.
Well, and another thing, we want to say this one more time. If you don't have to travel this morning, please don't. Sightseers, please stay at home. We'll save the pictures.
Right.
Let the emergency workers do what they needed to do.
And earlier I gave you the number to the city action line to call. That is 601-545-4500. So the area code 601. For the city action line. Emergency shelters are open. 361 shelter in Forest County. The Triage Center is open at Petal Harvey Baptist Church. Petal Civic Center is open as well. So you all need any shelter, you can go there.
Just make sure the roads are safe before you try to go.
Right.
Right.
So hopefully those people there the traffic has started going by on 59 where I was coming in and it was completely stopped.
Yeah, well, I think you said that now is now open. So
Right.
he had said earlier, Brent said they will have that open as soon as they cleared an accident away from there.
Guys, we have Kurt Brodigan on the line with an update with Mississippi Power.
Kurt?
I'm sorry,
What's
Pearl
his-
River Valley.
Kurt,
Right here.
what's his Brodigan?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, Kurt.
He's on the phone.
Okay, guys, we have a phoner right now with Kurt Brodigan
He's with who now?
with the Pearl River Valley Electric. And he's a spokesman.
Oh, we know Kurt, yeah.
Good morning, Kurt.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hey, Kurt.
Good morning, Rex. How are you?
A little exhausted. I'm sure you guys are too.
Well, and we've been watching y'all all night, and thank you for all the service that you provide. I can tell you right now, from our standpoint, that we're trying to assess, now that the sun is up, we know we've got probably about 4,000 customers who are out at this point. The majority of our damage is coming out of our Bellevue substation, as well as our Richburg substation. I know we've got about 30 to 40 poles that are broken that we will have crews come in to help replace. In fact, all those crews are on the way from our Columbia office and our Wiggins office.
Right.
The crews from Purvis and Hattiesburg have been out all night trying to track this down. We've also got 2 substations out because of transmission failure, so there's no bulk electricity coming to those substations, and it's the one that serves portions of South Hattiesburg and South Forest County as well as the industrial park. So,
well, I'm sure you talked to your crew. I'm sure they're having to deal with a lot of downed trees and power lines just to try to get to the power lines, aren't they?
That's true. We've got some right-of-way tree trimming crews coming in as well to help us with that. But yes, that's the first step, is obviously to be able to get to these poles and these lines that are broken. So once we have a better idea of what we're looking at, then we'll be able to focus more intently on restoring the service as quickly as we can.
What are your people telling you? I'm sure you're probably not on the scene, right? You're probably back at the command center.
Well, actually, I am riding with one of the crews right now as we try to assess.
Can you give us an idea?
Damage. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Please give us an idea of how much damage you're seeing out there. I'm sure it must be pretty bad.
I'm not seeing a lot. We're kind of just north of our office and coming up, kind of between Hattiesburg and Summerall.
Right.
So I'm not seeing a lot at this point. We're trying to find the isolated lines that we know are out that we're getting calls from. Our main lines, our feeder lines up in this area are still pretty solid. So we think it's just some of the lines that feed off of that and go to the different areas.
Probably what you're going to see as you go further south is where you're going to see the damage. Because I think that's the tornado. The tornado went south of there, I do believe.
I think you're right, absolutely. Right. And so I'm not in that area at this point. So
no, you're going to get a big
wave,
surprise when you get in that area. I promise you.
I'm sorry, Rex. I didn't hear what you said.
I said you can probably get a big surprise when you get into that area, because that's actually where the storm went through. So the area you're coming through right now was very lucky. They missed it. The tornado was south of that. So that's.
I think, no question about it. And once we have more crews down in that southern area and have an idea of what we're doing, then we'll be able to marshal our forces and get people on the job down there as well. So I'll be happy to keep you updated. This is obviously going to be a long day for everybody.
Sure
and we'll keep working on it, though.
So you're saying you got about 4,000 customers out in the Bellevue and Richburg area?
Richburg and then South Forest County and down that way as well.
All right, Kurt, we certainly appreciate it, man. Y'all be safe out there, all right? And we know that you'll get that power back on as soon as you can.
Absolutely. We'll do our best, and we'll keep you posted.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. That was Kurt with Pearl River Valley Opportunity Electric Power, and telling us up to 4,000 folks there without power, or the areas that they serve. But again, this is like Mississippi Power. It's called in Dixie Electric, and it's just going to be this way all day.
Thousands of people, but they seem to have people coming in and
right.
helping them.
They've got people. It's going to be a slow process, so don't expect you're going to get your power on like immediately, because there's so much damage that's been done by this tornado that first of all, they got to clear debris away just to get to the power lines, to put the power poles back up,
Right.
and then connect everything back up. You just don't this wave a magic wand, and all of a sudden, boom, you got power again.
Right, definitely takes time. Another update for you. This is from Southern Pines Electric Company. Officials there tell us over 900 members are without power because of damage from this morning's storms near Peps Point.
I'm not surprised. This was a very large system that came through, and this is the most I've seen people without power in a long time in this area since, I guess, that February 10th of 2013 tornado. So.
Do you see any flooding concerns for tonight?
No, I don't. I think the rain's coming to an end. I know there's probably a lot of standing water. Some creeks are probably rising pretty rapidly. I don't anticipate any major flooding, no, I don't. No.
Okay.
And fortunately, it's going to dry out pretty soon. Well, at least this rain event now is going to be moving, as we showed you. Can we, hey, if you can bring up the radar again, JT, is that you? Yeah, there you go. See, clearly you can see the rain is rapidly moving over in Alabama now. We only got a couple of counties, see, like Clark and Clark and Wayne, George and Greene. Still a little bit down in southern Perry County and extreme southeastern Forest County and Stone County. That'll be rapidly moving on out. And there's no more severe weather, so don't worry about that with this particular system. We'll watch the next one coming in later tonight, but we do not anticipate the next system coming in to be nearly as severe as this one. So we'll just continue to monitor everything for you.
Okay. How long does it usually take them to go ahead and assess that damage and give us an answer on what exactly happened? Right.
It just depends. They'll do a preliminary. I think Patrick's already talked to them. They're on their way down now, and I don't know if they fly over it at first or just do it from ground level. Then I think they'll probably return. They just try to get a preliminary idea of how long where it began, where it ended, how wide it was at its biggest point, and they will use visual contact and seeing by the debris. They can estimate by what the debris looks like, how strong the tornado actually was, and so we'll get that information later on this morning. Right. Well, it'll take them a couple hours. Well, they got to come from Jackson, but it'll take them. Well, apparently with the path of this one, apparently was a rather long path. It's going to take them a while, but we'll probably get at least a preliminary survey this afternoon.
Okay. Okay.
Stand by for a live shot down with Jack. It's coming through.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's just something they do, and well, they just recently did one up in Simpson County. You know, we had that tornado the other morning.
Right.
Right, and they did a good survey on that, and that tornado actually was on the ground for like 19 miles.
And what level of a tornado was that one?
I think that was an EF-2.
Okay.
But I think this is much worse and much larger.
And it came through while a lot of people were sleeping. I know the alerts coming to my phone is what woke me up at the time.
Right. But of course, for those folks in Simpson County, our hearts go out to them too. Unfortunately, no one got killed up there. But unfortunately, in our situation this morning, we have fatalities in the city.
Right.
Or in the area. And we're waiting on a word. Are there any more? I think we have, 3 confirmed?
We have 3 confirmed fatalities in Forest County according to the Forest County coroner. And as we told you all earlier, we're not sure exactly where those happened, or we haven't had those people identified yet, but we are standing by.
The possibility that the death toll could rise.
Right. And
we have no idea on the injuries yet.
Right.
So, but all this is coming into us as it comes in. We're getting it as fast as we can get it to you. As soon as we get it, we give it to you. And we're doing the best we can. It's one of these extreme situations where there's a lot of chaos out there. You've got a lot of damage. You've got a lot of folks injured. You got a lot of emergency responders, and you got a lot of things going on at one time.
That was a lot of damage in a quick amount of time.
But sure, that is generally the way a tornado works. In a quick amount of time. Patrick and I tracked it from right when it formed, and it formed in Lamar County, and then of course right through South Hattiesburg on right through Petal.
We have some new pictures in from near
pretty
William Carey. These are brand new pictures. Penton Street. This is Penton Street near William Carey. So a lot of trees came down, and Rex and Patrick warned for people to take cover and wear helmets if they could, to keep them from getting injured. Things like this.
Flying debris and stuff. That definitely that messed that house up pretty good right there. But I've seen pictures this morning of much worse damage than that. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
Right. I saw William Carey with the cars were all overturned.
Like that, and that, I don't know what hall there was or what main building there was. I mean, we saw just how badly the damage was to it. It's like a bomb went off in the thing. So we know that it was and we understand there's a lot of damage on campus.
Right.
Probably everything was affected.
Okay, we have a live shot right now from Jack Bedrosian. She's out there, and Jack joins us. Jack, where are you right now?
Stand by, Jack.
The William Carey campus is officially closed, and now students are getting picked up by their parents at Penton Hall. They're going dorm by dorm and getting those students out. Now, one of the main concerns is for international students. The school says that they're trying to find housing for them, but it's going to be, with the school closed down, a little long-term effort to keep them here. And as you can see, the damage is pretty bad. We've been here since this morning and kind of seen it from the dark to light, and it looks that much worse, guys. A lot of the dorms have been hit. The business building has been hit, and also the gym, which had just been renovated, had also been hit. And it's just kind of a sad day for this campus, but the students who've been stressed out this morning, they actually heard the tornado, they felt the wind, they're getting to go home, which will be a nice relaxation for them.
Thank you, Jack.
A lot of damage there.
Right. And now that the sun is coming up, we're going to actually see what...
as the sun comes up and the rain goes away, we're going to really get a full picture of really what's happening, and hopefully get some aerial views later today too as well.
Right.
So I think the path of that storm, it was quite long, so it was on the ground for a while.
Okay.
So this is a sad morning.
Just an update for you all. If you have some pictures to send in to us, we're getting pictures in from our viewers just to kind of get a look at the damage. Send it to pics@WDAM.com if you want to share some pictures. Another update is we have 3 confirmed deaths in Forest County. Minor injuries have been reported all across the area, and major damage in Lamar and Forest counties. So as I told you all earlier, we will be trying to get the update on those deaths, just try to see exactly where they happened, get the people identified, and get that out to you all as soon as we get it.
And as we've talked to several power company spokesmen this morning, they're working desperately trying to get your power back on. Just please be patient with them. It's going to take a while, but your power will get restored. But there's just a lot of damage in the area, a lot of debris. A lot of trees down, a lot of lines down. It's just going to take them a while, but you'll get your power back. Just be patient with them. They're doing everything they can. We understand they're bringing in folks from, I think Mississippi Power is bringing in folks from the coast.
And Meridian.
They got like over 9,000 customers out, and that's a lot.
Right.
So, but it's hanging there, and we're going to make it through this particular situation. And I know that the folks of South Mississippi always pull together in a situation like this.
Right.
And there'll be a lot of helping hands out there. But our hearts certainly do go out to folks who may have been related to the folks who did perish in the storm.
If you all do need help too, again, the City Action Line's number is 601-545-4500, and that's for Hattiesburg specifically. Emergency shelters are open. The 361 shelter in Forest County, the Tri-Edge Center is open at Petal, Harvey Baptist Church, and the Petal Civic Center as well. So, and the officials ask you, do not drive on the roads. As you were saying, don't go trying to sightsee.
Sightsee, please. I'm going to keep emphasizing this as long as I'm on air this morning. I know it's human nature to want to go see a disaster. It's human nature in everybody. But it interferes with first responders, people that are trying to, because we understand there are places maybe they haven't gotten to yet to check on folks and see if they're okay, because there's so many trees down and so much damage. So sightseers, just watch it on television, watch it on your phone, but just stay off the roads and let the folks who need to help people in trouble, let them get to them first. If you want to go sightseeing later after it's all cleared up, fine, but let those first responders in there first and let them get their job done.
Because even they are having difficulties. We've been having some live phoners with a lot of the people out on the scene trying to assess the damage, trying to get the power lines back up, and even they have had some trouble getting through and getting past the trees.
So I know it's out of human curiosity. You want to see that. But please stay home if you don't have to be out, and let these folks do their jobs so these folks can get their power restored, and mainly so we can check on folks that may have not been checked on yet that may be injured in this storm, because it has obviously been a very strong storm and a very devastating storm this morning in Forest and Lamar County.
Right. And we did have some pictures of people getting rescued early this morning, and people going missing, and we did give you all an update on that there was a handicapped woman missing. They did find her, so thank you all for helping us out with that. That was some good news this morning.
Sure.
We're
looking for good news this morning.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, authorities just ask that you all don't go out on the roads. According to William Carey officials, there are minor injuries over there. They're working to ensure that the students are safe. We just got a live shot in from Jack. We've been showing you all pictures of the damage there. We all are going to take a short break to deal with some technical equipment, but we are going to be right back on the air to get you all the latest this morning. Okay, we'll be right back. Thanks for joining us. need some paper.
I brought this over to just write on.
Yeah, because she's telling me this stuff.
You need something to write back.
Yeah, because you see a piece of paper on the floor. Yeah, in the trash. This phone, I don't know if you've been watching. I'm going to put you on speaker. We're going to just talk to you, and I'm going to talk to you about
What mic is that?
We are the 501c3 that raised close to $500,000 for the tornado that happened in Columbia. We are.
Said you all.
We did actually a telethon for you guys, and you guys were the ones that were very, very helpful in raising over $2 million, 200,000. 218,000 to be exact.
Yeah.
For the victims in
Teresa.
Columbia, and that was through our disaster fund at the community foundation.
Okay, Teresa, we're gonna just talk about it. I'm gonna let you talk about it, and you're gonna tell us. You just tell us all about it, and we'll just have a normal conversation about what you all did then, and then what we're trying to do now. We're gonna be on in about 30 seconds. Okay, Teresa?
Welcome back. I'm Rex Thompson along with Blair Lede, and we are covering the unfortunate circumstances of a tornado that struck portions of Forest and Lamar County earlier this morning. Unfortunately, we do have reports of fatalities and injuries and a tremendous amount of damage. Many people without power, and we're getting all the information we can. We have a lot of photographers on the scene, and as the information comes in, we're sharing it with you guys. I'm going to turn it over to Blair right now. She has someone she's going to interview with the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation.
Right. Rex was just telling me, I'm not from here, he was telling me about the hospitality and how the community comes together in these times. So now we have Teresa Eckerson joining us, and she's with the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation. Teresa, good morning.
Good morning, Blair and Rex.
Good morning, dear.
And everybody.
Teresa, tell us what you all are already working on for the people who have been affected by this tornado.
Well, first of all, I want to make sure that I'm sending condolences to family members who have lost lives and much heartfelt sympathy to those who have suffered damage. I think we were all in the closet last night wondering what was going to happen. So my heart goes out to all those who have been affected by the storm.
Well, you guys were the ones that raised, how much was it, 200 and something thousand for the Columbia tornado victims?
That's right. Well, it was a collaboration with WDAM.
Right,
and,
I remember that.
We did a telethon, and it was for the Columbia tornado that happened. And in one day, through that telethon, we raised $218,000.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah, it was a great collaboration with you guys, and so for people who don't know about us, we are a 501c3, and we've been around for 20 years, and We are an accredited community foundation. We serve this area, just like there are other community foundations throughout Mississippi that serve different areas in Mississippi, but we serve 13 counties. And we do have a disaster fund, and it is anybody who gives to that disaster fund is a tax-deductible donation. So we're here to help those who have been hurt and are suffering through this. Now, I want to make clear that we will work with a case management company, which will be in our area. It's R3SM, Restore, Recover, and Rebuild Mississippi. They are the nonprofit that does case management, so we'll be working closely with them. And I've already been on the phone with NEMA, and they are on their way, and we'll be doing assessments. So it's a collaboration. It's the community, like you said, the community coming together to work together to help those who have been affected by this horrible disaster.
Teresa, pardon me. Where are you guys? Are you going to set up your place to do this, so people can donate?
It's through the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation,
right.
And if anybody wants to write a check to us, they just put in the memo line tornado or disaster. If they want to make it specifically for William Carey, they can either write it to William Carey or they can put William Carey disaster, and we will make sure that money then goes to William Carey.
Okay, well, so we'll try to get your email address and location to where people can send their money to you on the screen. We'll try to get the information up on our website as soon as we can.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll be getting all that to you as soon as I can.
So you guys are starting immediately with this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I know, unfortunately, there are a lot of people in need right now out there. There are
That's right. Now, it all will have to be. It will have to go through case management to make sure that people are being assessed properly, and that's just the way that we work. We work with R3SM, who goes out and does the case management. So that has to happen first to make sure that the money that is donated is given properly to the people who truly have been affected by the tornado.
Oh, absolutely. Now, is it just monetary, or do you guys receive like supplies or food supplies or clothing, or is this more?
I would say go to Red Cross for that.
Right.
They are wanting to make donations of that type of nature.
Sure.
So Red Cross, I'm sure, will be on the scenes very shortly also. And we all need to collaborate and work together and partner together to help those who have been affected.
We may be doing another telethon.
And maybe.
That's true. I mean,
did you say $200,000 raised last time?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yes, I remember that very distinctly.
And Joe Scartino, the general manager, he made it happen, and
right.
He was a great community leader.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
Alrighty.
Well, we thank you so much, and we appreciate your help. And I know you'll be doing everything you can to help all the victims of this storm.
Thank you, and best of luck to all those who have been affected.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much, Teresa.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was Teresa, and she's really great.
She definitely is. They do a lot for the community.
Right.
And
we're doing that, actually working with that telethon for the Columbia tornado. My hometown is Columbia.
Right.
So obviously I felt very attached to that project. But Hattiesburg is my city to live in now, and I'm just equally affected about what's happened. Well, I know plenty of folks who live in Petal. I have dear friends there. So I'm affected by a lot of things.
Just an example of how well the community comes together and how quickly they come together to help each other.
And I know these folks will turn out in droves to help financially and to help clean up. And I'm, as I said earlier, I'm proud to be from Mississippi. We do that when these things happen.
Definitely. Well, we have some more information from the Salvation Army. Charles Harrington joins us now. Charles?
Hey guys, the tornado did extensive damage to the Hattiesburg Salvation Army headquarters here along Highway 49. Now, as you can see behind me, the administration building, the shelter, and the Boys and Girls Club all received extensive roof damage. You can also see a van behind me that was pushed back by the storm. There's also many trees that are snapped in two, and right now it sounds like they're running on generator power here at the facility. Now, folks in the shelter who witnessed the storm say that everyone there is okay, but there are some concerns for folks who live in tents nearby in a wooded area near here. They're unaccounted for so far, so hopefully they are okay.
I heard like a whistling noise, sounded like a little train, and a lot of throwing and trees shattering and glass was splattering everywhere. Water was flooding, and it was real scary, and I was nervous and shook up about it.
We're all safe. Nobody was hurt. Luckily, a lot of people were still asleep. There was only 3 of us that was actually, there in the moment when all the glass flowed in.
That's the scene here early in the morning as folks are just assessing the damage here at the Hattiesburg Salvation Army headquarters along Highway 49. Charles Harrington, WDAM 7 News. Back to you.
All righty, thank you, Charles. An update for you: 3 deaths have been reported now by the Forest County Coroner Butch Benedict, and that number is still expected to rise. Another update for you: I-59 at mile marker 62 is open. Highway 42 throughout Petal does not have any working traffic lights. Mississippi Highway Patrol is working to put the troopers at each light to help with directing the traffic. South Main Street is closed completely, according to Brent Barfield with the Highway Patrol.
Yeah.
And people are urged to stay out of those areas if possible. There's a city action line specifically for the Hattiesburg area. The phone number for that is 601-545-4500. That's 601-545-4500. Emergency shelters are open there. The 361 shelter in Forest County Triage Center is open at Petal. Jones County shelter is also open. Harvey Baptist Church and the Petal Civic Center are open. They are also urging that you don't drive on those roads and let the first responders clear the roadway first. Now we have Quintus Jones reporting out in Petal. Quintus, what is the latest information that you have from that area?
We have made our way to the strip mall in Petal. It's right across the street from the Walmart. If you take a look behind me, you can see this AT&T store completely demolished. And then if you pan on over, you can see this wine and liquor store. Heavy damage at this store as well. And then this popular restaurant, Fox's Pizza, a lot of damage there as well. Just about every business in this strip mall has major damage in it. And then I want to take you across the street to this Walmart. You can see this 18-wheeler knocked on its side. So it just kind of shows you the force of the wind in this area. So we, of course, are continuing to assess the damage in this area and will, of course, bring you the very latest. I'm Quintus Jones reporting in Petal.
According to William Carey officials, there are minor injuries reported out of there. Officials are working to ensure that the students are all safe and accounted for. There is damage to most of the buildings on campus, as well as the cars. We saw a lot of cars flipped over.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like they took a direct hit there at William Carey. The houses across from the campus are completely demolished. All dorm rooms and the men's apartments on Tuscan Avenue have been checked and cleared. Earlier reports, a female student on campus had several fingers cut off during that storm. That information is unconfirmed at this time, but we do have reports of that.
Well, you're going to get a lot of reports, of things like that during situations like this is still a breaking news story. And, we, at this point, we have 3 confirmed fatalities in the area. And, of course, as we told you, we expect the number to possibly rise. Hopefully that will not be the case. And we have at this point any idea of how many injuries have been sustained by this particular storm, but I'm sure it's quite a few. And just from all the pictures we've seen coming in, Blair,
right, and
just all the footage seen, all the stories we've seen, the damage is just tremendous. And there's so many people without power. Obviously, we've talked to several folks,
Mississippi Power,
right, and Pearl River Electric Power, and there's thousands of people without power right now, and they're doing everything they can to restore the power, and you just got to be calm. First of all, they got to remove the debris to get to the power poles that are really no longer there, and to put the lines back up. So, again, as I've said many times this morning on air, that a lot of folks are frustrated. I get frustrated when I don't have power. We all do.
Right.
But this is a situation that's so vast and such a large disaster area and it's affected so many people, they're just not going to get the electricity right back on at your house.
Right.
It's going to take a while, so just bear with them. And again, I'm going to point out once again about sightseers. Please stay out of the damaged areas. Let the emergency responders do their job.
Right.
And let them get everything cleared up. If you want to go see it later, fine and dandy. But what they're trying to do is get there to make sure they can get to all folks who may still be injured or maybe have not been accounted for yet, because they got a lot of debris to go through. I understand there are just tons of trees down and power lines. And speaking of power lines, some of those power lines, another reason you shouldn't be out sightseeing is the fact some of those power lines may be live. And sightseeing could probably get you killed. You step on a live power line or drive over one, that could be a bad problem. So it's just use common sense. And plus, it's just common sense to get out of the way of first responders, because they're trying to do their job to save people's lives.
Right.
But, you know, and I'm not criticizing people. As I've said before on air this morning, it's human nature. Once it almost drives you to jump in your car. Oh, I want to go see what the tornado did. Well, don't do that, please.
Earlier, we shared this interview with you from a fraternity member on campus at Southern Miss and his experience today. Ryan Moore brings us the latest from Hattiesburg.
Okay, tell me about this morning.
So this morning I was at the Sigma Nu house with my fraternity brothers, and we went to sleep and woke up to what we thought was our just regular alarm clock going off, and we found out a tornado warning was happening and that it was heading our way. So we got everybody into the bathrooms, and it got pretty bad out there, just wind, and then power went out, lightning striking all around us. And I had a call from a buddy over in Alabama that his sister was back behind USM. So we drove over there to check to make sure she was okay. And then some of my buddies from Cary started calling me, telling me about all the damage over here. So me and a few guys from the Sigma Nu fraternity decided that we would come help out the best way we can. We got here on scene, and there was a lot of damage, a lot of people trying to get through that couldn't get through, so we just parked in a road that was badly damaged, and we've been directing people to just try and make sure that we can help clear the way for first responders out here.
What kind of damage have you seen so far?
So far, we've seen bad damage to the business building on campus that was just built a couple years ago. The gymnasium has some pretty bad damage. Bird and Braswell and Davis and Futrall have some roof damage to it. Johnson and Ross also have some pretty bad damage as well. A lot of trees down on fences. To my left over here, we actually have a truck that it appears he was driving. Tornado came, swerved out of the way, and bailed. A lot of flooding in the area as well. It's a lot of every kind of damage out here.
And have you heard from friends and your friend's cousin? Everyone's pretty much okay.
I've heard from a lot of the people at William Carey, and their minor injuries around here. I've heard back at a trailer park behind campus that there's been a lot more damages. No word on them so far.
Okay, is there anything else that you've seen on the scene that you think we should know about?
Just be careful out here with down power lines and flooding. We don't know if the power lines are live, so even though you may try to want to come out and check on anybody, you're not sure. Don't be walking through puddles or anything like that, because if you walk through the puddles and it's a live wire, we don't need you getting down as well. So just be careful. Let first responders do their job, and just be safe out here.
And you're the RA of which building?
This is Petal Apartments.
Petal Apartments. Okay, tell me your experience.
Okay, so I woke up this morning around 3:50, and I called an RA of mine from Braswell, and I was already looking at the Weather Channel. Weather was already kind of starting to flare up a little bit, and so I kind of went active then. Looking at the weather, I saw that we already had a tornado warning. As soon as I woke up around 4 o'clock, tornado warning is happening. I called my RA, another RA from Braswell, talked to him about the situation, and at that moment, there was about a tornado on the ground already at YMCA. And so this was about a 30-second to a minute time span, and then it was already coming over Cary. And so
did you hear it?
Heard the tornado, heard the whirling. It actually, I want to say it probably went just about maybe 100 yards, and it probably cut across campus that way. So there's significant damage already, lot of damage on campus. And so.
And everyone here is safe, but I've heard there's been a couple injuries on campus.
A couple of injuries on campus. It's incredible because Petal Apartments actually was not even touched. Cars, the building's okay. If any damage, none to little. So.
You just must be thinking how lucky.
Yeah, it's because a lot of us actually were residents in Braswell. We actually lived on campus last year, and so coming from that to this year and not getting anything at all, really a blessing. So, but I definitely will be praying for them, definitely.
Anything else you would add?
Just prayers for our campus. A lot of rebuilding to come, but we know God is good, so a lot to come for the future.
Great.
All right, guys, we are back now. You were hearing people talk about the damage that's across Forest County, also in Petal and at William Carey. Right now we have Ryan in Hattiesburg, and he has more information for us.
I've managed to make it out over here towards William Carey. Now, as you can see behind me, this is just one of the many structures that is destroyed. Now, William Carey took a direct hit, as you can see back over here over my shoulder. That's the top of one of the larger buildings on campus, and the roof is gone, and a large portion of that is missing. Now, also, just near here over on Edward Street, which is just parallel to where we are, about 2 blocks away, the coroner's office was on scene, and they are removing 2 bodies. Those are 2 of the fatalities that they have. Now, firefighters are still going door to door. There's actually so much damage out here and so widespread. They're working their way through piece by piece, just checking homes, and when they're getting reports, they're continuing to move in those areas. But again, they're working to clear the streets to get ambulances close by to help people. They have heavy machinery in here now working to move some of the trees and stuff away, and they're still continuing to search piece by piece. In Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
Okay, Rex is going to join us now with an updated forecast. Rex, what do you have for us?
All righty, guys, I'll tell you what, I have some good news. The rain is certainly just about over in the, it's certainly over in the area that was hit by the tornado this morning. We will zoom in down toward the areas that were hit. Pretty much, we draw a line basically from this area through here, up through here. It's about where the tornado path was. Unfortunately, all the rain is gone, and we'll zoom the radar back out. And the good news about the rain being gone is those rescue operations can continue, as well as the fact is the power companies can start restoring the power. So here's a look at the current radar. All that we got just a little bit of activity remaining down in extreme southeast Mississippi. There's not much to it, and it will soon be exiting over into Alabama. Now, we have another system coming in late this evening and tonight. Now, I do not think it is going to be nearly as severe as this one. I think the main threat of that will be probably to the north of the viewing area, but we may run the risk of 1 or 2 small tornadoes tonight, but I think our main threat will be this gusty, damaging winds and maybe some hail. So I don't think this next system coming in tonight will be nearly as strong as what we saw this morning, but Patrick Bigby will be here tonight to keep you informed of that. So right now, things are clearing up for us here. Matter of fact, we will probably see the sun break out here shortly and things start drying out for us. And that's what it looks like right now. And as a little hope to give you, as we look into the future, in the next about 3 or 4 days, we're going to turn really cold and dry here. And that's going to put a stop to all this severe weather mess we have going on for us right now. So there you have it. That's the latest weather update. Guys, back to you.
All righty, thank you, Rex. As of 7:30 a.m., Dixie Electric Power Association has over 5,500 members without power this morning due to those severe storms that came through early this morning. Here's a breakdown of the outages by county. Forest County has over 3,000 people without power. Wayne County has about 883, Jones County with 770, Perry with 727, and Covington with 39. Dixie Electric's line crews are assessing the damage in order to restore electric service.
Yeah, and at this time, 8 line crews plus additional linemen, engineers, and technicians and warehouse personnel are working to restore power to members. And we have another update. This is from Southern Pines Electric Company. Officials there tell us more than 900 members are without power because of damage from this morning's storms, tornadoes. And Mississippi Power has thousands of people without power. So we just ask you guys out there who you don't have power, you have damage around your homes or to your homes, stay patient. As Ryan said, firefighters are moving house to house to help people, and the electric power companies are moving as fast as they can to get you power. These are pictures from earlier, look like just at dawn, right at sunup. You can see firefighters helping people, rescuing them from their homes. You can see their 18-wheeler is turned over from the horrific storm we had this morning. The AT&T building completely demolished. That looks like someone's front porch or maybe a piece of another home at someone else's home. You can see the damage there. Again, as you can see, the trees down, power lines down there at that home. Just devastating. Blair, what were you seeing, or what could you see when you were coming in this morning?
On my side, I didn't see a lot of damage going on. I did see some of the trees, but when I got to 59, there were trees down all across the highway. Yeah. There was a long line of 18-wheelers, cars stopped, people coming in from out of town, and they would just stop there and trap there. But right. That has been cleared as of now. I live next to the fire station. I saw the firefighters out there getting ready and geared up to go out and you know, see what's going on and help everybody out. And you can see that fire station video there before the sun came up. So right, and as the sun comes up now, people will really get it to take a look at, really see the damage that was left behind. We've been getting pictures in from people. If you want to send pictures in, you can send them to pics@WDAM.com so we can keep giving you all some updated pictures now that there's sunlight. That's another picture. I saw a lot of that coming in, trees missing homes but getting the cars, or trees missing the homes thankfully all together and landing right in front of them. There's a house right by the TV station where a huge pine tree that they had like missed their home by at least like 10 yards. So I bet a lot of people are waking up thankful this morning, and unfortunately a lot of people are waking up to damage like that and hearing that their loved ones are receiving minor injuries, or the 3 that passed away this morning. So prayers for everyone in the Pine Belt, especially those who received damage. And as you can see, we're just going through the pictures right now to show you what we have seen so far. So we'll just let you take a look at the pictures. Carrie, I don't know if you, now you can stay updated with alerts for weather watches and warnings on the WDAM First Alert Weather app. Real-time radar and road condition updates are also available. You can use your current location or type in your zip code to see the real-time animated radar right where you are. It is free to download that on Apple and Android devices. To find out how to download, head to WDAM.com. And again, continue to send in your pictures to pics@WDAM.com. So there's some more video from this morning. Yeah, this morning a Hattiesburg woman was rescued. You can see right there the emergency crews going in to help her. She was telling the emergency crews that she had head and back injuries. She had family members calling a couple of times trying to get help for her. And she was taken from the scene and she got some help, thankfully. You can see them walking her out right there. Just incredible video from people getting rescued and also the damage. We have some video from Fire Station 1, the damage there, Fire Station 2 in Hattiesburg. We have reports of the police department being damaged on Edward Street, and of course, you know, damage to the fire station too. And we're going to be showing you a lot of video from what we got earlier when our people were up and out before sunrise. And as the day goes along, as you have already been seeing, we're going to get you more video and pictures from the daylight hours, because our reporters and crews are out there at William Carey in downtown Hattiesburg, around the police station. With, like you said, Ryan, with the firefighters going door to door. This is the latest information from the Salvation Army with Charles Harrington. Charles joins us now.
Hey guys, the tornado did extensive damage to the Hattiesburg Salvation Army headquarters here along Highway 49. Now, as you can see behind me, the administration building, the shelter, and the Boys and Girls Club all received extensive roof damage. You can also see a van behind me that was pushed back by the storm. There's also many trees that are snapped in two, and right now it sounds like they're running on generator power here at the facility. Now, folks in the shelter who witnessed the storm say that everyone there is okay, but there are some concerns for folks who live in tents nearby in a wooded area near here. They're unaccounted for so far, so hopefully they are okay.
I heard like a whistling noise, sounded like a train, and a lot of throwing and trees shattering and glass was splattering everywhere. Water was flooding, and it was real scary, and I was nervous and shook up about it.
We're all safe. Nobody was hurt. Luckily, a lot of people were still asleep. There was only 3 of us that was actually, there in the moment when all the glass flowed in.
That's the scene here early in the morning as folks are just assessing the damage here at the Hattiesburg Salvation Army headquarters along Highway 49. Charles Harrington, WDAM-7 News. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Charles. Here's some more video. We've just been showing you guys some video of the damage. This looks like William Carey University, and they have cars turned completely over.
This is incredible, and by incredible, I don't mean good, like unbelievable video from William Carey. When we were all first looking at the damage this morning, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Right, the windows are completely blown out, and I remember Rex and Patrick telling people to wear helmets when the tornado came, and it sounds silly when you hear it.
Yeah, it sounds like you're being extreme.
Right.
We're not trying to be fear mongers when we tell people that. Obviously, this is proof that can help, that can save a life.
Right, and so we did have a lot of reports of injuries because of a lot of flying debris. And as you can see from the video, things were flying, and that's how people get injured.
Yeah,
so.
and we just last week, maybe a week and a half ago, we just talked to the president of William Carey, who was planning a retirement, and and we were talking to people in Pearl River Community College, and like officials there, they were planning retirements, and they were talking about how down in Pearl River County, how I'm getting ready to retire, and one of my biggest accomplishments was recovering from Hurricane Katrina, and now with these reports of another university being damaged, you got to think about how they have to go through another plan of action to recover from this. And it reminds me so much of the February 2013 tornado that happened in this area that went from Marion County on up into Lamar County and portions of Hattiesburg, like the Avenue areas. And honestly, I don't know.
How does it look to you?
I guess it's all subjective. People who were affected in the February 2013 tornado, they'll probably say, since they were automatically hit, that they maybe had it worse. But from the looks of it, this is just as bad, if not worse. I mean, William Carey, prayers for the people there and the officials there. This is a lot of damage. Cars turned over. I'm from a personal standpoint, I'm willing to say that this is massive damage. This may be worse, but a lot of people's homes were taken away in February 2013. So this is incredible footage, incredible damage. I'm willing to say maybe the reports will be a little bit worse once the National Weather Service comes down. I mean, the cars turned over there. It looks to be a little bit worse, but I'm sure that is very subjective, and people will have their own opinions about that.
Definitely, and Rex was telling us that there were not any deaths from that tornado, but we do have 3 deaths confirmed right now because of this tornado from the Forest County coroner, Butch Benedict, and he does expect that number to rise. So
unfortunately,
as far as that goes, definitely.
And we don't have any names yet. If you're calling or you're emailing us or anything like that, wanting to know who passed away, I don't think we have any names confirmed on that right now. We just have that 3 people, unfortunately, were taken by the storm. And like she said, they expect that number to rise, and crews are out helping people.
Rex and I were also just talking about how the community comes together to get over these types of things and help each other and pitch in as a community. So we talked to Teresa Eckerson a couple of minutes ago. She's from the Greater Pine Belt Foundation. She let us know that folks can donate to the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation to help those who will start cleaning up from last night's storms. You can visit their website or mail donations to 1507 Hardy Street. That's 1507 Hardy Street, Suite 208 in Hattiesburg. Suite 208 in Hattiesburg. So if you want to go ahead and start helping out now, you all can go ahead and start pitching in. They're already working on getting things together for that.
Yeah, that foundation is amazing. The people that work there are amazing. When we had the February 2013 tornado in Columbia. They were doing Columbia Strong, and we had that fundraiser. I mean, they had to have been here at the station 14, 16 hours, making sure that people were calling in, donating money, and giving that money to the people who need it most. And they just don't come out and do things when tragedy strikes like this. They're always out, always willing to help people, and now they're doing the same thing for the people that were affected from the storms and the tornado early this morning.
And she did tell us they raised over $200,000 for that tornado, so I can imagine it's going to be a great turnout, and it's immediately they're trying to look for help for people who are affected by this.
Efforts like that are, you know, that foundation, they've already started with efforts like that, and there are people on the ground now just checking on individuals, making sure they're okay. We're showing you as many pictures and video as we can. We have reporters out now, and our news director is asking, send in whatever pictures you can, send in whatever video we can. But, you know, we only know as much as we know when officials tell us stuff and when the public gives us information. So if you have information, please call us or email us. If you have any pictures or video, even video that you want to show us, send it to pics@WDAM.com. Email it to us. I believe there's info@WDAM.com. So we'll know what you know. So if you are at home feeling like they're not reporting on this street, or they're not reporting on this town, or they're not reporting on this county, help us out. Send it to us. You can be our reporter by sending us that information, because we have a lot of crews out where the main damage is around downtown Hattiesburg and William Carey. So we'll know what you know, and that'll make other people feel much better.
And we also have a reminder for you. The city of Hattiesburg has an action line that residents can call if they need help today, and that number is 601-545-4500. Again, that's 601-545-4500. An emergency shelter is open. That's the 361 shelter in Forest County. Also, a triage center is open at Petal Harvey Baptist Church in the Petal Civic Center. Again, officials ask people not to drive on the roads and let first responders clear the roads first before they try to go out and see what's going on or go out and help people.
Yeah, and there are parts not affected. I know there's many parts of Lamar County that they're not affected. You know, life is going on as usual, maybe perhaps on Upper Hardy Street when you go more out west. So if you're in a part that's not affected, you know, stay at home, stay with WDAM.com to get all your information. Please don't try to drive out to William Carey or drive out along the interstates. On 59, they're opening a lot of the mile markers, like mile marker 62 is open. Highway 42 throughout Petal has no working traffic lights, and MHP is working to put troopers at each light to direct traffic if that light may be out. South Main Street is closed completely via Brent Barfield with the Highway Patrol, and he's going to give us more updates as he can, because again, he's out working with people, and we'll put those on WDAM.com. But if you're in an area that's not affected, stay at home, go to WDAM.com for video and pictures. I remember Rex saying earlier today that it's only human nature to be curious and you want to see, and we understand that, but do the best you can to rely on us for video and pictures. And if you have anything, please send it to us. pics@WDAM.com, info@WDAM.com, and you can call our newsroom to get us any information that you feel we don't have or we're not reporting.
Carrie, did you see any damage when you came on your way to the station?
It was a lot of along the interstate. It was a lot of snapped pine trees, very reminiscent of, I know this was a tornado, but very reminiscent of Hurricane Katrina, and also February 2013, just seeing the pine trees kind of snap like toothpicks. So seeing a lot of that. One picture that I hope to get to you guys soon is I'm passing by a house, and a pine tree is literally snaps, and it lays beside the home, maybe 10, 20 yards away. So I have a feeling those people are waking up this morning, seeing that tree, very grateful that it went just off to the right and not into the center of their home. So a lot of, along with the unfortunate and the horrifying things that happened this morning, a lot of people probably waking up feeling very blessed also.
Definitely. When I came into the station, there was a lot of flooding. The parking lot was flooded to get into the station, and I had to take the second entrance. Did you see that, or had it gone down?
Yeah, it's a lot of other areas that are flooded also. A lot of roads are flooded, and if you see any roads that are flooded, maybe in front of your house or maybe in your community, and it looks like you can drive through it, be careful. Because that may not always be the case, and a lot of times, even if you don't stall in the water, if you get your car too wet, you can stall later. So if you're out driving, just please be careful, turn around, don't drown, and turn around and don't have a big mechanic bill later also.
And we are getting reports that several homes in Raw Springs are flooded right now as well. So
we have reports of people stepping in to help out in many ways. John Neal of Keg and Barrel, and that's along Hardy Street, along with State Representative Toby Barker, they are organizing a lunch for relief workers at a church called New Testament at the corner of Tuscan Avenue and Cherry Street. Also, Domino's Pizza in Petal. They will be feeding first responders lunch at noon at the Petal Police Department. So the first responders out helping you and the great people in this community like John Neal and establishment like Domino's Pizza, they're out helping those first responders because they have been out since probably after midnight, and I'm pretty sure they're doing the best they can, but they're human, so they're probably getting worn out and exhausted.
Tired as well. So just another example of how this community comes together to make sure that everybody's okay. Victims, the people who are helping out, everybody just having each other's back, making sure everybody's doing good and as best as they can.
Again, I mean, I don't know what if you're in a community that wasn't hit very hard and you're able to go out and help, or you want to ask the first responders what can be done, you could possibly go to these locations to meet up with them. Once again, John Neal of Keg and Barrel, along with State Representative Toby Barker, is organizing a lunch for relief workers at a church called New Testament on the corner of Tuscan Avenue and Cherry Street. Also, Domino's Pizza in Petal will be feeding first responders lunch at noon at the Petal Police Department. And it's things like this, folks, that we don't know unless you tell us. So please email us, call us, and give us as much information as you can.
All right, here's another report from Taylor Currett over at William Carey.
Well, Dean Turner, just coming out here for the first time, what is your reaction to seeing all this?
It's just devastating. There's not a building on this campus that wasn't touched. Luckily, we were able to get all the students out of the dorms and into our classroom area, which is at least dry right now. Our simulation lab behind us is pretty well damaged. Our anatomy lab, the walls are collapsing. Tried to go in the administration building and the police stopped me. They said that building was starting to collapse. It's upturned cars, but the best I can tell from now is that nobody was killed and we are truly blessed.
Yeah, and seeing this building right here, explain to me what the name of this building is. And what
this was our simulation lab and training center for students. It's where we do examinations and train students on techniques and stuff.
Yeah. And where were you during the storm? Were you here on campus?
I was about 5 miles away. I've been trying to get in here since about 4:30 this morning. Finally was able to get in here about an hour ago.
Yeah. And have you been able to talk to some of your students?
I have. Everybody's still pretty shook up and pretty emotional right this minute, but everybody appears to be fairly safe.
That was Taylor Currett. He's in sports, but we have all hands on deck right now out there helping us get all the information we can so we can pass it along to you. Right now we have Jack Bedrosian out there, and she has an update for you.
I've been talking with some residents that live around William Carey, and they were shook up by the tornado too. You can see a little bit of this tree damage right here. Now, all the residents I've spoke to have said that it sounded like a train was coming, their house shook, and then it was over. But it was that train sound that was eerie the most. And like I said, behind me, there's a lot of damage. As you can see, this huge tree came all the way down. And that's just a little bit of the damage that we've been seeing in this area.
Thanks, Jack.
You're going to see a lot of that, and we're going to get a lot of reports of that, of people, trees down in your yards in your community, and also, unfortunately, a tree along people's cars and their homes and everything like that. But if our reporters are out, we have a few out right now, but if you have any video or pics that you want to send us to make us more informed about what's going on, please let us know. And as we told you earlier, according to William Carey officials, there are minor injuries reported there. Officials are working to make sure all the students are safe and accounted for. There's damage to most of the buildings. We've been showing you pictures of that all morning. The windows are blown out. The brick buildings are damaged. The houses across from campus are completely demolished. All dorm rooms and the men's apartments on Tuscan Avenue have been checked and cleared. In earlier reports, a female student on campus says that she had several fingers cut off during that storm. So that information is unconfirmed at this time, but
Just
we'll get more confirmed as we go through the day. As you can see, a lot of our video is for before sunup. Quinnis Jones is reporting out of Petal. And Quinnis, what's the latest information that you have from that area?
We have made our way to the strip mall in Petal. It's right across the street from the Walmart. If you take a look behind me, you can see this AT&T store completely demolished. And then if you pan on over, you can see this wine and liquor store, heavy damage at this store as well. And then this popular restaurant, Fox's Pizza, a lot of damage there as well. Just about every business in this strip mall has major damage in it. And then I want to take you across the street to this Walmart. You can see this 18-wheeler knocked on its side. So it just kind of shows you the force of the wind in this area. So we, of course, are continuing to assess the damage in this area and will, of course, bring you the very latest. I'm Quinnis Jones reporting in Petal.
All right, thank you so much, Quinnis. We appreciate that incredible video there. Folks can donate to the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation to help those who will start cleaning up from last night and early this morning storms and tornado. And you can visit their website or mail donations to 1507 Hardy Street, Suite 208 in Hattiesburg. Their zip code there is 39401. Also, as of earlier this morning, just a couple of hours ago, Dixie Electric Power Association has more than 5,000 members without electricity service due to the severe storms that came through early Saturday morning. And here's a breakdown of outages by county. Forest County has 3,165. Wayne more than 800. Jones more than 700. And Perry more than 700 at 727. And Covington at 39. Now Dixie Electric's line crews are assessing damage in order to restore electric service. And at this time, 8 line crews plus additional linemen, engineers, technicians, and warehouse personnel are working to restore power to their members.
Just to go back to the donations, they're already starting to collect donations. The Greater Pine Belt, she says to make sure if you write a check, she just texted me this, to put in the memo line disaster fund. They have over 200 funds there, she says, and she wants to make sure that it goes to the right one. So in the memo line, if you write a check and you want to donate to the people affected by the tornado, make sure you write in disaster fund so that it goes to the right place.
Okay. We also have Southern Pines Electric. Another update. Officials there tell us that more than 900 members are without power because of damage from this morning's storms and near Peps Point. And now you can stay updated on the alerts and weather watches and the warnings, or you can stay here. We'll be up for a little while longer on the WDAM First Alert weather app. You will have real-time radar and road condition updates are also available, and you can use your current location and your zip code to see real-time animated radar, and you can download it for Apple or Android devices, and head on over to WDAM.com to find out more about that.
And we're getting reports that several homes in Ross Springs are flooded.
We have from Congressman Stephen Palazzo's Twitter page. He says he's praying for those affected by last night's tornadoes, and he says, I'm on my way to the Pine Belt now. And we have similar information from Mayor Johnny Dupree. He's telling residents if they need help, you call that action line at 601-545-4500. And also he's in D.C. just like many of our legislators and our local leaders, and he's going to be on the flight back he's on his way back from a flight from Washington, D.C. So many of our leaders headed back to help us out and make sure their people are okay.
Yes, and he did let us know that they filed a state of emergency so that we can deal with this without any issues.
For Governor Phil Bryant, he says, I ask that you join me and Deborah, his wife, in praying for those loved and lost in Hattiesburg. Also on his Facebook page, he's saying, I have been in regular contact with MEMA and have ordered all available resources toward rescue and recovery. I will travel to the affected areas today to get a full assessment of the damage and the need. I ask all Mississippians to join me and Deborah in praying for the loved and lost. So that's our governor letting us know that he's on top of it, doing everything he can to make sure those who need help receive the help. And the besides the people that may have received minor injuries or need help. Unfortunately, we do have 3 deaths reported now by Forest County Coroner Butch Benedict, and that number, according to him, is expected to rise. Of course, everyone is praying that that may not be the case, but you never know, because crews are still out assessing damage and checking on people. We have Whitney, I believe we do have Ryan Moore from Hattiesburg.
I've managed to make it out over here towards William Carey. Now, as you can see behind me, this is just one of the many structures that is destroyed. Now, William Carey took a direct hit, as you can see back over here over my shoulder. That's the top of one of the larger buildings on campus, and the roof is gone, and a large portion of that is missing. Now, also just near here over on Edward Street, which is just parallel to where we are, about 2 blocks away, the coroner's office was on scene, and they are removing 2 bodies. Those are 2 of the fatalities that they have. Now, firefighters are still going door to door. There's actually so much damage out here and so widespread. They're working their way through piece by piece, just checking homes, and when they're getting reports, they're continuing to move in those areas. But again, they're working to clear the streets to get ambulances close by to help people. They have heavy machinery in here now working to move some of the trees and stuff away, and they're still continuing to search piece by piece. In Hattiesburg, WDAM-7 News, I'm Ryan Moore.
Again, this is some video from William Carey University. They had a lot of cars flipped over there, completely overturned, windows blown out. Luckily, no one was lost there, because they seem to have gotten a direct hit there at William Carey. The houses across from William Carey completely demolished.
And I can't believe how scary it was to go through this, at night, before sunrise, no light out. Hopefully people got alerts on their phones, their computers, anything like that to help them have, gotten out of their beds or whatever they were doing to get some type of shelter or be protected or prepared somehow. I know, Blair, you were saying earlier that you did get the alert on your phone, and that's what woke you up around maybe what, around 3 or 4 this morning?
Around 3 a.m. I started to get those alerts saying, take cover, take cover, take cover. And you always get that type of stuff, and you maybe don't think it's going to come to you.
Yeah, but you should. I mean, this is proof that always pay attention to it. We just heard from Ryan in Hattiesburg, and he zipped back through here, and he's going to let us know. Ryan, I mean, just start us out from the beginning. How was the early morning hours?
There was a time there when the lightning was just constant, just over and over and over. I had Nick Lilia telling me, which way I needed to go, where I needed to stay away from, stuff like that. But now then, once I got downtown, once I started to get, more towards the downtown area, it was very, very apparent that not only was debris and stuff, that it was coming that way, but also, as I continued to go down, there was no power, no red lights, anything like that. But now, once I started to get off Broadway, I could tell, you could off in the distance see a couple of power flashes as it was moving through. But moving over to Bay Street, the police department, and then down by Arledge, that's where I first ran into the most destruction. And funny thing is I was there within minutes of it rolling through. People were just coming out of their homes, and Hattiesburg police, they weren't even there yet. The fire department, which is also on the end of Arledge, it also got hit. So they weren't even able to get their truck out of the station to go and respond. So that was one of those things to where they're on foot and they're walking with flashlights and whatever tools they can take with them on their back. And then moving through and stuff like that, I mean, I could actually hear people screaming for help.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in. How were the people reacting? I mean, what were they saying? What was their vibe when they were seeing what the damage that had happened, their initial reaction to what was going on?
The biggest reaction that I saw from them, it was shock, and everybody instantly wanted to go in and compare it to Hurricane Katrina or the February tornado previously, and it's one of those things that everybody was continuing to go back and forth about. And I'll throw one more thing in here just before I stepped on the desk. I did speak with Forest County Coroner Butch Benedict, and that death toll, which started at 4, dropped to 3, has now gone back to 4. They have confirmed the 4th one. And another thing that I want to throw out there to folks, I was out there down around William Carey and stuff like that, And the folks that are out sightseeing, it's ridiculous. They are asking people to please stay away. They haven't even searched all the houses. They're still, even when I just left, the fire department folks are going door by door, checking houses, and they can't get to where they need to go for the traffic in the area.
So there are a lot of people out there just trying to see what happened and just looking and taking pictures.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there were multiple folks that I saw that were hanging out the window with their cell phones, just trying to ride in a loop around William Carey and through stuff like that. But now, earlier this morning, it was just a few folks that were coming out of their homes. They were seeing it, but also it sort of got scary there for a moment, because while that one passed through, I mean, it was within 20 minutes, we were dropped under another tornado warning in the exact same area. And it was one of those things that where you definitely had to find cover. You had to get to somewhere safe.
Did you see a lot of those lines down? I know that one of the reasons why they advise people not to go out there and sightsee is because the lines could be live down there. People drive over them or around them, can get electrocuted. Did you see a lot of down lines?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I didn't even make it one block in by the police department, and it wasn't just a line. I mean, the whole power pole. Matter of fact, there's one house that I saw a power pole in down on Arledge Street.
So is the police station without power? How are the police working around anything they may be lacking?
Actually, everything downtown right now is without power, but some of these facilities and stuff like that, they operate with generators, so that's something that they can kick on and they can do. But as far as everything else, they've got the police force that's out there in the areas that are the hardest hit, blocking traffic and getting stuff like that. But again, they're mainly assisting folks because they're still going searching. I mean, I wouldn't even begin to put a number on how many homes that are damaged, or I mean, way more than dozens. I mean, there's just square blocks that are completely, every single home has damage. There was one that was near Cherry Street, and there's a sink that's broken off and flipped, and it's sitting on the front portion of someone's car. Well, the water from the sink, from the pipe, is still spraying through the air.
Wow. Were you able to, you said when you first got to the scene where you were on Arledge Street, you were hearing people crying for help. Were you able to, help yourself or make sure you saw the fire crews getting those people out? Because I know that's hard to walk away from hearing someone screaming for help.
Actually, when I first got there, I didn't jump out of the car with the camera. Once I knew there was more coming, I was trying to alert people to stay back inside, but I actually helped two people out of their house because their roof was starting to come in and they were at the front door, so I helped them. And then also, I noticed there were multiple gas lines that were ruptured. They were spraying gas into the air, which is not safe at all. And so I was trying to get people back from those, but also I was in touch with folks at the fire department, letting them know, hey, this is where this is where you guys need to send the gas crew to come and shut this stuff off.
Right, so just everybody working together. I know that's not for you to do, but everybody, pitches in and helps out.
At times like this, you need help from everyone. A lot of people, we had reports that John Neal Keg and Barrel, they're offering food there for responders to come there, and Domino's is offering, and Petal is offering to feed people. So another question that I wanted to ask you, how difficult was it, you being out there, no power, so there's no light, the sun isn't up yet. I mean, how was everybody and the firefighters operating around?
One thing that I will mention is they were going with flashlights. So you're going street by street. They can't bring their trucks. They can't get in there. So
did you have a flashlight?
I did. I did have a flashlight, yes. I was prepared for this one.
Okay.
So had a flashlight going in with them. Now, one time after, we stopped hearing folks scream. They were tended to and stuff like that. But a short time after, there was a paramedic crew that came up to me from AAA ambulance. They came out and they were taking a backboard, and they were trying their hardest to get from Arledge over to Edward Street, the 100 block of Edward Street. I actually took them, me and another person took them around a loop to work their way through. We crawled through a tree to get over on Edward Street. There was a woman that was trapped inside her home. She was rescued. She had a back injury, and she was complaining of a head injury. They couldn't get an ambulance to her. They couldn't get her out on the backboard. So instead, these guys that are, volunteers and just jumping in, Forest County Sheriff's Department and anybody that can assist, actually picked her up and carried her out of the scene to a little ATV type deal. And actually, some of the video that you're seeing right now, this is actually me following these crew over as they're going to render aid to this woman and help take care of her.
And Ryan, a lot of people, and I know for people that's experiencing the damage or seeing the damage or is in your neighborhood or your community, it's hard to believe that people may be unaware of what happened early this morning and last night are maybe unaware of the damage. So if you're just waking up, if you're just tuning in, Ryan, if you can just take us through how many of us, haven't slept. We left from the 10 o'clock last night and we were on alert. So just walk us through when things started to happen.
It was probably around 1:45, 2 o'clock or so when the thunderstorm started to push in. And at first I hung around Lamar County and then moved over towards Marion County. They were placed under a tornado warning in Columbia. I again was in touch with Nick, moved back further east, and then once I started moving back further east, I had to wait for one of the cells to pass through the Olo area, and I continued to move forward. And as I did, it was probably somewhere around 3 or so thereafter, whenever it started to go downhill quickly, and they were talking.
So you were out there while
yes.
it was happening.
But you said Nick Lilia was telling you where to be to stay out of the way.
That's right. He was keeping me a distance. iPhone, I was sharing my location with him, so he was able to live time keep up with where I was along 98, and so he was able to tell me, don't go any further. This is where you need to slow down. Go further, you're safe, et cetera, et cetera. But once it got to the extent of seeing power flashes off in the distance, I knew that was time to hold up.
Right. I thought I saw you when I was coming in on 59. Were you there?
No, I went on 59. I stayed on Hardy all the way down, and made it all the way down to 49, and then went south.
And you said around 3 is when you were headed more towards the downtown area.
That was when the really tight formation, was going through from Purvis, the Oak Grove area, and they were, stressing for folks to definitely take cover on all of those times as it was tracking northeast.
Okay, we've been comparing this to the tornado that came through, I think it's February 10th, 2013. I know you were here then, Ryan. What do you think this looks like in comparison to that tornado?
To be honest with you, I'm not a meteorologist, but I would say it's probably going to gauge along the same lines. I would probably put it as a 3 or a 4, something like that.
I was saying, and it's also subjective. If you lost your home then and you received damage, you're going to say, it was worse then.
That's correct. And also, there are a lot of things that go into the factors. Is it a wood structure? Is it a brick structure? I mean,
we saw all of those.
That's correct. I saw brick structures today that were leveled. I saw mobile homes that weren't just knocked off their foundation; they were gone. They were. I mean, there were pieces of them left in a tree. And now 2 of those fatalities in Forest County did occur in a smaller trailer park off Edward Street. And those mobile homes were just completely ripped apart, and one of them actually had a tree through it. So that's, again, is one of those places that is extremely dangerous to be in something like this.
And Ryan, if you would just stick with us, we have Taylor. He caught up with William Carey President today. Taylor.
Well, it was shocking, as you might expect. We have extensive damage to every building on campus. But our attitude is this. Bricks and glass and roofs can be repaired. We had no serious injury to students, just a handful with fairly minor injuries, and it's our students that we care about. So we'll find a way to pick up and move forward better than ever. Yes, I've toured the campus, and it's really devastating. But one interesting thing, we had extensive damage to our beautiful Bass Chapel on campus, but the Bible on the pulpit is left undisturbed, and it's open to Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength in times of trouble. We have had students and alumni to come and offer help. We've had numerous calls offering the use of facilities at Camp Shelby and local churches to continue classes. And we hope to be able to continue classes with no lost credit to students. Well, we've been through this before. Katrina completely destroyed our Gulf Coast campus. We missed about 2 weeks of classes, and we're up and running. made up the time, and students lost no class time credit. And we have built a more beautiful campus than we had before. So we know how to recover from disasters, and we intend to put our shoulder to the wheel and push forward. We will have to assess what we can do. We are prepared to offer most of the classes online. A few of the classes, such as lab sciences, classes like that, we'll have to find locations. One of the most important adjustments we have to make is for the medical school. For the anatomy classes, our anatomy lab roof was completely destroyed. We lost power, and we don't know whether we'll lose all the cadavers or be able to salvage those. But we'll have to find a place for those students. Otherwise, we think that we can find a way to teach the other classes in the medical school. We've had a call from the commander of Camp Shelby offering housing and other facilities, churches in the area, and I've had communication from a large number of fellow colleges around the country. So we're very optimistic that this is just going to be a stumbling block, but can become a stepping stone to a better future.
Dr. Thomas King, William Carey University president that you just saw there, has asked for students to gather at Tatum Court for announcements in a group prayer. Someone mentioned the announcement may concern classes becoming available online.
All right, thank you so much, Blair. And Jack, she's out there to give us some more information.
So you guys are safe, but some of your neighbors have had kind of a brunt of the storm.
Yeah, we heard it coming. We heard it sound like a freight train, and the house behind me went over our house, and the house behind us, the tree fell directly in the house on them, but they are okay.
And now they're in the hospital?
He's okay. He's not in the hospital, but some friends of ours around the corner, their house was totally destroyed, and they are in the hospital.
And you said your son or
my brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law actually was under a tree too.
Right. He had to dig his way out.
God. Have you talked to him since that?
Yes, he came to my house. I live in the back.
Okay. And what was that experience like? I'm sure it's just adrenaline rushing, trying to get out.
It was almost unbelievable. Mm-hmm.
And what about your house? Did you get much damage?
It's well. It didn't get any damage, but I have a body shop and it had some roofing tore off.
And I mean, just looking around this area, it's just crazy how much damage there is. And a lot of neighbors. Can you kind of describe, I don't know this area too well, but some of the damage that you've seen?
It's been a widespread damage. Some of the houses, some of my church members' homes are totally destroyed. It's just awful. It's something I haven't seen before.
All we can say is that God's able.
Yeah. Thank God we're here.
Well, I'm glad y'all are safe. Thank you.
And as you heard from those ladies there, they're saying things like unbelievable, they couldn't believe it. Their house was fine, but the house before them had a tree in it. And a lot of, as I said earlier, a lot of people, just like that woman saying, waking up feeling very blessed, saying God is able. So, and we saw some cars passing by. I'm sure there's a lot of people going out to help people in those areas. So a lot of rescue officials are out there. So right now we're going to show you some more pictures of everything that we've been gathering so far today. Well, we have video for you of showing you what we have so far.
And if you all have any pictures or videos to send in, just go ahead and send them to us at pics@wdam.com. Like Carrie was saying, the more we have, the more we can show everybody to let them know what's going on and show them some of the damage, so that they know where not to go and places to avoid. Because
and you're looking at William Carey. For those of you just tuning in, you're looking at William Carey right there. We have another interview from Jack to show you guys.
So what happened? Did your mom and dad wake you up?
Well, what happened was I started hearing lightning, and I saw the tornado warning coming from William Carey set off, and I woke my mom and my dad up, and we went downstairs, and we got in a hallway, and I covered my head over my backpack.
How scary was that?
It was very scary, but when we went back upstairs, we heard the tornado warning go off again. Then I heard the news. It said, tornado on the ground, take cover now. That's when I really woke them up. We all went downstairs. My mom said, y'all, there he goes. She sounded like just a freight train coming down the street.
Is that kind of what you heard too? Is kind of a freight train noise?
Yeah, like I just saw the lights going flicking off, and then one minute I just woke up, and I woke my sister up. Then she woke up. She like, girl, get off of me. So I ran in my mom's room. My mom told me just go over there, cover up. And then I got on the ground, just got this my closet and just started praying. And then bad stuff happened and lighted, and I just heard booming. Just came over there and started booming. I looked outside, I just saw the tornado because nobody was up but me.
You saw the tornado?
It was like, because it was coming down the street. And I just saw it knocked on my friend though. And I just ran in the house. Just started praying and stuff like I said earlier. Then I went to sleep.
Wow. From the mouth of babes.
Wow.
Did you hear how they were describing that?
And you know that they tell exactly what they see. So
wow, amazing to hear that from kids. Right now, I believe we're going to Taylor.
Where were you when the storm hit?
Third floor in Bass. So yeah, it was pretty hectic up there. I didn't really take it seriously because prior to this it's never been anything. So I was in my dorm room and I left it and I was going to stay in there, and then all of a sudden like the windows came through and the rain, and it was like there was nothing. It was like quiet and it was just lightning, and then all of a sudden rain, everything all at once just like hit. It just hit Bass like straight away. Everything just, it was crazy. So that was it. Like doors were open. I rushed down the stairwell, which was even like, lights were flickering. We got down onto the bottom, and then about 5 minutes after that, all the powers went out. Yeah, no, I was on my own. I didn't have a roommate, so I was on my own. And then I went downstairs to check on my teammates, and my teammate lost 3 fingers, like in the door, like a door slammed shut on her hand. So she, like, the blood was everywhere down on the bottom floor. So it was that was the only kind of injury in Bass, which was lucky. Yeah, she got transferred to Jackson Hospital, so she's okay now. We're keeping in contact with her, she's fine. I'm from England. I'm not a transfer, I'm an international student on the soccer team, so I hope my passport's still in my room. Otherwise I'm going back home. Well, the soccer team's quite close, so I've got a load of friends. I can go and stay at their house, and so it's not really a problem, but I hope all my stuff's other than that, I've got to go claim on everything, and it's going to be a long couple of months, I guess. No, this is new to like any international student. Like, we didn't really know what the sirens really meant, so don't really take it seriously. So it's like, yeah, could have been worse. Could have been worse.
But they have said that that's one of the worst injuries reported out of William Carey.
We were telling you earlier that a student at William Carey had their fingers cut off, but we couldn't confirm that. And there's Megan Williams, a soccer player at William Carey, was there when the door slammed on her teammate's fingers. That's footage of William Carey. Door slams on the teammate's fingers, and according to that student, that other soccer player, the other student, lost 3 fingers and was taken to a hospital in Jackson. And I believe she said that teammate is doing well. As she said, it's unbelievable, but it could have been worse. I know that is kind of horrifying to hear that during a tornado, the door slamming on that player's fingers and cutting off 3 of her fingers. But she did get transported to Jackson, and according to her teammate, she is doing well. So, I mean, we're probably going to continue to hear things like that for the rest of the day. The death toll we got from our push alert is now up to 4. So we're going to keep hearing things like that from the player and giving you guys the information. Again, the death toll, unfortunately, is at 4 now. So hearing and seeing incredible things this morning.
The city of Hattiesburg has a reminder for you. They have an action line that residents can call if you need help today. The number is 601-545-4500. That's 545-4500. An emergency shelter is open. It's the 361 shelter in Forest County. Also, a triage center is open at Petal Harvey Baptist Church and the Petal Civic Center. Again, officials ask everyone to not drive on the roads and let first responders clear roadways first to make sure everyone stays safe. That's when Ryan was saying that there are a lot of people out there on the roads just looking and taking pictures and trying to see what's happened. And officials are advising you all not to do that at this time. So,
and we have updates on the roads that are open. The I-50, excuse me, I-59 mile marker 62 is open. Highway 42 throughout Petal has no working traffic lights, and MHP, they're working to put troopers at each light to direct traffic. And South Main Street is closed completely via Brent Barfield with the Highway Patrol, and they're going to give us more updates as soon as they can, and then we will put those updates at WDAM.com.
And we are keeping you all updated on the status of the power outages that have been going on around the area as of 7:30 a.m. This is the last we've heard. Dixie Electric Power Association has over 5,500 members without electric service due to those storms that came this morning. Here's a breakdown of the outages by county. Forest County has over 3,000. Wayne County has 883. Jones 770. Perry County 727. And Covington with 39. Dixie Electric's line crews are assessing the damage in order to get the power back on. At this time, 8 line crews plus additional linemen, engineers, technicians, and warehouse personnel are working to restore power to the members.
All right, and we have a Southern Pine Electric update. This is from them. Officials there tell us that more than 900 members are without power because of the tornado and the storm damage from last night and this morning, and some storm damage near Peps Point.
And we heard from a lot of them this morning with some phoner interviews. Mississippi Power said that they had over 9,000 people without power this morning, and that they were having people come from Meridian and from the coast to help them get the power restored. So it sounds like it's going to be an all-day type project for all these electric companies, but they say that they are working to get everything on track.
And we're probably, as this day goes on and as the days go on into next week, we're probably going to get a lot of information about crews coming from other counties and other states to help us out. If you go on Twitter and you're starting to see Mississippi tornado, you're seeing a lot of people from other national weather services in other states telling us, praying for Mississippi, praying for the Pine Belt, praying for this area. So we're probably going to see a lot of out-of-town people coming in to help us, which is a good thing. And just stay put, guys. We're telling you the information as we receive it, and if you have anything that you think we need to know that we're not reporting or we're not telling you, just email us, send us pictures, call our newsroom.
That is a picture of the Salvation Army.
There you have video right now of the Salvation Army. You can see there is a lot of roof damage there. A lot of the tin from the roof is just all across that area, all across the Salvation Army campus there. And that's very close to William Carey. As you can see, there's a complete hole in that roof there, and the window pane is out. So a lot of video, we're getting a lot of video from right before the sun came up. So we'll give you more video as our crews are out talking to people and talking to emergency officials. And we're getting reports that several homes in Raw Springs are flooded. I believe we have Quintus Jones in Petal to give us more information.
We are on South Main Street in Petal, and boy, is the damage bad in this area. If you could take a look behind you, you can see just at this rolling alley, Southern Lanes right here, you can see the tin on that building just mangled. Follow me over this way, you can see heavy damage on the roof of this building. And then down this stretch of South Main Street, the damage is as far as the eye can see. Trees uprooted. As you can see, power lines are down right here. And then follow me over a little bit further. You can see this building, the roof of this building is in the road on South Main Street. So the damage is very heavy in this area. We are continuing to assess the damage, and we'll bring you the very latest. For now, in Petal, I'm Quintus Jones for WDAM 7 News.
Thank you so much, Quintus. As you can see, Quintus is out there among the devastation and damage in Petal, showing you what buildings are completely destroyed in Petal. If you live in Petal and you don't have to be out, hopefully crews are there helping people, going door to door. But if your home is okay and you don't have to be out, please don't go out to travel to look at the damage. Just stay with us and we'll show you as much as we can. Go to our website, look at the pictures, and we'll show you as much as we can.
And they also were saying that in Petal, all the traffic lights are out. So they have a highway patrol out there.
Highway patrol at the traffic lights. And that's another thing. If you're out and there are no traffic lights and you're looking at damage and you're not paying attention to the road or not paying attention to other drivers, that will just cause a little more of confusion when first responders really need to be getting to people that need help the most.
Right. You can stay updated with alerts for weather watches and warnings on the WDAM First Alert weather app. Real-time radar and road condition updates are also available. You can use your current location or type in your zip code to see the real-time animated radar right where you are. It's free to download on Apple and Android devices. To find out how to download, head to WDAM.com.
And guys, around 12 o'clock today, we're going to try to have some aerial footage for you guys showing you around the areas in Petal and William Carey and anywhere else there's damage. So we're trying to give you, we're trying to be your eyes and give you as much footage and pictures and information about what happened as we can, so you won't have to be out there in the storm. So again, stay tuned for around lunch, 12 o'clock. We'll try to have aerial footage of where the damage is around the Pine Belt, mostly Petal and William Carey.
Hey guys, the tornado did extensive damage to the Hattiesburg Salvation Army headquarters here along Highway 49. Now, as you can see behind me, the administration building, the shelter, and the Boys and Girls Club all received extensive roof damage. You can also see a van behind me that was pushed back by the storm. There's also many trees that are snapped in two. And right now it sounds like they're running on generator power here at the facility. Now, folks in the shelter who witnessed the storm say that everyone there is okay, but there are some concerns for folks who live in tents nearby in a wooded area near here. They're unaccounted for so far, so hopefully they are okay.
I heard like a whistling noise, sounded like a train, and a lot of throwing and trees shattering, and glass was splattering everywhere. Water was flooding, and it was real scary, and I was nervous and shook up about it.
We're all safe. Nobody was hurt. Luckily, a lot of people were still asleep. There was only 3 of us that was actually, there in the moment when all the glass blowed in.
That's the scene here early in the morning as folks are just assessing the damage here at the Hattiesburg Salvation Army headquarters along Highway 49. Charles Harrington, WDAM 7 News. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. And Whitney, you say we have video of damage in Petal? We have photos of damage in Petal that we want to show you guys. They're all on the slideshow on our website for you guys to see the damage that's at William Carey and also in Petal. As you can see there, complete devastation. I believe we're going to show you the AT&T building that's completely destroyed. There's the woman that was getting rescued in downtown.
And that is in Petal.
There's the AT&T building in Petal, next to Walmart.
So a lot of damage
there. Yeah, Walmart
AT&T.
had some damage. The subway there had some damage. So as we get the pictures, we're just going to put them up for you guys. I know we're telling you if you don't have to be out, but if you're just around your yard, just walking around your community, not going too far, and you want to send us some pictures, please do that. But as far as like going to these places that have been completely demolished, trying to get video, please do not do that. Please do your best to stay off the roads, especially in Petal where there are no working traffic lights.
Right, definitely. Luckily, the Highway 59 is open now.
Yes.
I was telling you earlier when I was coming in, everything was completely shut down. There were trees all the way across the highway, and cars were just stalled for miles going back because everything was closed down.
So a lot of trees. We are
making progress.
Yeah, we are making progress, especially around Interstate 59 where a lot of trees were in the road and they were telling people to stay off Interstate 59, but they're getting that cleared now. But just be careful. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. But if you do, as of what we know right now, I-59 is open.
Right, and our weather crew was here all night keeping us updated on what was going on. Hopefully the crews are on their way to assess that damage and let us know exactly what happened so we can have official knowledge of what level of a tornado this was.
And even people who are not here are helping us out. Nick Lilia, who's not here, he had some business to attend to at a conference before all of this happened. He was helping Ryan get through parts of town through their phones, through Ryan's location, telling him the tornado's here, don't go here, stay here. So
that was amazing to hear Ryan
That was
say.
amazing that Nick Lilia, who I believe is in Seattle, was tracking Ryan's location to tell him where he could go and where he couldn't go as early as 1 o'clock in the morning to the time where the tornadoes were hitting. So thankfully we had that. Ryan stayed safe and was getting help, or else he would have driven into the tornado. So thanks to Nick Lilia, and if you're watching, we're here taking care of things, and I can't wait till you get back. Right now, Quintus Jones, he's reporting for Petal. I believe we have him.
We have made our way to the strip mall in Petal. It's right across the street from the Walmart. If you take a look behind me, you can see this AT&T store completely demolished. And then if you pan on over, you can see this wine and liquor store. Heavy damage at this store as well. And then this popular restaurant, Fox's Pizza, a lot of damage there as well. Just about every business in this strip mall has major damage in it. And then I want to take you across the street to this Walmart. You can see this 18-wheeler knocked on its side. So it just kind of shows you the force of the wind in this area. So we, of course, are continuing to assess the damage in this area, and will, of course, bring you the very latest. I'm Quintus Jones reporting in Petal.
All right, thank you so much, Quintus. United Blood Services is asking for blood donations for the injured, and as a reminder, Hattiesburg has an action line residents can call if they need help today, and that number is 601-545-4500. An emergency shelter is open, and that's the 361 shelter in Forest County. Also, a triage center is open at Petal Harvey Baptist Church and the Petal Civic Center. Again, officials are asking everyone to not drive on the roads and let the first responders clear roadways first to make sure everyone stays safe.
And an update for you, as we just mentioned, I-59 at mile marker 62 is open now. Highway 42 throughout Petal does not have any working traffic lights. MHP is working to put troopers at each light to direct traffic. South Main Street is closed completely via Brent Barfield with the highway patrol. More updates can be found as they come in at WDAM.com. And they've been doing a great job at calling in to us and letting us know what's going on, where they are with everything. So that's been a good thing this morning. We've had updates from the power companies and the officials. So that's been very helpful for us. So.
And we're going to have some aerial coverage of the different areas that received damage around 12:30 today. So if you guys can just stay with us online, stay with us here, and then wait for 12:30, we'll be able to show you as much as we can so you won't have to go out and put yourself in danger, other people in danger, to try to see all of that. You can go to pics at WDAM.com to send us anything. You can go to our website like you see right here to look at those pictures. Again, if we're not reporting something that you think is important, or if you need help and you can't, the emergency officials haven't gotten to you yet, they are coming. Just stay put. If there's any information that you think we need to know, just give us a call or send us an email, info@WDAM.com. You can send email to Blair or myself, anything you think you can do to make sure we receive the information. Our assignment editor, you can send her any information, twashington@WDAM.com, just in case you feel like we're missing anything or we need to report something. We want to give you some updates on the power companies, and this information is as of 7:30. So if you're with any of these power companies and they're still working with the power lines and you may have had power and you just want us to give us an update, you can email us that. But as of 7:30, Dixie Electric Power Association has more than 5,000 members without electric service due to the storms. And here's a breakdown of the outages by county. Forest County have more than 3,000, Wayne County has more than 800, Jones have more than 700, and Perry more than 700 at 727, and Covington at 39. Dixie Electric's line crews are assessing damage in order to restore electric service, and at this time 8 line crews plus additional linemen, engineers, technicians, and warehouse personnel are working to restore power to the members.
And another update from Southern Pines Electric Company. Officials there tell us over 900 members are without power because of the damage from this morning's storms near Peps Point. and thousands of Mississippi Power customers are without power. They called this morning and said that there were about 9,000 people without power this morning. So this is a look at the outages map over on their website. You all can also go there. We've been showing you all where the power outages are on the Mississippi Power website, but you can go there too to see estimated times of when they will have your power restored and where there are power outages. So if we don't have it up, you can go there as well to see what's going on.
And if you're just tuning in with us to get more information, we had Taylor Curette. He called it with William Carey president. Here's that.
Well, it was shocking, as you might expect. We have extensive damage to every building on campus. But our attitude is this: bricks and glass and roofs can be repaired. We had no serious injury to students, just a handful with fairly minor injuries. And it's our students that we care about. So we'll find a way to pick up and move forward better than ever. Yes, I've toured the campus, and it's really devastating. But you know, one interesting thing, we had extensive damage to our beautiful Bass Chapel on campus, but the Bible on the pulpit is left undisturbed. And it's open to Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength in times of trouble. We have had students and alumni to come and offer help. We've had numerous calls offering the use of facilities at Camp Shelby and local churches to continue classes. And we hope to be able to continue classes with no lost credit to students. Well, we've been through this before. Katrina completely destroyed our Gulf Coast campus. We missed about 2 weeks of classes, and we're up and running, made up the time, and students lost no class time credit. And we have built a more beautiful campus than we had before. So we know how to recover from disasters, and we intend to put our shoulder to the wheel and push forward. We will have to assess what we can do. We are prepared to offer most of the classes online. A few of the classes, such as lab sciences, classes like that, we'll have to find locations. One of the most important adjustments we have to make is for the medical school. For the anatomy classes, our anatomy lab roof was completely destroyed. We lost power, and we don't know whether we'll lose all the cadavers or be able to salvage those. But we'll have to find a place for those students. Otherwise, we think that we can find a way to teach the other classes in the medical school. We've had a call from the commander of Camp Shelby offering housing and other facilities, churches in the area, and I've had communication from a large number of fellow colleges around the country. So we're very optimistic that this is just going to be a stumbling block, but can become a stepping stone to a better future.
You just heard from Dr. Tommy King at William Carey University, and also he has asked for students to gather at Tatum Court for some announcements and a group prayer. And someone mentioned the announcement may concern classes becoming available online.
We're getting new reports about a William Carey student who lost her fingers today. Taylor Curette talks with that student's roommate about the incident.
Where were you when the storm hit?
Third floor in Bass, so yeah, it was pretty hectic up there. I didn't really take it seriously because prior to this it's never been anything, So I was in my dorm room and I left it and I was going to stay in there. And then all of a sudden, like, the windows came through and the rain, and it was just, it was like there was nothing. It was like quiet, and it was just lightning. And then all of a sudden, rain, everything all at once just like hit. It just hit Bass like straight away. Everything just, it was crazy. So that was it. Like, doors were open. I rushed down the stairwell, which was even like, lights were flickering. We got down onto the bottom, and then about 5 minutes after that, all the powers went out. Yeah, no, I was on my own. I didn't have a roommate, so I was on my own. And then I went downstairs to check on my teammates, and my teammate lost 3 fingers, like in the door, like a door slammed shut on her hand. So she, like, the blood was everywhere down on the bottom floor. So it was that was the only kind of injury in Bass, which was lucky. Yeah, she got transferred to Jackson Hospital, so she's okay now. We're keeping in contact with her. She's fine. I'm from England. I'm not a transfer. I'm an international student on the soccer team. So I hope my passport's still in my room. Otherwise, I'm going back home. Well, the soccer team's quite close, so I've got a load of friends. I can go and stay at their house, and so it's not really a problem. But I hope all my stuff's. Other than that, I've got to go claim on everything, and it's going to be a long couple of months, I guess. No, this is new to like any international student. Like, we didn't really know what the sirens really meant, so don't really take it seriously. So it's like, yeah, could have been worse. Could have been worse.
It's incredible that she said that as an international students, we didn't know what sirens meant. That, I mean, to hear her say that is truly incredible, and thankfully she's okay. But she did tell the story of her teammate who got her fingers cut off, a door slammed on her fingers. So, and she went to Jackson to receive help, and I believe she is doing okay. All right, now we have Jack, and she brings us the latest.
So you guys are safe, but some of your neighbors have had kind of a brunt of the storm.
Yeah, we heard it coming. We heard it sound like a freight train, and the house behind me went over our house, and the house behind us, the tree fell directly in the house, on them. But they are okay.
And now they're in the hospital?
He's okay. He's not in the hospital, but some friends of ours around the corner, their house was totally destroyed, and they are in the hospital.
And you said your son or
my brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law actually was under a tree too.
Right. He had to dig his way out.
Have you talked to him since that?
Yes, he came to my house. I live in the back.
Okay. And what was that experience like? I'm sure it's just adrenaline rushing, trying to get out.
It was almost unbelievable. Mm-hmm.
And what about your house? Did you get much damage?
It's well. It didn't get any damage, but I have a body shop and it had some roofing tore off.
And I mean, just looking around this area, it's just crazy how much damage there is. And a lot of neighbors. Can you kind of describe, I don't know this area too well, but some of the damage that you've seen?
It's been a widespread damage. Some of the houses, some of my church members' homes are totally destroyed. It's just awful. It's something I haven't seen before.
All we can say is that God's able.
Yeah. Thank God we're here.
So what happened? Did your mom and dad wake you up?
Well, what happened was I started hearing lightning, and I saw the tornado warning coming from William Carey set off, and I woke my mom and my dad up, and we went downstairs, and we got in our hallway, and I covered my head over my backpack.
How scary was that?
It was very scary, but when we went back upstairs, we heard the tornado warning go off again. Then I heard the news. It said, tornado on the ground, take cover now. That's when I really woke them up. We all went downstairs. My mom said, y'all, there he goes. She sounded like just a freight train coming down the street.
Is that kind of what you heard too? Is kind of a freight train noise?
Yeah, like I just saw the lights going flicking off, and then one minute I just woke up, and I woke my sister up. And she woke up, she like, girl, get off of me. So I ran in my mom's room. My mom told me just go over there, cover up. And then I got on the ground, just got this small closet and just started praying. And then bad stuff happened and lighted, and I just heard booming. Just came over there and started booming. I looked outside, I just saw the tornado because nobody was up but me.
You saw the tornado?
Uh-huh, it was like, because it was coming down the street. And I just saw it knocked on my friend though. And I just ran in the house. Just went, started praying and stuff like I said earlier. Yeah, I went to sleep.
Wow.
Well, as you heard from those kids, it sounded like a freight train, and you always hear that from people when they talk about hearing a tornado. We had one of our camera people come in who's not from Mississippi, so when she heard the hail, heard the winds, kind of heard everything that was going on around 3 this morning, she said she didn't know what to do. She was terrified. She just stayed on the phone with her parents who don't even live in state. So I can only imagine what the early mornings were like for people who are not familiar with Mississippi weather, are not familiar with what they call tornado alley. So hopefully everyone is doing well. Our camera op who is here was telling us about that. She is doing well and she's safe and she's here with us now.
Right. It's so amazing to hear a young kid say that they were paying attention to the news and that they went and woke their parents up. I mean, well, I guess they do. I would think most kids maybe don't pay attention to that, but he sounded like he was aware and he knew that it was serious, and he went and let his family know, hey, we got to wake up and, you know, so
be safe. And we're getting messages from viewers that are telling us they are sending in pictures to our assignment editor, and also sending in pictures to pics@WDAM.com. So we can only report what you tell us, and we're trying to be your eyes, and we're trying to tell you let you see without going out and tell you as much information as we can. Whitney, do we have another? We have drone video that we want to show you guys. This is from a viewer in Hattiesburg, Thomas Hansen. He was kind enough to let us have his drone video, and this is around Pine Hills, William Carey area. I mean, this is, as the clouds are passing, you can actually see the damage, especially to the lower right hand of your screen. If you guys at home, do you see that? It just looks like
chaos.
From that level, it looks like trash everywhere, but that's not trash. Those are homes, the roofs everywhere.
Wow,
there's, if you see right in the center of your screen, you can see there's damage there. And to the left, you see more damage. Right. Top left and to the left of your screen, you see the damage there. Again, this is Pine Hills, the William Carey area. You can see cars passing through, probably neighbors helping neighbors, hopefully not people passing by to see the damage. But this is incredible drone footage video from Thomas Hansen.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for sending that in to us.
That's amazing. We appreciate you so much for sending that video in. Right now we're going to go back to Jack. We have some video from her.
Some video of damage around the William Carey area. She's been hanging out there, kind of giving us the updates on what's going on at William Carey and then the surrounding area, because they were hit pretty hard, as we've been showing you the pictures. Rex said that he thinks that this is one of the hardest hit areas that we've seen so far. So she's just sending us in video. She's out on the scene. She's been there since early this morning, gathering video and interviews and letting us know what's going on there. So
we have some information. As you continue to look at that video, we have some information from Brent Barfield for loved ones trying to pick up students from William Carey. Please use the Edward Street entrance, and the Yelverton Street entrance is blocked. So if you're a loved one or a parent trying to get to the students at William Carey from MHP, they're saying please use the Edward Street entrance, and the Yelverton Street entrance is blocked. So that's for people trying to get over to William Carey. Again, for the people that they're helping out of their homes, rescuing, if you can't go back to your home, you have the Forest County Multipurpose Center on 946 Sullivan Drive is open. The Triage Center at Petal Harvey Baptist Church is open, and the Petal Civic Center. So for those out there who can't get back into your homes or don't have a home to get back to, those places are open. And we're going to go back to Jack. She has some sound from a storm survivor.
About your experience today. Did you wake up? Did someone wake you up?
Well, God did this morning. About 1:30. We come out this morning, and the bishop was already here. Him and his wife was here when I got here. And this is what we found when we got here this morning.
And I mean, walking around, I'm devastated. What were your initial reactions?
Well, shocked. Really sad. to see it really. But I know things happen for a reason. So. But I know God got it. Yeah, so.
And at least everyone's safe too.
Everything is real. Everybody's safe and good health, and nobody got hurt from it. So that's what we thank God for that.
And do you live around this area?
Yes, 2 miles.
What was it like? I heard a lot of people describe it kind of as a freight train.
Well, I didn't hear it. We didn't even get much wind off of this where I live at, about 2 miles down the road. But it was a lot of lightning, but no wind hardly at all around that way.
It's just kind of coming over here and seeing it, you
Yeah,
realize
I was really shocked when I come over here. I wasn't prepared for none of this, but I didn't really know what path that the tornado was coming, So when I got over here and seen it, it's a lot of folks was hurting out in their home.
Have you talked to some neighbors that live really close to the center?
Yes, that's people that live around close. They they got their house tore up, cars, all damaged from it. People's here, some more back this way. One of our pastors that go to church here, he got his house tore up also.
And what's next for your community?
Well, to restore, come clean up, come together, clean up, and to restore.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Just pray for us and just let us know, what we can do to help one another. So we got the chainsaw. He's ready there for the chainsaw. There, ready to get at it. And we got chainsaw and we got men ready to get busy to help.
Oh wow, that's what Ryan was just telling us about when he was here on set. Some B-roll from him in Hattiesburg.
That is unbelievable.
A sink with the a sink that landed somewhere far away in front of someone's car with the water still going. Wow, that's.
I mean, it's hard to believe that that's, people's homes, their community, but unfortunately, people lost their homes earlier this morning. As you can see, this is video of some footage from Hattiesburg. I mean, I can't, it's hard, that's someone's home. It's hard to believe that that is completely destroyed.
Well, luckily we have people already stepping in trying to raise money for these people who have been affected by the tornado. And the Greater Pine Belt Foundation is already making plans to start raising money right now. They've sent in some information to us. You all can write a check to them and send it to 1507 Hardy Street, Suite 208, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. They helped with the last tornado that we had here, the Columbia tornado. It was a telethon and they raised over $200,000 then, and they are already making efforts to start raising money right now. So you all can send a check there. Teresa Eckerson, she talked to us live this morning and she told us to make sure that on the check you write tornado fund or disaster fund, because they do have about 200 causes, so they want to make sure the money goes to the right place. Also, something else going on, Carrie and I told you about earlier this morning, the Little Caesars in Petal, they're going to be serving free pizza to the first responders at 11. That's going to happen in a few minutes there. So was it Little Caesars or Domino's?
Yeah, it was Domino's and Petal will be feeding first responders lunch at noon at the Petal Police Department. And John Neal of Keg and Barrel, along with State Representative Toby Barker, they're organizing a lunch for relief workers at a church called New Testament on the corner of Tuscan Avenue and Cherry Street. So
I guess that's Domino's and Little Caesars, because they just send a message too. So a lot of people are.
Yeah, a lot of people are sending us messages, and we're getting information as we can get it to you. So first responders are receiving probably a much needed break this morning, and they're getting some food so they can continue to help you guys out there. We're getting as much information as we can. United Blood Services, they're telling people that they will be needing blood donations for those who are injured and may need it. A lot of people have been were trapped in their homes earlier today, were taken out of their homes. If we can show that Ryan's footage from Hattiesburg again, so you guys can just see how severe the damage is out there, and people were pulled, out of homes that basically weren't there anymore. You can see people's belongings just strolled across the yard, kids' toys amongst the debris. unbelievable footage there out of Hattiesburg.
And also,
I mean, that's a slab. I mean, all of that is just pushed back, and that's a slab where someone's home was. So,
and just an update for you all: there are 4 deaths confirmed by the Forest County Coroner, Butch Benedict, and that number is expected to rise. They're still out there making rescues and still trying to make sure that everyone is accounted for during this time.
And we have some things for you here from some of our local leaders. Congressman Stephen Palazzo there saying, praying for those affected by last night's tornadoes. I am on my way to the Pine Belt now. We also, there's Governor Phil Bryant. I ask you to join me and Deborah in praying for those loved and lost in Hattiesburg. He also said on his Facebook page that he's been in contact with MEMA and he's doing what he can to get those officials dispatched here to start helping people here. We also heard that just like Congressman Stephen Palazzo, everyone who was in D.C. for the inauguration, a lot of the local officials that were there are getting on the first flights back, including Mayor Johnny Dupree, and he's urging people to call that live action line. I think we have a super for that if we can bring that up. Call that number if you need help or need any type of assistance, 601-545-4500, and that's the Hattiesburg City Action Line if you need any help. We also have reports of several homes damaged in Raw Springs. It's flooded in the area. Dozens of homes are throughout the Pine Belt are destroyed. And some minor injuries were reported at William Carey. A significant injury there at William Carey. A soccer player had 3 of her fingers cut off during the tornado. A door slammed shut on her fingers, and she received help at Jackson Hospital.
And we did hear them say that it kind of came out of nowhere. They said it was silent. And then all of a sudden, they heard everything come all at once. Mm-hmm. So I know that was a scary ordeal, but luckily, like you said, she's doing okay now. But that was one of the most serious injuries that came out of William Carey. So.
And we're working to get some more information to you. Whitney, where are we headed next? And we have some photos to show you from Ryan. Ryan did not sleep. He has been working since yesterday and was out all night. And this is some of the footage that he was working to get you to make sure you see the damage throughout Hattiesburg. This is the Hattiesburg, William Carey area, just to make sure that is an unbelievable picture.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, is the dog still tied to the stump?
You can just kind of see the responses of people on some of these pictures that we have too. We had one earlier from a woman getting rescued. You can see the emotion on her face, just the fear.
Look at that picture.
Wow.
Yeah. And here's some pictures that happened obviously before sun. This is what Ryan was talking about. He and first responders were just going around with flashlights because there's no power, no lights. The sun was not up yet. So this is as much light as he could get with flashlights to take these pictures around 3 this morning.
And Ryan, I mean, I can imagine that it was scary for you as well, out there in the dark, basically. All the power out. You know that a tornado is somewhere near you, and you're out there just trying to figure out what's going on too and get the information out to us.
That's right, and you know, that's one of the things that crossed my mind back in the previous February tornado that we had. You know, you're out there and all of this is happening around you, and you know, our first line is inform the public, be the eyes and the ears of the community, let them know what's going on. But you know, it's sort of the adrenaline, I guess, sort of takes over, and then you know, you're 10 steps away from your car and you can't see your hand in front of your face, and you're going, okay, I need to slow it down. I have a flashlight and a camera. It's pouring down rain.
Right.
And, you know, I need to be sure that I'm being safe.
Right.
So I need to take a step back and watch and be sure, you know, that I'm not. But you can see, like, this photo right here, you know, no power, no electricity, no nothing through there. Door by door, house by house, roofs gone, falling in, stepping over power lines. And this is literally what they were doing through all of the streets around downtown Hattiesburg.
Does it give you kind of a higher level of respect or appreciation for the first responders who are out there? That's their job. That's what they have to do all day to day. Go out there and see those people and make sure that they're okay.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, doing their job is, I couldn't even imagine. And doing what they do, you know, everybody else always runs away from danger. They're the ones that run to it. But I mean, that's just like today. You know, folks that get to leave and they get to go and they can go out of the area or go to a relative's house. Well, our police and firefighters and emergency responders, they're there. They're staying in there, and they're the ones that are going to be there cleaning this up, helping check stuff out, going door by door, still seeing this nonstop over and over just to be sure that the public is safe.
Okay. Perfect. Wow.
So you brought back a lot of footage and photos from the damage. Seeing your photos there with people driving through water, we know we tell people not to do that, but if you're trying to get help and you're trying to get out from a home that you possibly don't have anymore.
Right, and these one of the shots here with those cars going through that deep of water, that's actually next to William Carey. Those are students, and one of the things about all of those vehicles that were coming from students that they were leaving, they all had windows shattered. And I'll talk about this photo real quick that was coming up. This guy right here just kept putting his hands on his head, and all he would do was stare into his home. And then there was another one that I saw. There was a dog that was chained to a tree.
That's what I was asking.
Except the tree was gone. The tree was broken off, and he was wrapped around. He couldn't get away, so he was pinned in there. But some first responders had taken him like a bowl and gotten him a bowl of water because they didn't want to take the dog because they don't know where the owners are.
Right, right. So, but they are looking after, I mean, just like they're looking after the people, they have to look after the pets too.
Right, you know, when they come across a home, I mean, if they can do anything to help the pet or help save the pet that's in there, they certainly will by all means.
We saw the picture that you told us about with the sink, and the water was still coming out of it, and there were a lot of gas leaks going on, which is dangerous, of course, for people.
Like early this morning, especially going in those streets, you know, first thing there, you know, I was there, and that's one thing I was looking for. I was looking for the emergency responders. You know, it looks a lot different in daylight, and you can tell this, but imagine this right here, pitch black with no lights. You know, one flashlight, you don't know what you're going to step over. Yeah. But, you know, continuing going through there, it's one of those things that, you know, if you're somewhere and you hear this and then you shine the light over and here's, you know, a gas main spraying gas, you know, you need to get out of that area.
And you said when you first got on the scene in the William Carey area, you heard people screaming for help. And when you noticed those people getting out, were they severely injured, or were just minor injuries? I know you said there was one lady who had a head injury.
That was more towards the Edward Street area. That was off of Arledge between the side streets, because Arledge runs parallel with Edwards. So all of the side streets in between were where a lot of damage was, and everywhere back through there from Cypress to Cherry, all of those side streets along through there. That's where I was actually able to hear those folks screaming for help. They couldn't get out of their house. There was two girls that I saw that were in a house off Edward Street, and they came to the door and they used the light on their phone and they kept waving it for emergency responders. Wow. They couldn't get them out of the house though, because the porch was covered. The porch had a huge oak tree just across the middle of it, so they couldn't get them out. So all they could do at that time was ask them, were they okay? You know, do you need medical attention? Are you okay? They said they were, and they told them just to sit tight and just wait. They would get to them when they can. They were assessing the more critically injured, just like that woman that I was telling you about that was trapped in her home, and they had to go in, get her out, and get her medical attention. I mean, she wasn't even able to walk on her own. They had to carry her from the scene.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, and those first responders have to, I mean, I know that's emotional for you to hear people screaming. They need help. They have to keep their cool throughout that whole thing.
Oh, absolutely.
And make sure everybody's okay. Wow, amazing.
Absolutely.
And so you said you were passing by gas lines and also water lines. So have they been keeping in touch with you, or do you know what's the status of them getting the gas breaks or leaks under control?
Yes, I mean it was a matter of, within the hour, power crews were already down there. The gas mains, they were there in no time. But again, they're having trouble getting to those areas. But for the most part, the main places that I saw that were leaking gas, that were spraying, you know, from the ground and stuff like that, they were instantly on those, working to get those capped and get those fixed, whatever it is that they exactly do to fix those, just because that's something so dangerous. You spark a fire or something like that, and, you know, then you have a situation that gets even worse.
Any word on the path of this tornado? Because I know the most significant damage is Petal, downtown Hattiesburg, the William Carey area, but I was hearing that it actually started in Lamar County and just went from there.
Yeah, it's what it sounds like, and I haven't seen one of, you know, it laid out on a map, but I know there was extensive damage over on Sullivan Kilrain, the Richburg Road area, moved over, and then it lines up. There's a massive lot across the street from PCS, and I went by there at some point when I was trying to work my way towards William Carey. I had to go around the long way, but in doing that, you can see your headlights go over in the field, and literally the few trees that were left standing are all bent, but you can look out and see your headlights go across, and it literally looks like somebody took a saw blade and just hacked them off. I mean, they were very, very small stumps that were left, but I mean, you know, not being able to see a full picture just because it's only what your headlights show. But I mean, it was a massive area, and then it tracked from there. It went over into downtown Hattiesburg, William Carey, in that area, and it looked to be apparently like it moved straight through there and went on towards Petal, and then eventually, I guess, out from Petal towards North Perry County, over towards that way to Reynoldstown area.
Do we have any more information from Reynoldstown? Because I know that since our crews are closer to William Carey, that's where we are, but do we have any information out of that area?
I haven't heard of any extreme injuries or anything like that. And also to circle back around and touch on Hattiesburg, as far as some of those injuries that were related, folks weren't really disclosing that at the time. They were more worried about getting them taken care of, getting them out of there, setting up mobile triage stuff to try to get them to where they needed to be assessed and taken to a hospital if need be. But I do know a good bit of people had some cuts and scrapes and stuff like that just from trying to get out of their house themselves.
And the authorities have been warning people to stay off the streets because of down power lines. You said you couldn't even get like a block, or how were the lines out there when you were driving around?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I pulled up, I wasn't even able to make it a block. I literally had to park my car, and it was one of those things to where you get out and you weave yourself under, over, and around, and stay as far away from them as possible. But traffic and people sightseeing is one of the biggest problems that emergency responders have once you have a disaster like this, because everybody wants to look, everybody wants to go and take a photo, they want to post it on social media, they want to go see it, and they want to say, oh, look what I saw, this is downtown Hattiesburg, oh, this is Petal. They're asking to not do that. I actually spoke with Mayor Johnny Dupree, who is catching a flight back from D.C., and he said that's one of their biggest things that they're pushing right now, is for people to stay off the roads. Do not interfere with emergency workers. They're trying to clear the roads. They're trying to get power restored for the folks that still do have homes. They're trying to do as much as they possibly can. You have fire trucks, power trucks, police cars, all of this stuff moving through the area. You want to let them move as freely as possible and do what they need to do, not tie them up with spectators just looking to take some iPhone photos.
Right. And so, any word? I know there's people going to shelters, and we're getting information as soon as we possibly can. But have you heard anything of how many people are at these shelters so far?
Do not. I talked to multiple people today. There was one woman that I found that her house was completely destroyed, and she said that last night she wasn't even at home. She went and stayed with relatives.
Wow.
So people did take heed to the warning. They were aware of it.
And it's a good thing that she did.
Absolutely. And that's one of the stories. She said that most of the people that I talked to that were coming back to look at their homes or coming out of their homes, I mean, one thing they really told me, they were just blessed. They were blessed, and they were extremely happy. They said things can be replaced, but people can't.
Right.
And that was one of the most things. And people also said that there wasn't. I didn't see a lot of people that were upset. I didn't see a lot of people that were angry, because they know Hattiesburg can get through this. And the same goes for Petal and our surrounding areas, just like Columbia previously. Folks come together, and one guy actually told me he was in the yard and he was cutting with a chainsaw, and he said, the good thing about South Mississippi is if we have something like this, everybody's got a chainsaw, so they'll come help if you've got a big tree.
Yeah.
And one other thing I just remembered, I was down near William Carey, and a guy took me inside of his house, and he said he wanted to show me where a board came through his wall.
Wow.
The board, which was covered in nails, it was probably a 2-foot long piece of board, came through the side of his house, through his kitchen, and landed under his kitchen table. No damage. The roof was still intact. The side of the house was fine. He had a couple of things that were busted out on his windows, but there was actually that piece of board that went completely through the side of his house and landed in his kitchen under his table.
Wow. And we're going to keep hearing stories like that. Stories of people that feel like you said, they're very blessed that they're alive. The lady that didn't stay at her house last night, thankfully, and stayed with friends. We're probably going to hear more amazing stories as we get the information, because right now people are in shock. They're just trying to come to grips with what
and there's another one, the trailer park, the smaller trailer park off the side of Edward Street. That's where 2 of the fatalities occurred. There was a trailer in there. I actually spoke to one of the guys. They didn't want to be on camera. I completely understand that. They said that they were actually in their home, and they said that the word that they used were it flung them across the lot. So it picked up their mobile home off the blocks, off of where it was, their foundation that they had set, and the mobile home was upside down. We have some video of that we've been rolling. That was actually one of those mobile homes that was flipped upside down that they walked away from.
That's amazing.
They were extremely lucky to walk away from that.
One thing I really love is just the interviews that we've been seeing have been just full of hope. Like you said, you haven't seen anyone angry. The girl whose fingers got cut off, and she said it could have been worse. You know, everybody just seems to be hopeful, and I really admire that about, you know, Mississippi and the community. So that's amazing.
Yeah, that's one thing. Even after, you know, whether it's from Katrina, a previous tornado, the Columbia tornado, wherever it is around here, folks always have the spirit to come together and help. I mean, downtown, you've got people that live there that are going out and helping the Public Works Department. I mean, even myself this morning, I was trying to pull stuff out of the road. There were people coming out of their homes to help me pull stuff out of the road so emergency vehicles could get through, because you can't drive over plywood full of nails and stuff like that. I mean, the most people that you can get to help move stuff out of the roads, the better. And I mean, no questions asked. They saw me doing that in the road by myself and instantly came out and helped me. And that's what it's all about there.
All right. Well, Ryan, thank you so much, and we'll probably talk to you a little later on today. I know there's more work that you have to do, and you also have to go back out, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ryan.
Right now, Quinnis Jones brings us the latest on a church that was damaged by another tornado, and once again, they'll have to rebuild.
We are inside Mount Vernon Missionary Baptist Church, and as you can see, it suffered a lot of damage. You can take a look around, you can see the roof is damaged. You can see sheetrock all over the floors, water inundated the floors, and there's glass everywhere, so a lot of damage inside of this church. As a matter of fact, members tell me that this church was damaged in the 2013 tornado, and they tell me that it would have been renovated. They renovated it almost a year ago. Next month would have made a year, so now they're having to pick up the pieces once again here at Mount Vernon Missionary Baptist Church in Petal. So we, of course, still looking at the damage in Petal. We'll bring you the very latest. For now, reporting in Petal, I'm Quinnis Jones for WDAM-7 News.
All right.
Of course, Quinnis Jones out there reporting. Of course, as the sun comes up, all of these stories and the day progresses, there will be lots of different stories about survival, lots of stories about loss, and more importantly, as we've been hearing throughout the morning, stories about hope throughout this. I do have news from the governor's office. Of course, the governor was in D.C. for the inauguration of Donald Trump. This is the tweet he sent out earlier. I ask you to join me and Deborah in praying for those loved and lost in Hattiesburg. Now, the governor is confirmed to be taking an aerial tour of the damage a little bit later this afternoon. Take a look at some of the video that we've got already from a drone. This is some of what the governor will be seeing. So Thomas Hansen sent this video in. So this is what the governor's going to get a bird's eye view of as soon as he lands in Jackson. He's going to get on a helicopter, head down to Hattiesburg. Now, we are told that he is most likely going to land somewhere in Hattiesburg, not sure where that's going to be just yet, and hold some type of informal news conference where he can update our area in regards to what the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency is doing in coordinating with local authorities and search crews to really get some aid, some help for people who desperately need it in this area now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of areas that didn't receive any damage, so people who maybe like to sleep late on the weekend, you probably woke up to seeing all this coverage from us and not really knowing what's going on. We encourage you to stay put, stay home, look at our pictures at WDAM.com, watch the coverage here, and we now have 4 deaths confirmed by the Forest County coroner, Butch Benedict. So it's horrific what's going on in the downtown area in Petal and also near William Carey, and unfortunately 4 lives have been lost.
Yeah, and if you are able to watch this from the comfort of your home right now, consider yourself lucky, because some people are not. A lot of people, thousands, without power. If you know somebody who's trying to get information, they can't watch us on TV to see how we're doing this, pick up their phone. If they have cell phone service, they can watch this live from the live stream of their phone. I've been doing it all morning. I actually drove in from Jackson this morning. I was watching the live stream, so I was able to keep abreast of things that were going on here. Just driving in from West Hattiesburg to the station within the past 30 minutes, there are lots of crews out and about in regards to emergency workers and linemen out restoring power, trying to do their best, clearing roads. I did see one, this is right on the interstate, not far from this TV station. There's actually a pine tree on top laying across some power lines. There were crews out there literally holding this tree, trying to prevent it from, I guess, weighing the line completely down. So it's a testament to those men and women who are out there trying to restore the power, the job that they're doing, the danger that they put themselves in every single day trying to get power restored. And that goes back to what you guys were saying earlier, you and Blair. Stay off the roads if you can. If you can not be out and about, just don't. Just let these linemen, let these emergency crews do their job, because there's a lot of work to be done, especially in those hard-hit areas, even if you can't see it.
Right.
Because if you're out and about in your neighborhood, it looks fine, you had some hail, you had it, there's a limb down in your street.
But believe it or not, there's a lot of places they got no damage.
It's a much different story than other places.
Yeah, and we have a video from a woman who was rescued in the 100 block of Edward Street. She was complaining of a head and back pain, and she was taken from that scene with, I believe, a head injury. Ryan was telling us about. Ryan was on the scene when that was happening. So that
now, when we pause here, we're actually getting some information fed to us by our producers in our ear. And a little background story about this. I believe the daughter's woman had called, is that correct? Or called us, the TV station, and told us her nephew came and helped her get her out of the house with first responders. He was the first one to get there. So that just shows you, the testament of everybody working together. When communications comes together, things can actually happen and save lives.
And that's another thing, loved ones looking out for people. One lady, she had the opportunity to stay with a loved one and got up this morning, went back to her house, and it wasn't there. Completely destroyed. And MHP, they're telling us that if you need to get to William Carey, to get to them, I believe it's the Edward Street entrance that is open and the Yelverton that is closed. So be careful if you're going to pick up students, if you're a loved one or a parent of students at William Carey, you're going to pick them up. There's certain areas where you can't get through. MHP should be around that area to direct you. So just be careful out there is all we can say.
Now we have several injuries, of course, reported from William Carey on campus there. The big thankful factor about the William Carey campus is these kids who were in dorms. They were able to get everyone out, and no one really, got major injuries, students-wise, on campus.
Mike, you said you were driving back down from Jackson, so I don't know if you were able to get to this report. This is footage before the sun came up of William Carey, but on the soccer team, there was a player there. They were trying to get to safety in the middle of the tornado, and a door slammed on her fingers and cut off 3 of her fingers. So here's some sound from that.
3rd floor in Bass, so yeah, it was pretty hectic up there. I didn't really take it seriously because prior to this it's never been anything. So I was in my dorm room and I left it and I was going to stay in there, and then all of a sudden the windows came through and the rain, and it was just, it was like there was nothing. It was like quiet and it was just lightning, and then all of a sudden rain, everything all at once just hit. It just hit Bass straight away. Everything just, it was crazy. So that was it. Doors were open. I rushed down the stairwell, which was even it was, lights were flickering. We got down onto the bottom, and then about 5 minutes after that, all the powers went out. Yeah, no, I was on my own. I didn't have a roommate, so I was on my own. And then I went downstairs to check on my teammates, and my teammate lost 3 fingers, in the door, a door slammed shut on her hand. So she, the blood was everywhere down on the bottom floor. So it was that was the only kind of injury in Bass, which was lucky. Yeah, she got transferred to Jackson Hospital, so she's okay now. We're keeping in contact with her, she's fine. I'm from England. I'm not a transfer, I'm an international student on the soccer team, so I hope my passport's still in my room. Otherwise I'm going back home. Well, the soccer team's quite close, so I've got a load of friends. I can go and stay at their house, and so it's not really a problem, but I hope all my stuff's other than that, I've got to go claim on everything, and it's going to be a long couple of months, I guess. No, this is new to any international student. We didn't really know what the sirens really meant, so don't really take it seriously. So it's yeah, could have been worse. Could have been worse.
That really goes to show you the power that these storms really pack, especially when you have winds, you know, interstate speed within the system just rotating. It can cause some significant damage. You look right there at the campus of William Carey. It looks like a completely different place.
Yeah, you don't
familiar.
recognize it. Yeah. Especially when you see the cars turned over. And we were discussing earlier, or Rex was talking about earlier, about the February 2013 tornado, if this is worse. And when you look at that damage, especially at William Carey, I mean, you're probably eager to say yes, but anyone that received damage or was injured in February 2013, they probably, it's all subjective. They probably think, no, we definitely had it worse. But no deaths in that situation, but unfortunately 4 people have been confirmed dead in this tornado.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we have the identities of those people just yet. They're of course trying to find family, friends, next of kin before they release the names of any of those victims, and we don't know if the death toll is going to rise.
That's what the Butch
fear.
Benedict was saying. He was saying, unfortunately, he does expect that to rise. And I mean, when you see that damage and the possibility that someone could be under that, is just frightening.
So a lot of folks are, left wondering where to go from here. The Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation, of course, is working around the clock right now, trying to get things done, get donations set up. You can actually make checks payable to them to go directly to the William Carey University, directly to go to victims of this disaster, or both, a combination. So we can get in touch with them. We have a website, or they have an email address for them.
We have,
it is on our website,
we have a graphic of their address that you can send to the Greater Community. There it is, the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation. They're at 1507 Hardy Street, Suite 208, Hattiesburg, Mississippi 39401. So you can send any donations that you need to that place. Also, if you're in Hattiesburg and you need help, there is a city action line you can call, 601-545-4500. And also emergency management, 601-544-5911. And shelters are open. You have the Forest County Multi-Purpose Center on 946 Sullivan Drive. You have the Triage Center at Petal Harvey Baptist Church, and then the Petal Civic Center also. We have viewers sending us pictures, which we really appreciate, sending us footage like the drone footage that we really appreciate, because it keeps people from going out to try to sightsee, which Ryan said he has witnessed firsthand that people are doing that and that it's a problem. Also, the last picture was picture of flooding. Unfortunately, none of the weather people are here right now. I believe they're taking the break, but unfortunately, Mike, I don't think this is over. I think the rain would, when the rain comes back, if there's another round of this that comes through, we could have an issue with flooding.
Hopefully it's not something going to be severe weather like we just had, but even rain is going to cause a lot of problems. We're getting reports that there is some major flooding in Wayne County as well. We don't have a lot of pictures of those right now, I don't believe. We are trying to get those up. We'll get them to you. Keep sending the pictures in, because there's a huge difference between all the nighttime photos and the daytime photos.
When you see it, it seems like a totally different story, a totally different place.
It starts to really put it into perspective, the damage that came through. People can really start assessing, what happened to their home, their valuables, their loved one, make sure everything's all right. I want to jump back real quickly to the campus of William Carey. Our Taylor Corrett called up with the William Carey president, Tommy King, about the damage there.
Well, it was shocking, as you might expect. We have extensive damage to every building on campus. But our attitude is this: bricks and glass and roofs can be repaired. We had no serious injury to students, just a handful with fairly minor injuries. And it's our students that we care about. So we'll find a way to pick up and move forward better than ever. Yes, I've toured the campus, and it's really devastating. But one interesting thing, we had extensive damage to our beautiful Bass Chapel on campus, but the Bible on the pulpit is left undisturbed. And it's open to Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength in times of trouble. We have had students and alumni to come and offer help. We've had numerous calls offering the use of facilities at Camp Shelby and local churches to continue classes, and we hope to be able to continue classes with no lost credit to students. Well, we've been through this before. Katrina completely destroyed our Gulf Coast campus. We missed about 2 weeks of classes, and we're up and running, made up the time, and students lost no class time credit. And we have built a more beautiful campus than we had before. So we know how to recover from disasters, and we intend to put our shoulder to the wheel and push forward. We will have to assess what we can do. We are prepared to offer most of the classes online. A few of the classes, such as lab sciences, classes like that, we'll have to find locations. One of the most important adjustments we have to make is for the medical school. For the anatomy classes, our anatomy lab roof was completely destroyed. We lost power, and we don't know whether we'll lose all the cadavers or be able to salvage those. But we'll have to find a place for those students. Otherwise, we think that we can find a way to teach the other classes in the medical school. We've had a call from the commander of Camp Shelby offering housing and other facilities, churches in the area, and I've had communication from a large number of fellow colleges around the country. So we're very optimistic that this is just going to be a stumbling block, but can become a stepping stone to a better future.
All right, now Dr. Tommy King of William Carey University, the president who you just heard from, he's asked for students to gather at Tatum Court for some announcements and also to set up some prayer. And they're being told that they will possibly do some talk of the online courses about things getting adjusted at William Carey.
Of course, a lot of prayers going out to the folks over there. I mean, our heartfelt thought prayers to everyone who's been affected by this, especially to the families of those who have been killed in this tragedy.
The Dixie Electric power update, I believe that we have. As of 7:30 this morning, Dixie Electric Power Association has more than 5,000 members without any service due to the storms, due to the tornadoes. And here is a breakdown of the outages by county. Forest is more than 3,000, Way more than 800, Jones more than 700, Perry more than 700, and Covington. I believe Covington is at 39. That's what they said. Additional crews are out, engineers, technicians, warehouse personnel, they're out trying to restore power. Another update from Southern Pines Electric Company. Officials there tell us that more than 900 members are without power because of the damage from the storms, and there's some storm damage near Peps Point.
Of course, a lot of crews going to be out helping with those power outages from around the area and around the state. Now, there are a lot of relief organizations out there as well, one of them being the American Red Cross. With us now on the phone is Anna Roger. Anna, we appreciate you being with us. Give us an idea of what you guys are doing out there.
Sure, thanks for having me. Right now, the American Red Cross, we've activated our volunteers and resources to help the residents that were affected by these devastating tornadoes. We're working very close with the local government and our other community partners to help with coordinated response and recovery plans. We have a shelter that's open today at the Hattiesburg Multi-Purpose Building that's residents that need a safe place to stay. They can definitely go there. And we've got food and, again, a safe place to stay for them.
What is your biggest need at this point to help folks out? What are you needing from the public?
We definitely always need volunteers. Folks that are interested in volunteering for the Red Cross can give us a call, and we can get them signed up and trained to help the community.
And where would you say is your biggest need at this point to go out into the community?
Right now, we're sheltering people, so that's our big focus right now is to take care of these emergency relief of the residents that were affected. That's really our concentration right now, is to make sure that people are safe and they have a safe place to stay, and if they need a meal, we can provide that too.
Do you have any of your mobile units already set up in any areas?
Yes, right now we have a command center. We've got volunteers and staff located in our Hattiesburg office. That's where they're coordinating the efforts out of. And then also we have staff and Red Cross workers over at the shelter as well.
Of course, we all know the volunteer spirit of Mississippians. I don't want your office to be inundated with people just showing up, but if people want to volunteer, can they show up to the main office there or just give you guys a call?
Yeah, I mean, they can do that. We would really encourage them to go to redcross.org and fill out a volunteer application so that we can get them through the system and process really quickly.
All right. What are you hearing from people that are out there on the ground now looking at the damage, whether it's from the people that are volunteering or working with Red Cross or the people that are coming in for shelter? What are you hearing from them?
Right now, we're hearing a lot of folks that are without power. We're making sure that we're pushing out a lot of safety information. We're expecting more weather to come through. We really want to encourage people to download the American Red Cross emergency app. It's free. They can get real-time weather updates as well as safety information about what to do during, before and during a tornado.
Are you guys accepting any type of financial donations, and if so, how can folks contribute to that?
Yes, we always like to receive financial donations to help with our mission and to help carry out the work that we do. Residents can give a $10 donation by texting the word Red Cross to 90999, or they can visit redcross.org to make a donation online.
And that's Red Cross. Text the word Red Cross to 90999.
That's it.
All right, thank you so much. And you said as of right now, you guys are helping people, feeding people right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can anyone I'm in that area, if they're just, you know, because a lot of people, a lot of establishments, they're helping out the emergency management people and the firefighters, giving them lunch. If people are just volunteering around the community and just need a break, could they stop by these Red Cross command centers?
Sure.
All right. Well, Anna Rogers with Red Cross, we thank you so much for talking with us. And if you have any more information, please don't hesitate to call us back and let us talk to you on air.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Anna. And there we have at the bottom of your screen, if you want to help out the Red Cross, just text the word Red Cross to that number right under it, 90999. Of course, they can help us or use as many donations as anybody can, to give there. And the Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation, also another great organization, taking donations from folks to help out with the relief effort, and it's going to be a pretty big need here. The Greater Pine Belt Community Foundation is on Hardy Street. That's the address right there, 1507 Suite 204. If you want to send them a donation, you can just write a check. In the memo line, you can put tornado, you can put William Carey disaster, wherever you want your money to go. And it is in Hattiesburg, 39401. We, of course, have all of this information on our website if you didn't get a chance to write any of that down or just you don't have time to sit.
And if you know of any roads that are open, and you can email it to us. Our assignment editor is taking emails, taking calls, twashington@WDAM.com, or you can call into our newsroom to tell us if anything was open, because as of this morning, we were told that Highway 15 near Ovette was completely shut down. Trees in that road. Do not try to cross or go over East Hardy Street Bridge in Petal. South Main Street is completely impassable. The road under the Hardy, all the red lights are down in Petal. The road under the Hardy Street Bridge near Highway 49 and 7th Street is flooded. Road blocked at Salvation Army headquarters in downtown Hattiesburg. They received significant damage there, so I don't know if that would change anytime soon. We just said it, Highway 42 throughout Petal, no traffic lights, road blocked in Petal next to the Chevron on Main Street by the bowling alley. Highway 43 south of Columbia in Marion County closed due to flooding. So if any of that changes, please let us know. But if you want us to add anything to that, any road closures or damage, share it with us, because we only know what we can get from the emergency officials and also from you, the viewers.
And if you're just tuning in, we have gotten some information from the governor's office. The governor, of course, went to D.C. for the inauguration. He is already on the way back. He may have already landed, not quite sure exactly where he is, but once he does land, tonight. He will be taking an aerial tour of all the damage here in the Hattiesburg area. Then, of course, he's expected to land. It's a very fluid situation that may or may not happen at this point, but that is expected. Then he'll give us an update in regards to the cleanup efforts, what the state is going to be doing, cutting any red tape that may be in the way to try and get relief here. Of course, it's going to be pretty eye-opening from the sky just to see exactly how this storm etched a path of destruction through some neighborhoods and also the campus of William Carey.
Yeah, a lot of our leaders are on their way back from the inauguration celebrations that were happening since Thursday. They're on their way back once they got word about that. Congressman Stephen Palazzo, he already tweeted this morning, praying for those affected by last night's tornado. On my way back to the Pine Belt now. You also have something from Governor Phil Bryant saying he and his wife are praying for this community, and he is already, as Mike just mentioned, doing what he can. Most likely, I'm not for sure, I'm sure there will be parts of Mississippi, the Pine Belt, there'll be a state of emergency. You can go on his Facebook page to get his entire message to the public, but right there on his Twitter, he and his wife are praying for the loved ones and asking for all of us to join them in that.
Yeah, just looking at the destruction that you see there, you can kind of expect the governor to say that he's going to be asking it be declared a federal disaster area. I'm sure he will at state level. Pretty evident that will happen. But you can probably expect he's going to be making that request to go to Washington to get some money down here to help folks who are going to desperately be needing it. You're looking now at aerial footage that we got in from a drone, I believe.
Thomas Hansen.
Right.
And once these clouds pass, if you look to the right of your screen, you'll be able to say it looks like trash all over the place. That's people's homes. Those are structures, and from that area, I mean, it just looks like just unbelievable.
Do you know exactly what area this is flying over? Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Pine Hills, the William Carey area.
Okay. It's kind of hard to pinpoint sometimes when you just see destruction and not the way they used to.
Right at the top of your screen, there's some debris there that you can see.
And of course, we'll be getting stories about survival, things that have happened throughout the morning.
Yeah,
as
Ryan
the day
brought
progresses.
us in the story. This man had not much damage, maybe his windows busted out, but a board with nails in it, because of the pressure and the winds of the tornado, shot through his home wall and landed under the dinner table. And it could have been a different story, could have hit him or someone he loved, but his home's okay, he's okay, just damage to his car, and that unbelievable force of the tornado just shooting a board with nails in it right through his home.
Yeah, if you've ever been in one of these storms, you know it's not something to play with. Unfortunately, we do know that's the case back in February of 2013. Here we are again. We try to take as much precaution as we can, but sometimes these storms will just unleash havoc.
Yeah, and a lot of people were sleeping, and then they were either up because of their phones or because they heard it. Our camera op, Alyssa, was saying that she couldn't sleep because she was hearing, it was unbelievable lightning, unbelievable thunder, and she was hearing the hail against her window and could not sleep. But luckily, her home is okay and she's okay. But you're seeing those pictures there from Ryan Moore, and you just know. And by the way, if anyone's concerned, Ryan said that man right there is okay. He was just looking at his home. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Also, if you're worried about pets, that dog, emergency officials are aware of the dog that was chained to the tree. The tree's no longer there, but the dog is still there. They didn't want to take the dog because they can't find his owner.
You know, you look at these photos and you're just in amazement at, not because it's awesome, but because it's awesomely incredible that this actually happened. Just to kind of see how these things play out, how the damage lays about, how the storm etches its path, what the storm knocks over, what it doesn't knock over. It's always a type of amazement to kind of see the aftermath of this, and then you think, wow, thankfully I survived it. But of course, other people have not. I believe on the phone now with us we have Forest County Coroner Butch Benedict. Coroner, you there?
Yes.
Kind of give us an assessment rundown from your perspective of what it's been like for you in your office this morning.
I tell you what, our office has been extremely busy. We started getting notification probably around daylight about some fatalities in our area, and but I tell you what, everybody has worked well together. Responders, fire department, Hattiesburg police. I tell you what, they've been extremely helpful in time of need like this.
Have y'all been able to reach the family of those who have died in the storm?
We have some of them. Some of them due to power lines and phone cables and maybe satellites or some of the cell phone towers. There's probably some that may not have been told yet, so we've withhold the names for a little while to make sure everyone's notified.
Yeah, completely understandable. Are you able to let us know, kind of a general, more precise area where these deaths actually happened? Because there's a lot of folks calling wanting to know about their loved ones.
The one area was the first fatality that we knew about was off Crestwood, and then 3 are going to be in the location of Edward Street, trailer park on Edward Street, and then on the other side of the train track in James Street, on the Tipton and Alcorn area, there was another. That was the 4 that was found.
Do you have any idea of people or a number of people who may still be unaccounted for at this point?
I'm sorry. Someone was beeping in. I'm sorry. Could you ask that again, please?
That's okay. You're a busy man. Do you have any idea as to whether any folks are unaccounted for at this point?
At this point, I've only had one call of a lady that is missing, and I told them right now we don't have anybody that is not been identified. So that's the only call that I've had.
And you're our eyes and ears at this point, not only for the public, but for us. So for those who aren't experiencing any damage where they live, and they definitely should not be out trying to sightsee, just paint the picture for us. What has it been like since 2 or 3 this morning?
I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. Say it one more time, please. I'm sorry.
You're definitely our eyes and ears, just like you're our eyes and ears for the public. So just paint the picture for us for those who may not have damage in their area, so they won't go out and sightsee. What has it been like since 2 or 3 this morning?
Now that part of it, you're exactly right. It has been very, very frustrating for the people that are just driving up down the road, and we would have to stop them and ask them, do they have business over here? And they'd say no, and we'd make them turn around. Things like that. Now that did put a hindrance in some of the response time. So yeah, that is a very aggravating point of the onlookers trying to get out there to look.
So what's next for you guys at your office? I mean, what are you guys out there doing? What will you be doing the rest of the day?
Right now, besides the paperwork that's upon us now, but mostly just on standby, just for anything that has some area that has not been looked into, or someone comes up and says, hey, we're still missing someone. We're just kind of like on standby right now. That's about all we can do at this point.
Butch, what type of toll does this take on you as you deal with this every day as part of your job, but when you see this type of devastation really affect an area and the people, what type of toll does this take on you?
It's very sad for the coroner's office and the community when you have a mass fatality like this. You ask the questions of, hey, were the sirens going off, things like that, and everything was in place. But 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, people are asleep, and the fatalities that we've had were due to trees that have fallen, on their dwellings they were staying in.
But before you leave us, if you can just, since you've been out there among all the devastation and everything like that, and unfortunately confirming 4 deaths, if you can give some type of word of encouragement to the people who suffered any damage or lost any loved ones, what would that be? What would you be able to tell the people?
Yeah, I tell you, the community, when you see things like that, they do come together. I have seen numerous homes that are damaged to where no one can go in there. And, if the people in that area can just stick together and ask people into their homes and help, that's things like that mean a lot, because I don't know how wide the path is, but every home in it somehow has got some type of damage, whether it's the roof, tree had fallen across some of it. So anybody that can help at this point as far as getting someone from that home to another home, at least give them time to take a shower or something, that means a lot to the people that been displaced at this time.
All right, Forest County Coroner Butch Benedict, we appreciate you being with us, sir. I know you got a busy day ahead of you.
All right, well, I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that just kind of goes to show you, Kerry, the importance of, having a plan in place whenever a storm like this is preparing to hit. We preach it all the time, have the weather radios on, go to that interior room of your house, wear shoes, bring a helmet with you if you can, and just protect yourself, because you never know where that storm is going to go. And in this case, right through Hattiesburg and parts of Petal and in Forest County.
Yeah, and Patrick was preaching this yesterday, and he has before. He's actually bought a helmet during the weather, letting people know that a helmet is very important in situations like this.
Now, we got some brand new video we're about to show you now. This is from Jonathan Marshall. This is from Edwards Street, in that area there that I believe where 3 of our deaths were reported that Butch Benedict just told us about. This, of course, one of the hard-hit areas in Hattiesburg. You look at some of this destruction and devastation, and it's hard to believe people went through this. It's tough to see if you're not part of the actual destruction, if it didn't hit you directly. So it's tough.
And Jonathan Marshall got us this video. He's our sports people. We have all hands on deck right now, and I think we have some sound right now from Jonathan.
I'm reporting live from the Hattiesburg Police Department. With me, I have Lieutenant Alan Murray. Now, Lieutenant, tell me some things you want to get out to the people of Hattiesburg and just for their safety.
The main thing is safety for everyone. We have a few areas that have a lot of down power lines, debris in the roadways, utilities out, gas leaks and all. For example, like Edwards Street down from the police department near Cypress, Arlett Street, William Carey University area. So we're just asking for people not to come out sightseeing, to stay at home. And we understand some are going to come out due to family members and friends in the area. And we understand they want to check on them, but if they could please remain from the area and just allow the safety crews to go out and first responders to check in the area and do the assessments and safely make sure we don't have anyone else that could become a casualty.
All right, reporting live from the Hattiesburg Police Department, I'm Jonathan Marshall, WDAM News.
There you hear from Alan Murray with the Hattiesburg Police Department, of course. Even I think the police department got a little bit of damage over there as well, because they're right in that area.
They were out of power in a lot of places down there, like emergency areas, fire stations, the police station, having to run on a generator. I don't know if they have full power back yet, but the main people that are out there trying to help you, their main areas or headquarters receive damage also. And
of course, one of the things he talked about right there in that interview is something that everybody that we've spoken to on the phone or through the interviews is, if you can stay away. Stay away. Try not to inundate the areas. Volunteers are needed, as you heard from the Red Cross, but it needs to be done in a coordinated effort. That way, some places aren't overwhelmed with people just flooding to those areas.
I would say go to a Red Cross command center that they have in Hattiesburg and see where you can be dispatched to instead of just driving to those areas. And I know you're not meaning to be in the way, but go to find a police officer or tell them what you're trying to do, or go to that Red Cross command center and just ask where can they take you or where can you go. And that Butch Benedict was saying they've had to stop a lot of people and ask, do you have business here? And when they say no, they were not trying to volunteer, they've sent those people back home or told them to turn around.
Well, because those relief organizations are working closely and intermittently with those emergency responders and emergency crews, so they know where the need is, they know where you need to go. They're trying to make sure the needs that are out there are met so they can send you to them. So that's why it's really important to make sure you do it, if you want to volunteer, in a coordinated effort and not just show up somewhere, because then you're kind of in the way depending on where you are.
And you could be setting yourself up to get hurt, or if you drive through water, your car could stall, and then they have to help you, and you weren't necessarily the one who was in need.
Speaking of water, and I know we've gotten several reports of flooding as well. We've got some reporting flooded in Wayne County. We don't have pictures of that just yet. So if you're in Wayne County and you have pictures in your area, be sure to send them to us. It's pics@WDAM.com. We've been showing you pictures all morning. We'll have those pictures on our website as well, because the pictures really help to solidify what people are going through out in those areas. We can talk about it all day long, but when you see the pictures and you see the video and hear from the people who went through this, that's when you really understand how much damage was left behind.
We keep talking about William Carey and Hattiesburg and Petal, the areas that received a lot of damage, but also this went from Lamar County, I believe its path was, and it did the most damage there at William Carey, Petal, downtown Hattiesburg. But Perry County, we got word from the sheriff that there's reports of damage in Runnelstown, but we don't have anything specific. So if you're in that area in Perry County and you want to give us a call, if a deputy or the sheriff there wants to do a phoner with us to give us more information about Perry County, we would really appreciate it, because we want all people who were affected, we want to be your eyes and ears and let you know what's happening.
Yeah, because we're only as good as the information we get.
Yeah.
So we're working around the clock. Our newsroom is in full operation, trying to get all the information as much as we can to make sure you guys are informed and have all the information you need going forward. Of course, the needs are going to be there. I believe we have
Katie Martin on the phone with you.
Katie Martin from United Blood Services giving us an update. Katie, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Katie, appreciate you being with us. You know, we talk about United Blood Services, the need. How does UBS really play a role in this?
Every single day, our job is to provide blood for our patients in our hospitals locally. So part of that is having people to come to donate so that that blood is available for emergency situations like this. And we do have injured people that are in the hospital needing that blood to sustain them.
So this is really a good way for folks who may not be able to get out and do a lot of labor-intensive volunteering, like moving trees, to go give blood, because the need, Katie, of course, is there, correct?
Absolutely. This week we had issued a critical appeal already for all blood types for our supply, meaning that we have less than a 24-hour supply on our shelves. So we are now anticipating that this situation will further delay those blood donations, slow those down. So we are encouraging everybody that if you are safe with your family, you can get to our center at 805 South 28. We do have roadways clear to get here. We have power. So come on out. Please roll up your sleeve to donate. We're open until 2 today. We're open tomorrow as well, and we'll be open for our normal operating hours.
I know it's kind of early, Katie, in the planning of anything, but have you guys decided whether you're going to roll the blood mobile at all to get it out there, or any type of drive?
We are assessing that currently with where we can put those operations out. We do have blood drives already scheduled in our communities surrounding us. So if people want to find a blood drive locally, they can go to bloodhero.com. And we can get them set up with a blood drive in their location. Or if they would like to set up blood drive organizations, want to host one, they can call our office or me personally, and we can provide that information for them.
All right, thank you so much. Katie, if you can just give one last remark to the people out there to encourage them, like Mike said, if you can't go out there and move a tree or move the debris, how can they get in touch with you guys to get more information to see if they can come in and give blood?
They can come in. We're accepting walk-ins at 805 South 28 today until 2 o'clock, but we will stay as needed with the donors that present. It is huge in emergency situations like this. This is why we encourage people to donate every single day, so that we have the blood available for these types of emergencies. So the need is going to be ongoing, and we need everybody to please come out, support our community. Again, you just have to be healthy, so my own health, and bring a photo ID with you when you come to donate. You don't have to have an appointment. We'll take walk-ins. If you want information, if the organization wants to set up a blood drive to help us replenish those supplies, they can call our office 601-264-0743 and leave a message with a good callback number, and we will assess where we can release some of our blood mobiles in the coming days to help us with these patient needs.
All right, Katie Martin with United Blood Services, we appreciate you being with us, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
You bet. All right, of course, a lot of folks still going throughout the day with no power. We know it's aggravating, it's stressful, but of course we need to take a step back and realize we're okay. We're going to be okay. Power will be restored eventually. Crews are out in full force right now, not just from your utility company, but A lot of them are coming in from across the state, even some out of state, to help get power back on.
Yeah, and they will be, I believe I read somewhere that Governor Phil Bryant, he's going to get with MEMA. They're headed down this way to also assess damage. So a lot is going to be going on in the Petal, Hattiesburg area, around the William Carey area. So the next couple of days, couple of weeks is going to be all about patience.
I believe we have an updated list now of some power outages now. If you're under Dixie Electric in Forest County, there are a little more than 1,400 people. I guess this is without power. Is that correct? Okay, 1,400 people without power. In Jones County, just more than 200. Perry County, almost 200. Wayne County, about 250, a little bit more. And if you're under Mississippi Power in Hattiesburg, there are 5,400 people. That's 5,446, I believe, you want to get exact, in regards to people without power. Waynesboro, luckily just 31 people up there, over there with no power. When it comes to Pearl River Valley Electric Power, 367 people in Hattiesburg. If you're under Southern Pines Electric Power in Covington, it's 3 people, or 3 homes rather. Forest, it's 2. Simpson County, 4. Crews, of course, as we mentioned, going to be out a pretty long day for them.
Yeah, and pretty soon, we're about 5 minutes away from 12 o'clock, and we received word earlier that they want, if you know any first responders, emergency crews that have been out there, didn't sleep tonight, have been out there since before 3 in the morning, John Neal of Keg and Barrel, along with State Representative Toby Barker, they're organizing a lunch for relief workers at a church called New Testament on the corner of Tuscan Avenue and Cherry Street. Also, Domino's Pizza in Petal will be feeding first responders lunch at noon at the Petal Police Department. So if you can reach out to those people and let them know that information, there's going to be food for relief workers and a quick reprieve for Keg and Barrel and also Domino's.
All right, I got now Petal Mayor Hal Marks on the phone with us. Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, we certainly appreciate you. I know you've had a long day in Petal. Kind of give us an assessment of the scene from your standpoint in your city.
Well, I think comparing this 4 years ago, I would say this would be probably 10 times worse than 4 years ago. A lot more structures damaged, a lot more homes destroyed, more businesses destroyed. Petal just took a direct hit, and we're very fortunate that Petal did not have any fatalities we're aware of.
Mayor, where is your worst hit areas in the city for people who may not be quite familiar with Petal itself?
Well, if they know where the Petal Upper Elementary School is located, the neighborhoods directly around the school and behind the school look to have taken the hardest hit as far as the number of structures that were damaged or destroyed. That whole area looks like a bomb went off. It's just terrible. People lost their whole homes. And then there's other areas of the city, off the Evelyn Candy, by Walmart. There was a couple of shopping centers that have been destroyed. There was a church, Mount Vernon Church, which just rebuilt not long ago from the storm 4 years ago. They are again very badly damaged. And then there are also some homes that have been destroyed out across from the Petal Primary School on Harrington Road. So it's a pretty wide area and a long path through the middle of town.
When you look at all this damage and the people who've lost so much just overnight, in just a couple of hours, hour or two, what goes through your mind knowing that this is your city and the city you lead, and now you need to be a foundation for these people?
Well, you know, my heart goes out to them, and all I can do as a human being is pray for them and just do as much as I can as mayor to see that we get the resources here that they need to help them start to rebuild. But, you know, my heart just goes out to them. It's heartbreaking, and you drive around and you walk the streets and you see people, and they're just trying to salvage whatever they can. They're looking through the rubble of their homes, trying to find personal belongings, things that are salvageable, and it's just, I've never seen anything like it. 4 years ago, I thought it was bad. This is so much more worse. This is beyond what I can even comprehend, really.
Mayor, has the city been able to, at this point, get the ball rolling, so to speak, in regards to getting some resources in and getting the help needed, or if not, when will that start?
Yeah. Well, we have some personnel that are over with the Forest County Emergency Management team right now, who is MEMA, that are going to be coming through doing damage assessment, initial assessment. And I also just got off the phone with Senator Roger Wicker, who called to see if there was anything he could do. And I told him I have no doubt that we'll qualify as a federal disaster area, and we would appreciate whatever help they can give us. And so, we are trying to get the wheels going on the resources. And right now, of course, the main thing we can do today is simply trying to get roads open, search and rescue, make sure there's no one trapped, be able to tend to anyone who's injured, that kind of thing. So the real rebuilding and recovery will start tomorrow once we know really the full extent of what we're looking at today.
Before we let you go, I know you mentioned no deaths, and we're thankful for that in the city of Petal, but have you gotten any reports of any major injuries at all?
Not major injuries. We have had some injuries, some cuts, some scrapes, people who were trapped in their homes temporarily. Fire department and our crews were able to get some people out, but no major injuries that I know of that required immediate transport to the hospital. So we're very fortunate for that.
And as we kind of wrap up here, just real quickly, to the people in your city who have been devastated by this, what is your message to them?
Well, we've been here before. We rebuilt. Our message then was we're going to rebuild stronger and better together, and that's going to have to be our motto again. And we're just going to pray, and pray the Lord will help everyone who's been affected and help Petal.
All right, Petal Mayor Hal Marks, we appreciate you being with us there. I know you've got a busy day ahead of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And there you heard it, stronger and better together, from the words of the mayor there, of course. That's going to be a mantra for a lot of people this morning.
Can't help but get emotional when you hear from Butch Benedict, who confirmed 4 people passed away, when you hear from Mayor Hal Marks saying it's 10 times worse than 4 years ago. Can't help but to get emotional. And
it's tough. It's tough. All right, we're going to take a break here at noon, I believe, for a little bit, but we will be back, and we will actually have some aerial footage. We have a helicopter coming in from our sister station, WLBT in Jackson, so they're going to be flying over. We'll bring that to you at 12:30, so we will be back on the air at 12:30.